Well, I'd like to, in these two talks, I'd like to talk about some foundational issues, in particular what the most important ones, I think, namely, what are the fundamental computational operations that enter into constructing syntactic objects, and why these and not other ones. It turns out there's quite a lot to say about that since the last time I talked here. Many problems, some solutions. I'll get to this in the course of the discussion as far as I can. But I think it would be useful to begin with a couple of comments on something more general, namely, what are we trying to achieve altogether in studying language? Many different ways of looking at it. These questions, I think, are in many ways more important than the particular technical results. They raise many questions about what is an authentic, genuine explanation, a genuine solution, and what is a maybe very valuable reorganization of data, posing of problems, often posing a solution, but not really achieving it. These things are worth thinking through, I think. The basic issues were formulated, I think, for the first time, quite perceptively at the outset of the scientific revolution in the 17th century. Galileo and his contemporaries, who were raising all sorts of questions about received wisdom, turned their attention to language as well. And they expressed their awe and amazement at the miraculous fact that with a couple of dozen sounds, it was somehow possible to express an infinite number of thoughts and to find ways to convey to others who have no access to our minds, everything that's going on in our minds. So in their own words, which I rather like, I'll quote, they were awed by the method by which we are able to express our thoughts, the marvelous invention by which, using 25 or 30 sounds, we can create the infinite variety of expressions which, having nothing themselves in common with what is passing in our minds, nonetheless permit us to express all our secrets and allow us to understand what is not present to consciousness, in fact, everything we can conceive and the most diverse movements of our soul. Galileo himself regarded the alphabet as the most stupendous of human inventions because it had these amazing properties, and also because, as he put it, it allowed us to express all the wisdom of the ages, and it contained within it the answers to any questions that we might pose, kind of like a universal Turing machine in our terms. The Port Royal Grammar and Logic, actually, which I was just quoting, a paraphrase of Galileo, had many insights into logic and linguistics. It's in many ways the basis of modern logic. There was a rich tradition that developed exploring what was called rational and universal grammar. Rational because it was supposed to provide explanations. Universal because it was concerned with what was taken to be common to the common human possession of language. Was seeking explanations, including descriptions of even the vernacular, which was quite surprising at the time, innovative, but mainly explanations, and universal, trying to find what's common to all languages. This tradition went on for a couple of centuries, many contributions. The last representative of it, about a century ago, was Otto Jespersen. As he put it, his concern was how the elements of language come into existence in the mind of a speaker on the basis of finite experience, yielding a notion of structure that is definite enough to guide him in framing sentences of his own, crucially free expressions that are typically new to speaker and hearer, and also beyond that to find the great principles that underlie the grammars of all languages. Now, I think it's fair to you have to interpret that tradition as metaphoric, often vague, but I think it's fair to extricate from it the recognition that language is, the capacity for language, as well as individual languages, are possessions of individual persons. They're part of a person. They're shared. It was recognized throughout the species without significant variation, and recognized to be unique to humans in fundamental respects. That general program falls within the natural sciences, within what these days is called the biolinguistic program. Of course, it ran into many difficulties, conceptual difficulties, empirical difficulties. The evidence was pretty thin, and nobody really understood how to capture the notion, Jesperson's notion of structure in the mind. What is that? That enables us to develop, construct in our minds infinitely many expressions, and even to find a way to convey to others what's going on in our mind. That's what we could call the Galilean challenge, which is still extant. Well, all of this was swept aside in the 20th century by structuralist, behaviorist currents, which very typically adopted a very different approach to language, taking the object of study not to be something internal to the person, but some outside thing. So maybe a corpus, an infinite set of utterances, some other external formulation. And you see this very clearly if you simply look at the definitions of language that were given through the early 20th century by the leading figures. So, for example, for de Saussure, a language is a kind of social contract. It's a collection, as he put, a collection of word images in the community of speakers. For Leonard Bloomfield, its language is the utterances that can be made in a particular speech community. For Harris, it's the distribution of morphemes in a set of sentences. For if you move to philosophy of language, say Van Quine, a language is, as he put it, I'm quoting, a fabric of sentences associated with one another and with stimuli by the mechanism of conditioned response. Elsewhere, an infinite set of sentences. David Lewis, language and languages, also took just languages. A language is some set of sentences, which is infinite. Both Quine and Lewis crucially argued that it makes sense to talk about an infinite set of sentences, but not of a particular way of generating them, which is a very strange notion if you think about it, because, and these are the leading logicians and philosophers, you can't talk about an infinite set in any coherent fashion unless you have some characterization of what's in it and what's not in it. Otherwise, you're not saying anything. But the behaviorist, the pressure of behaviorist beliefs was so powerful that the idea that there could be a privileged way of generating that infinite set was, as Quine put it, folly. Lewis put it, something unintelligible. But whatever any of these entities are, they're outside the individual. The tradition was completely forgotten. People like Jesperson, the last representative, were literally unknown. There's good review of this by a historian of linguistics, Julia Falk, who runs through the way Jesperson was disappeared in the first half of the 20th century, and the whole tradition way back also. In fact, to this day, even linguistics, historical scholarship, which is pretty thin. It barely recognizes any of the things I've mentioned. Well, so returning to the forgotten tradition, by the mid-20th century, there were clear ways of capturing the concept, notion of structure in the mind, Jesperson's concept. Turing, other great mathematicians, had established the tools for addressing the Galilean challenge, something you're all, I'm sure, familiar with. So Jesperson's notion of structure becomes what's now called the I language, the internal generative system, finite system that determines an infinite array of hierarchically structured expressions that express thoughts insofar as they can be expressed linguistically, and it can be externalized in sensory motor systems, typically, though we know, not necessarily sound. We can call this the basic property of language. Well, to meet the Galilean challenge, there are several tasks that have to be undertaken. The main one, of course, is to try to determine the internal languages, the I languages of speakers of typologically varied languages, a huge task. Then the question comes of how a speaker selects a particular expression from the internal I language. Then how the expression, once selected, is externalized, and the inverse, how the externalization is internalized by the hearer. The last two tasks are both input-output systems. We kind of grasp how to study those, and quite a lot has been learned about it over the years. The first of them, how the speaker selects a syntactic object out of the infinite array, that's a total mystery. There's nothing to say about it. That's true of voluntary behavior generally. So actually here at MIT, two of the leading specialists on the neuroscience of voluntary action, Emilio Bizzi, Robert Ajamian, about a year ago, wrote a kind of state-of-the-art article in which they discussed what they know about voluntary motion, simple, not language, simple things like lifting your finger, you know. And they said, well, they put it, as they said, fancifully, that we're beginning to learn about the puppet and the strings, but we can't say anything at all about the puppeteer. So how you select what you're going to do remains the kind of question that you can't even pose intelligibly in the sciences at this stage here as well. Well, the I language, keeping to the tradition, is a property of the individual, and also the species-specific faculty of language, also an internal property, something which allows the I language to be acquired. And it has to meet a couple of empirical conditions, two conditions which are kind of conflicting. The conditions of learnability and the conditions of evolvability. So whatever the faculty of language is, it's got to be rich enough so that possessing it, a child can acquire the I language from the scattered and limited data available, and it is scattered and limited, and it has to achieve the internal system which has all of these rich and complex consequences. So it has to be that rich, but it also has to be simple enough so that it could have evolved. And now we can be a little more specific about that because some of the conditions of evolution of language are coming to light, and I'll talk about it later if there's time, and the evolution has to meet those empirical conditions. Well, those are the conditions for a genuine explanation. If some proposed descriptive device satisfies these conditions, then it's the basis for an explanation for addressing the Galilean challenge as it was formulated and developed in the tradition of rational and universal grammar. The general explanation is always at the level of UG, the theory of the faculty of language, and it has to offer some prospects of satisfying the conditions of learnability and evolvability. That's a pretty austere requirement, very austere requirement, but it's the right requirement. Anything short of that is short of actually explaining things. It's maybe very valuable, maybe organizing problems in an interesting way, can move on from there, but still falls short of general explanation. We can now, I think, grasp somewhat more clearly what actually is a genuine explanation, something that was really not possible in earlier stages of linguistic inquiry. But again, any device that's introduced to account for something, unless it can meet these dual conditions, is short of explanation, may be very valuable. So many examples. Take a concrete example to illustrate about something I'll come back to later if there's time. Interesting paper by Željko Bosković, who you all know, on the coordinate structure and adjunct island constraints. And what he points out is that each of these constraints poses many problems, many mysteries, but his paper is an effort to try to reduce the mysteries by reducing both constraints to the same constraint, using the device of Neo-Davidsonian event semantics, which interprets a junction as a kind of coordination. So you can reduce both of the problems to the same problem, coordination, and then we still have the mysteries, but now a simpler problem, one set of mysteries instead of two independent ones. It tries to show that the problems then reduce in this way. Well, that's a step forward. It leaves the mysteries in a better position for productive inquiry, but it's not an explanation. He's quite clear about that. And I think if you look over the field, that virtually every achievement, everyone, is a partial step forward in this respect. There's very few exceptions, just barely coming to light, which I think can count as genuine explanations. They're important in themselves, and they're also a kind of a sort of a guideline into how we should think about proceeding. And they may also tell us something about just how far it's possible to go. It's not so obvious. You can go much beyond what the kinds of explanations that are now beginning to come to light. I'll talk about that. Actually, the earliest work in generative grammar tried to meet even more austere conditions. Was heavily influenced by work of people like Nelson Goodman and W.V. Quine, who were working on what they called constructive nominalism. No sets, very austere, just mereological concepts of a very limited kind. That was too austere, at least for the present. Couldn't get very far that way. There are several papers about it. So that was kind of dropped, at least for the present. Maybe you can come back to it someday. And attention turned to something else, namely the vast range of empirical data from all kinds of languages that was beginning to appear as soon as the first efforts were made to write actual generative grammars. Turned out that everything was puzzling and complex, and nothing was understood. It was just massive puzzles. Big change from a few years earlier, during the period of structural linguistics. It was basically assumed that everything was known. Everything was solved. We had the methods of analysis. You could formalize them. All that was needed was to just apply them to one or another language. That turned out to be radically false. Well, the first proposals, as you all know, were dual. There were operations to deal with the problem of compositionality, phrase structure grammar, and totally different operations to deal with the phenomenon of dislocation, ubiquitous phenomenon, transformational grammar. Both systems were far too complex to meet the long-term goals of genuine explanation. That was well understood. The general assumption at the time, remaining for a long time, often up until today, is that the principles of compositionality are natural. You can expect those, something like phrase structure grammar, but that dislocation is a weird property that languages have, a kind of imperfection that we have to somehow, languages for some reason have this. Formal languages would never be constructed with that property. And that is still a widely held view. I think it's exactly the opposite of the truth. The opposite, I think, turns out to be true, that more recent work suggests that dislocation is a kind of the null hypothesis. It's what's expected on the simplest grounds, and it's the most primitive of operations. I'll come back to that. But let me just take a brief look at the steps that were taken to reach what I think is this conclusion. Well, in the 60s, phrase structure grammars were basically eliminated. Phrase structure grammar is far too rich to be contemplated as relevant to describing languages. So there's nothing in phrase structure, the theory of phrase structure grammar, that prevents you, say, from having a rule, VP arrow N CP, let's say. Fine phrase structure rule. Doesn't make any sense. It was just assumed you just can't do that sort of thing. But the right theory has to rule that out as unacceptable. And that step was taken by the late 60s, basically led to X-bar theory. X-bar theory had interesting consequences, which weren't really fully appreciated at the time. They're obvious in retrospect. For one thing, X-bar theory, notice, has no linear order. So Japanese and English, say, roughly mirror images, have about the same X-bar theory. Linear orders on the side somewhere. That was a step towards something which I think is now much clearer, namely that the surface order of expressions is not strictly speaking part of language. It's something else. I'll come back to that. But if you just look at X-bar theory, it's already a step in that direction. Another thing about X-bar theory is it forces a theory of parameters. So Japanese and English, say, differ, and they're going to differ in some choice that is not determined by X-bar theory. So the speaker and the hearer who's using a linear system of externalization, you don't have to use that. But if you are using it, you're going to have to make a choice as to the order in which you're going to externalize the internal system. So X-bar theory itself first is a step towards separating a linear order and other surface organization from what we might think of as core I language, the I language that's dealing with the Galilean challenge, constructing the set of linguistically articulated thoughts, putting externalization in some medium to the side. And I think that picture is becoming clearer. We'll come back to that. Well, there are also, along with the clear progress of X-bar theory, there were very serious problems which weren't recognized at the time. The main problem is it excludes the possibility of exocentric constructions. Everything has to be endocentric in X-bar theory. And that's just false. There are exocentric constructions all over the place. simple things like subject-predicate, or for that matter, every case of dislocation without exception, except for head movement. All of these give you exocentric constructions. There's no way to describe them in X-bar theory. Now, in order to describe them, many artifices were developed. So, for example, if you have a subject-predicate construction, maybe it was called a TP or an IP or something like it, or a VP. But that's just stipulation. You could just as well call it an NP, let's say. And this runs all the way through the descriptive apparatus. So there was a serious problem, not really recognized till a couple of years ago. My own feeling is it's pretty much overcome by labeling theory, which tells you in a principled way in terms of minimal search, a simple computational principle, when it is, when movement, internal merge may take place, when it must take place, when it need not take place. And there are many interesting results and plenty of interesting problems about this, a lot of very intriguing material, most of which I presume you're familiar with. Well, by moving up to the 1990s, it did seem to a number of us that enough had been learned, so it might be possible for the first time to confront the problem of genuine explanation. That's what's called the Minimalist program. Pursuing that program, if you want a genuine explanation, you want to start with computational operations which meet the conditions of learnability and evolvability. Well, the easiest way to meet the condition of learnability is to say that learnability is zero. It's just innate, nothing to say about it. And the easiest way to meet the condition of evolvability would be to say, let's find a computational principle that had to evolve. There was no way for it not to have evolved. Well, if you look at those two conditions, they're satisfied by the most elementary computational operation, what's been called merge in recent years, which incidentally has many problems that I'll come back to, but basically just the operation of a binary set formation. It has to be there because the basic property exists, okay? And that means at the very least, the simplest operation must exist, maybe more complex ones, but at least the simplest one. So we know that it has to exist, had to have evolved, so it meets the condition of evolvability. That leaves the question of just how it happened and what the neurological implication is, but whatever the answers to those, this is an operation that had to evolve. And having evolved, it's innate, so it meets the condition of learnability. So if you can reduce something to that, you do have a genuine explanation. That's as far as it's possible to go, okay? If you can't go that far, it's a description. It's not a genuine explanation. Again, this is a pretty austere requirement, but I think it's the one we ought to have in mind when we're thinking about the goals of our efforts in inquiring into language. Well, so I won't give the details because I think you're familiar with them, but the simplest computational operation then, merge, binary set formation, meeting the no tampering condition, least possible computation, you don't modify the elements, don't add any more structure. Interesting things to say about this, to which I'll come back. There is a good deal of current literature which tries to show that you can reach this operation in steps. That's incoherent. You can't have partial binary set formation. You can't reach it in steps. It's either have it or you don't have it. There's nothing simpler. Again, lots of literature about this, but it's just beside the point. There's actually a interesting recent paper by Rini Hoybrechts analyzing some of the recent proposals and showing why they don't make any sense. But if you think about it, they can't make sense. The simplest case of merge is going to have at least, maybe at most we would like to show, but at least two cases. One of them, external merge, when you're taking separate things and forming the set. One, internal merge, when you're taking one thing and something inside it, forming the set of those. Those are at least the two simplest possibilities. Notice there are only one operation. There's no two operations, just one operation with two cases. Much confusion about this in the literature, but that should be obvious if you think it through. Notice that this whole program is a program. It's not a theory. The program is to see how far can we go if we take the simplest possible operation and try to give genuine explanations in terms of it. Maybe that's impossible. Maybe you have to find more complex operations. But in that case, it's going to be necessary to demonstrate how they can be acquired, how they can be learned, and how they could have evolved. And that's not so trivial. You can't just say, well, natural selection does anything I like. That's not an explanation. You have to give a real explanation, very difficult in biology. It's in the biological literature, it's pointed out that it's fiendishly difficult, standard phrase, to give an account of the evolution of almost any trait, even the simplest ones, like having blue eyes, for example. And it's not the kind of thing you can hand wave about. So either you can try to meet that condition or recognize that you don't have genuine explanations. Well, there have been, I think, substantial achievements in the last recent years in trying to gain genuine explanations. They do have problems. I want to return to the problems later, but I'll put them on the shelf for a moment. One achievement, which is not trivial, is to unify the two traditional kinds of operations, compositionality and dislocation. They are unified once you keep to the simplest computational operation. So far from being an imperfection, as was always assumed by me in particular, it would take a stipulation to bar dislocation. If you have no stipulations at all, you get dislocation. Furthermore, as I mentioned before, that's arguably the simplest case of merge. If you want, actually, you can't have only one and not the other, because once you have merge, you have both. But if you're looking for one that's more primitive, it's probably internal merge. The reasons for that are quite straightforward. External merge requires enormous search. To put two things together that are separate, first of all, you have to search the entire lexicon. Then you have to search everything that's already been constructed and maybe is sitting there somewhere waiting to be merged. With internal merge, you have almost no search at all. So one reason for regarding internal merge dislocation as more primitive, it requires a tiny fraction of the search. But there's a good deal more than that. There's some interesting suggestions in the literature. They're not definitive, but they're suggestive. So one was some work that was done by Marv Minsky a couple of decades ago. He and one of his students just explored what would happen if you took the simplest Turing machines, smallest number of states, smallest number of symbols, and just let them run free and see what happens. What turned out was kind of interesting. Most of them crashed, either got into infinite loops or just stopped. But the ones that didn't crash, all of them gave the successor function. Now, what's the successor function? Well, one thing the successor function is internal merge. So if you take merge and you have a one-member lexicon, just run 3, get the successor function. That's Minsky's argument at the time was that probably evolution, in the course of evolution, nature found the simplest thing. That's what you'd expect. So it found the successor function. And that happens to be internal merge, not external merge. If you look at other organisms, way down to the level of insects, they count. So an ant, say, can count the number of steps it's taken. It's got a counter, maybe a set of counters inside. And if you look at just the mathematics of successive counters, they kind of tend towards the successor function. It doesn't take a big step to move them up to the successor function. So from various points of view, it seems plausible to think that of the core operations, the most primitive one is actually dislocation, contrary to what was always thought. And as you get richer constructions, you have external merge, and it gives you richer kinds of languages. We plainly have it in natural language. It's not just internal merge. And interesting question is why. It probably has to do with argument structure, which is uniquely related to external merge. I'll come back to that. Well, with the unification of internal and external merge, compositionality and dislocation, what was suggested by X-bar theory, as I mentioned before, becomes much more clear and explicit. So it seems that the generation of the CI interface, sometimes called LF, what gets semantically interpreted, the linguistically articulated thoughts, that's we can call core I language, and that just keeps the structure. No linear order, no other kinds of arrangements. So why is there linear order in spoken language? Incidentally, not strictly in sign language. So in sign language, which we know to be essentially equivalent to spoken language, there's different dimensionality. So you can use visual space. You can use simultaneous operations, facial gestures and motions. So it's not strictly linear. It makes use of the contingencies allowed by the space that's of externalization. But speech happens to be linear. You have to string words one after another. So if you pick that particular modality of externalization, yes, you're going to have linear order. But does linear order have anything to do with language? Well, depends what you think you want to call language. But what it really has to do with is an amalgam of two totally different independent systems. One of them, internal language, the other, a particularly sensory motor system, which has absolutely nothing to do with language. The sensory motor systems were around hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of years before language ever appeared. And they don't seem to have been affected by language. At most, there's very minor suggestions about slight adaptations that might have taken place for, say, changes of the alveolar ridge in click languages. There's some very small things, but basically the sensory motor systems seem independent of language. But if you do externalize the internal system through this filter, you're going to get linear order. But strictly speaking, that's a property of an amalgam of two independent systems. And in fact, that's true of externalization altogether. And notice that externalization poses a hard problem. You have two completely independent systems. They have nothing to do with one another. You have to match them somehow. You can expect that process to be pretty complex and also to be variable. You can do it in many different ways. Also to be easily mutable, can change from one generation to another under slight effects. Putting all these expectations together, what is a natural expectation, and I think increasingly is coming to be imaginable, maybe true, is that the variety and complexity and mutability of language is basically a property of externalization, not a property of language itself. And it could turn out to be true. It's a goal at the moment that the core I language is really unique, may not vary from language to language. Actually, that much is pretty much tacitly assumed in essentially all the work on formal semantics and pragmatics. It's not assumed to be parameterized from one language to another or to be learned somehow. It's just there, which means if we ever understand it properly, it'll be reducible to elementary computations which just don't vary. That's the way the internal system works. That should be the goal of inquiry in those directions. I should say, just as a terminological point, what's called formal semantics is actually a form of syntax. It's symbolic manipulation. Technically, something becomes semantics when you relate it to the external world, and that's a tricky business. Even things like, say, event calculus, if you think about it, events are really mental constructions. You can't find them in the outside world. You construct them there. And the task of relating what's internal to the external world, dealing with questions of reference, is no trivial matter. A lot to say about this, but I'll put it aside. But it seems to me we can see a goal for all of this work to try to reduce it to computational operations that do meet the conditions of genuine explanation. Again, a very austere criterion, but I think one that's worth keeping in mind. Well, these are all possibilities that I think are looking increasingly plausible. The field may go in that direction. Be very striking discovery if it really does. Well, let's go on with genuine explanations. One of them is dislocation, putting it together with compositionality. And notice that includes automatically the basis for what's called reconstruction. You keep to the no tampering condition, you automatically get what's called the copy theory of movement. That's the basis for the complex properties of reconstruction. There's a lot to look into, but that's essentially the basis for it. You don't need rules of reconstruction. They're just there. That's automatic. Well, of genuine explanations, the most interesting case, I think, is the old principle of structure dependence. This was discovered back in the 1950s. This is a really strange principle of language, which had never been noticed, namely that the rules and operations of language, the ones that yield interpretation of sentences, don't pay any attention to linear order. They just deal with structures, which is extremely puzzling when you think about it, because linear order is what you hear. It's 100% of what you hear. You never hear structure. Furthermore, at least superficially, it seems that computations on linear order are simpler than computations on structure. From another point of view, that turns out to be false, but at least superficially, that looks right. So what it seems, and what always seemed extremely puzzling, is that the rules that the syntactic rules and the rules that yield semantic interpretations don't pay any attention to 100% of what you hear and to the simplest operations, which is a pretty puzzling fact. And we now have a simple explanation for it. It follows from the simplest computational operation. If the entire internal language is based on the computation of the simplest merge operation in its simplest form, then you automatically get structure dependence for operations of movement, of construal, of interpretation, of everything else. I won't run through examples. I assume you're familiar with them, but that just seems to be a fact about all constructions in all languages. That, if it's correct, is a genuine explanation of a fundamental property of language, maybe the deepest property of language, that the core language just doesn't care about order and arrangement, it only cares about structure. And a child learning language just ignores everything they hear. By now, there's interesting independent evidence supporting this conclusion. So for studies of language acquisition, which have proceeded in very sophisticated ways by now, have now gotten down to the point where 30-month-old infants have been shown already to observe the principle of structure dependence. That's almost no data, remember, and it's a very abstract principle. There's other work by, earlier work by Steve Crane, Nakamura, who've got a lot of evidence that 3-year-olds have mastered it, but recent studies have it down to 30 months. If we have better studies, which as they keep improving, it'll probably be earlier. What that means is you're just born with it. So it meets the condition of learnability, namely 0, and it has the condition of evolvability. You have to have this particular operation at least, maybe more, but at least this one, because you do have the basic principle. Well, there's also, as many of you know, neurolinguistic evidence. The studies inspired by Andrea Moro of a group in Milan, Musso and others have shown, many of you know this, that if you present subjects with invented systems of 2 types, one which correspond to the rules of an actual language that the subjects don't know, the other which uses things like linear order, you get different kinds of brain activity. In the case of, say, having a negation be the 3rd word in the sentence, very trivial operation, you get diffuse brain activity. If you follow what look like more complex rules of actual languages, you get activity in the expected brain language-specific areas, the brain, Broca's area, and so on. That's been by now replicated many times. It looks like a pretty solid result. There's also psycholinguistic evidence of other kinds. The Moro-Musso experiments were actually suggested by work of Neil Smith and Ianthi Simpli on a subject who they've been working with for many years, a young man they call Chris, who has extremely limited cognitive capacities, almost none, but tremendous linguistic capacities. He picks up languages like Ken Hale. You know what that means? Like a sponge, in other words, just picks them up immediately. And Neil Smith tried these same experiments before the neuro-linguistic ones were done. He just tried it with Chris, and turned out when you gave Chris a nonsense language modeled on an actual language, he learned it easily, like every other language. When they gave him the very simple language, things like negation being the 3rd word, he couldn't handle it at all. It was just a puzzle. He can't deal with puzzles. That's what inspired the neurolinguistic studies. I think those are the most interesting discoveries so far in the brain sciences related to language. It's a direction in which other experimental work could go. Well, looking back at this, it seems to be one of these very rare cases where you have converging evidence from every direction leading to the same conclusion, that core I language just is independent of linear order and other arrangements. You have linguistic evidence, psycholinguistic evidence, neurolinguistic evidence, evolutionary considerations, anything you can think about. Now, there's a very curious fact. There's a huge literature in computational cognitive science trying to show that somehow this principle can be learned, which is a very weird fact if you look at it. It's like trying to find a complicated way to disprove the null hypothesis. Things like that just don't happen in the sciences. I mean, here you have the absolute optimal explanation and a huge literature trying to show, look, there's a very complicated way in which maybe we can reach the same conclusion. It's an enterprise that's kind of senseless at the base of it. Of course, when you look at the actual cases, never works. It's not going to work. If it did work, it would be meaningless because it's always asking the wrong question. I mean, suppose you could show that by a detailed, statistical analysis with recurrent neural networks and so on of many layers of, say, the Wall Street Journal, you could find evidence that a child might have used at 30 months old to discover that you have structure dependence. You're not going to find that, of course, but even though there's literature claiming it. But if you did find it, it would be completely meaningless. Because the only question is, why is this the case? Why is it that in every language and every construction, this is the way it works? If you could find a way of showing, well, here's how it might work in this language, it tells you nothing. It's answering the wrong question. And furthermore, as I say, it's trying to find a complicated way to disprove the null hypothesis. The whole enterprise is completely senseless. It's actually probably the major effort in computational cognitive science to try to find a basis for some linguistic principle. Huge literature on it. New papers still coming out. A very strange thing. Papers trying to show that, as it's the way they put it, often you can get structure dependence without what's sometimes called an inductive bias for structure dependence. But there's no inductive bias. It's just the null hypothesis. Make no assumptions. This is what you get. There's no bias. It's just given, So I think an interesting question about, there are many interesting questions about how linguistics is done, but one of them is why things like this go on. I think it's worth thinking about. Well, there are other successes, but what I'd like to do is turn to problems. There are a lot of problems about merge, and there are some paths to solution. So one problem is what I already mentioned, exocentric constructions. So take, say, NP-VP. Let's assume, since Dominique is here, let's, in his honor, assume the predicate internal subject hypothesis. Okay. So you put together a subject and an NP and a VP. The NPs are often called DPs. I'll come back to that. I think that's probably a mistake. Let's just call them noun phrases for the moment. You have a noun phrase and a verb phrase. You put them together. That gives you the basic theta structure. Well, the noun phrase and the verb phrase have to be independently constructed, which means you have to have some kind of workspace, something that Jonathan's pointed out years ago. You have to have some kind of workspace in which you're constructing these separate things. And if you think it through, the workspace can proliferate, not indefinitely, but can get larger, where you're just doing parallel things and putting them together. So it means that the operation merge really ought to be revised to become an operation on workspaces, not on two elements, X and Y. It's an operation which changes a workspace to another workspace. And then the question comes how it does it. Well, I should say I'm very pleased to be back at a nice low-tech institution like MIT with blackboards and no PowerPoint and no projections and any of that stuff, which they have in Arizona. Where? Here. So what we want is some kind of operation that says, let's call it capital merge. We'll look at its properties. Which takes two things, call them P and Q, the guys we're going to merge, and a workspace, and turns it into some other workspace. So what's the other workspace? Well, it's going to include the set PQ, the two guys we're putting together. In fact, let me use a different notation for reasons I'll mention. For a workspace is a set, but we want to distinguish it from the syntactic objects, which are sets. So a workspace doesn't merge with something. So just for convenience, just use a different notation. So the new thing will include the set PQ and a lot of other junk. And the next question is, what's the other junk in the workspace? Now, that turns out to be not a trivial question. It turns out a lot turns on what the answer is. So let's take the simplest case, okay? The entire workspace consists of two elements. I'll call them A and B. That's the workspace. And suppose we decide to merge them. So we get the new workspace, which includes the set AB. And does it include anything else? So for example, does it include A and B? Well, if we think about the way recursion generally works, it should include A and B. So if you're doing, say, proof theory, okay, you're generating a proof. You construct a line from axioms and former things, and you can go back to that line if you like. You can always go back to anything you've produced already for the next step. But there's a good reason to believe that for organisms, and particularly humans, it doesn't work that way. And you can see that if you think what would happen if you did allow this to happen. Okay, suppose you allow this. Then you could go on to construct some much bigger object here, including AB as a term, but it could be of arbitrary complexity, you know, any kind of complexity you like. And then you could take A and merge it with it and get XA, but then A would be up here and A would be down there, and there are two copies, and they would violate every imaginable constraint on movement, okay? So if you allow this, you're going to get total chaos. Every constraint on dislocation will be violated, no matter how radical you make the violation. Well, that tells us something. It tells us something kind of surprising, and I think significant, that the kind of recursion that takes place in human language, and probably organic systems generally, cuts back the set of items accessible to computation as narrowly as possible, okay? Now let's give it a name and call it resource restriction. RR for simplicity. It looks as though a very general, this is merely the first example. If you think it through, it works for millions of things. The same model of refutation eliminates a whole set of possible extensions of merge that have been proposed over the years. I'll come back to examples. But you notice what the problem is. The problem is that if you allow the normal kind of recursion, no constraints, no limits, then you're going to find that by legitimate means, you can get illegitimate objects. Now that has to be barred, right? You can generate all kind of deviant expressions. That's not a problem. But you don't want to have legitimate means for generating things that violate every possible condition, descriptive condition. Anything like that is wrong. Well, in this case, and it turns out in a great many cases, you can bar this outcome simply by limiting the resources that are available. Now, what are the resources? The resources are elements that are accessible to the operations. So the real condition says limit accessibility, okay? Keep accessibility as small as you can. We already have examples like that we're familiar with. One of them is the phrase impenetrability condition. Okay? If you think about what that condition says, basically it says when you're generating something, you get to a certain unit, a phase, talk about what it is, anything inside the phase is no longer going to be accessible to operations. Okay, that reduces the amount of computational search that's required, but it's a way of limiting accessibility. Okay, it says those things down there aren't accessible anymore. Another example, and this may be the only other example, is minimal search. This is what's often called a third factor property. Third factor, for those of you who are not familiar, comes from the just simple description of the elements that enter into computation, into learning, say. What enters into acquiring a system is three things: external data, internal structure, and basically laws of nature, which are independent of the system in question. So if you're studying growth of arms, let's say, humans grow arms, not wings, partly because of nutrition to the embryo, and partly, in fact, largely because of internal structure, just genetic determination, and extensively simply because of the way physical laws operate. There's only certain ways that organisms can develop, other ways just aren't possible. You put these together, you account for any kind of growth and development. The same is true of language. There's external data, whatever it is, it's going to determine whether you end up with Tagalog or English. Internal structure, which at least includes merge, more no doubt, but at least that. And in fact, anything that can be explained in terms of that, it does yield a genuine explanation. And then laws of nature. What are the laws of nature? Well, language is a computational system. It's kind of unusual fact. That's rare in organic nature, maybe unique even, aside from counters. But anyway, that's what language is. So among the laws of nature that you would expect would be things like computation, elimination of computational complexity, doing things as simply as possible. Several reasons for that. One of them actually goes back to Galileo again. One of Galileo's precepts was that nature is simple, and it's the task of the scientist to prove it, whether it's falling objects or flight of birds or growth of flowers or whatever. That's a kind of a prescriptive hypothesis. You can't prove it, but it's been extraordinarily successful. In fact, the whole success of the sciences in the last 500 years is based on that. And that's a good enough reason to assume that it works for us too. Reasonable to accept that. There's a general point which just has to do with the nature of explanation. It's just a fact about explanation that the simpler the assumptions, the deeper the explanation. That's just kind of logic. So there's a lot of I should say in the case of language, there's another reason to believe it, which is unique to language. And it has to do with the conditions on evolution of language. We don't know, very little is known about evolution altogether. If you, as I said, to try to really account for the development of any particular trait is very hard, even in simple cases. In sort of the, evolutionary psychology literature, everything looks easy, happened by natural selection, why not, But when you really try to explain something, it turns out to be hard. In the case of cognitive development, it's uniquely hard because you have no fossil records, okay? No tape recordings of people doing whatever they were doing 100,000 years ago. Okay? Furthermore, when you deal with language in particular, it's super hard. With other organic systems, say vision, you have comparative evidence. You can study cats and monkeys, which have essentially the same visual system. And with them, we, rightly or wrongly, allow ourselves to do invasive experiments. So you can stick a neuron into one cell in the striate cortex and see what's happening and so on. And you learn a lot from that. That's how we know about human vision. But in language, you can't do it because there's no other analogous system. It's a unique system. Nothing analogous in the organic world, so there's nothing to test, okay? So it's kind of uniquely hard. And nevertheless, there's some evidence. The evidence, Bob Berwick and I have a book reviewing it. By now, there's better evidence than what we had in the book. There's by now genomic evidence that Homo sapiens began to separate roughly 200,000 years ago. That's when you get the separation of the San people in Africa from the rest. Interestingly, they have unique forms of externalization. These turn out to be essentially all and only the languages that have complex click systems. There are what apparently look like a few exceptions, but they seem to be borrowings or something accidental. There's again, a very interesting paper by Rini Hoybruchs on this recently. So what we know, one thing we know pretty convincingly is that roughly around 200,000 years ago, humans began to separate. They shared the faculty of language at the time. So there's no known difference between the faculty of language of the San people and everybody else, Nobody knows any differences, group differences in language capacity. There happens to be a different form of externalization, which suggests, and in fact Rini goes into this in detail in his article, that this particular forms of externalization develop later. As a matter of logic, the internal system had to be there before you can externalize it. That's not debatable. But he suggests there's a gap when the system was there roughly 200,000 years ago and began to be externalized in somewhat different ways later on. When did Homo sapiens appear? Well, here we have reasonably good fossil record, which shows that anatomically modern humans appear roughly at that time, maybe 250,000 years ago, which is essentially nothing in evolutionary time. So it looks as though the language emerged pretty much along with Homo sapiens, with the faculty of language intact. Another kind of evidence comes from the archaeological record, which gives a lot of information about rich symbolic activity. It turns out that almost the entire rich symbolic activity that anybody's dug up so far is after the appearance of Homo sapiens. Well, rich symbolic activity has been naturally taken to be an indication of the existence of language. Also more complex social structures, burial practices, all sorts of stuff. So putting it all together, it looks plausible that language emerged suddenly in evolutionary time. Along with Homo sapiens, whatever change gave rise to Homo sapiens seems to have brought language along with it, and it apparently hasn't changed since. That's independent reasons to believe that whatever is in there is probably very simple, along with the Galilean precept and the general principle. If you want explanation, you want simplicity. So it makes good sense from many points of view to assume that the relevant laws of nature here are avoiding computational complexity, so computational efficiency. That's what it means to call it a third factor property. Well, one particular case of computational simplicity. Hi, how you doing? What are you doing here? You graduated years ago.
Yes, it's Thursday afternoon.
Go back to Tufts.
Come back here. I'm wondering where you put among the three factors the fact that the computation has to run on neurons.
Neurons?
Yeah.
That's third factor.
Okay.
First of all, it's not necessarily the case. That's a myth, There's a myth that neural nets are what do the computation, but there's pretty good evidence that that's not true. The neural nets just don't have the computational.
I wasn't talking about neural nets.
Pardon?
I was talking about real neurons.
What?
I was talking about real neurons.
Real neurons.
Yeah, not computational.
I'm talking about real neurons.
Yeah.
Real neurons may not be the elements that enter into computation. There's by now reasonably strong evidence against that. Randy Gallistle's book with William King is a very good case where he gives strong evidence, Randy, that if you look at neural nets, you simply cannot find the basic elements of essentially Turing machines. You can't find the core kind of computational element that yields computational activity. It's just not there in neural nets. So what he's arguing is that people who've been looking for neural net accounts of computation are like the traditional blind guy who's looking under the lamppost for his lost keys, because even though he lost them across the street, because that's where the light is. So yes, we know something about neural nets, but it happens that what we're looking for is somewhere else. There's a lot more evidence. The speed and the speed and scale of computation is way beyond what neural nets are capable of. And by now there's, including Randy's particular proposal, is that the computation is actually down at the molecular level, having to do with RNA and so on. There are other proposals by not inconsiderable people like Roger Penrose, for example, that the computation is being done by structures that are internal to neurons, which have vastly greater computational capacity. There's chemical processes that go on in the brain that aren't captured by neural nets. So the fact, and it's been known as far back as Helmholtz, that speed of transition of in neurons is just kind of too slow to be doing very much. So it looks like we're going to have to look elsewhere to find the implementation of computational systems. But there's something there, and it's going to be a third factor property, something about the brain, clearly. We talk about this in our book, in fact. So yes, surely we're going to try to relate whatever's going on ultimately down to the level of cells, That's science, to try to reduce everything, okay? So that's all third factor, if you like. But just talking about neural nets is kind of like talking about natural selection. Yeah, I thought you brought up neurons.
Yeah, neurons in the brain.
Something in the brain, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, surely something in the brain is responsible for this, not the foot, let's say. You can amputate your leg, you still have language. Amputate your head, you don't. So yeah, we agree there's something going on in there. It's a tricky question. It's a very hard question, even for simple traits, not just language. Very simple traits. As I said, you look in technical studies of evolution, the phrase that's often used is fiendishly difficult to find the evolutionary basis for even the simplest traits. So to think we're going to suddenly find them for language is a little misleading. There are some interesting ideas. So Angela Friderici's book that came out recently, MIT Press book on the state of the art in neurolinguistics, gives interesting suggestions about what might be involved in the probably small brain change in brain rewiring that led to the appearance of merge or something like it. Closing a certain circuit in the dorsal and ventral connections. It's an interesting proposal, but certainly not going to be trivial. It's a hard problem. Yes, that would be third factor. So now, where was I? He's always been very disruptive ever since he was a student. So it's innate. Maybe I'll just kind of end here and go on next time. But one principle that we're going to expect for many reasons is computational efficiency. Minimal search is the strongest form of computational efficiency. Search as little as possible. And there is a case of restricting accessibility that we're familiar with, which reduces to minimal search. That's the case of successive cyclic movement. So suppose you've taken a WH phrase and you've moved it up to here, and then you've moved it up to here, and you keep going. And suppose both of these, neither of these, let's say, is blocked by the phase impenetrability condition. Suppose that only blocks things here. Well, the next thing that's raised is this one, not that one, okay? We just take that for granted. Nobody talks about it. But if you ask why, it's, again, a minimal search question. Whatever's selecting the operation, and argue about what it is, that goes back to that mystery I mentioned, is going to take this guy, because that's the one it's going to find by minimal search. So we have at least two cases already that we're familiar with of limiting accessibility. One PIC, which is pretty broad, the other minimal search, which we've just taken for granted. And maybe that exhausts it. But now I think there's a broader general principle which says just restrict resources. That will have a lot of effects. I'll come back to more examples of that next time. There's a temptation at this point to relate restrict resources to something that Ray and I were just talking about. The fact that the brain is just slow, that doesn't work fast, works quite slowly. And there's many domains in which that is the case. So in many ways, the most striking one is vision. If you look at the sensory motor system, the visual system, the cells of the retina are actually responsive to single photons of light. Okay, they give you a maximal amount of information. The brain doesn't want all that information. It just be way overloaded if it ever got that kind of information inside. So whatever the visual system is doing is, the first step it's doing is throwing out almost all the information that's coming from the retina. And apparently every sensory system is like that. The first thing it does is throw away just about everything and try to get down to something limited enough so this slow brain up here can deal with it somehow. That looks very much like a general property of which resource limitation of the kind that says don't do ordinary recursion, but restrict the resources, of which this is some special case. All seems to converge kind of plausibly. We're very familiar with this in the study of language acquisition. So as you all know, an infant acquiring a phonetic system is basically throwing away information. It's throwing away tons of information in the first months of life, and maybe at about 9 months or a year saying, these are the only things I'm going to pay attention to. And the same thing goes on through the rest of language acquisition. If you look at something like Charles Yang's general approach to language acquisition, where you're just shifting, the child starts with all possible grammars, I languages, and then it changes the probability distribution of them as data comes along, reducing the probability of things that don't have evidence for them so that they become fundamentally invisible. It's also a matter of throwing away lots of information and converging on just a little bit. The development of the brain is constantly losing neurons because you don't want all this junk around. You want just what you need. And resource limitation fits pretty naturally into that system. I think I'll stop here and try to come back to more detailed examples next time. Okay. Unless somebody else wants to disrupt. Okay, thanks. Well, last time I talked about a number of things and got up to the point of beginning to discuss the problems that exist with the concept merge that was developed back in the 90s and has been used in many ways since. There's a kind of a simplest version of merge, which was the original intention, which just had the two special cases, external and internal merge. As I mentioned last time, the more primitive of the two is actually internal merge, but because of the fact that language has exocentric constructions, that can't suffice. I mentioned some of the things that you can explain on the basis of merge, and also wanted to make the point that a genuine explanation in linguistics will, if we're viewing the study of language as part of the study of nature, basically the biolinguistics program, which I think has roots back to the 17th century, as I mentioned last time, although you have to skip the structuralist, behavioralist period. If we're engaged in that enterprise, then a genuine explanation will always have to meet these austere conditions of learnability and evolvability, which are very hard to meet anywhere in biology, and in particular here. There's some reason to think that the conditions might be attainable here because of the specific conditions of human evolution, which I mentioned briefly last time. If that picture's correct, there's some antecedent reason to believe that there might be success in the enterprise, which is rare in the biological sciences. Well, the concept merge does happen to meet those conditions. It meets the conditions of learnability because there's nothing to learn. It meets the condition of evolvability because since, in fact, the basic problem, the basic principle does exist, there had to be something to evolve the computational procedures that yielded it, and it would obviously be at least the simplest one. So we can be secure with explanations based on the concept merge, but anything else is problematic. It's a very austere condition, but it's one that really has to be met. Well, I then started in on, talked about some of the examples where you can get an explanation, some interesting cases, but there are problems. The problems are that the concept was very loosely defined, and all sorts of other applications, implementations have been given, which kind of more or less fall within the original loose definitions, but I think are probably illegitimate. I'll talk about that today, and I think if we think through the matter carefully, we end up with just allowing what was originally intended and none of the extensions for good reasons, which leaves us with many problems, some of which have, I think, potential solutions. Others look quite mysterious. Well, I mentioned last time something which is a kind of a paradigm for many cases. The simplest case, when you have only two elements. And first of all, since we do have exocentric constructions, it's going to be necessary for the operation merge to actually operate on a workspace, not on elements, because you're always changing the workspace every time you apply merge. So we have some sort of a definition that we call it capital merge, which says take two things that you want to merge and a workspace that exists and form a new workspace, which will include at least this and then other things. We don't know what. We have to ask about that. And I suggested a notation which I sometimes will forget. Sam fixed it last time. I will use square brackets for the workspace and curly brackets for the syntactic objects. There's a crucial difference between them. The workspace is a set, but it's not an accessible object for operations. So we'll just distinguish them by that notation. And the notation actually means something. So for example, if suppose the workspace consists of just X, we want to distinguish that from X. So the singleton set is different from its member because the workspace is not a syntactic object and X is. On the other hand, for the syntactic objects, we want the opposite convention, namely that the singleton set is the individual element. And there are good empirical reasons for this, which go back to phrase structure grammar. So in phrase structure grammar, you just, by convention, didn't allow rules like, say, NP, arrow NP, or V, arrow V. That's assumed not to be a reasonable rule. That's essentially saying that a singleton set is identical with its member. Now, this was fudged often in the use of phrase structure grammar. So there were rules were allowed like this, or when you move from phrase structure grammar, which is totally unacceptable for language for myriad reasons, as was recognized since the 50s. When you move from that to X-bar theory, then this becomes meaningless, right? Because there's no VP if it's only V. Actually, despite the fact that it's meaningless, it is used. So for example, if you try to implement Richie Kane's LCA, try to get it to work. You're forced to have rules like this, which is a serious problem in the LCA system, I think. You have to show that, you have to argue that if you have a verb-object structure, the object, even if it's a pronoun, still is complex. Otherwise, you don't get the right ordering. But that's technically illegitimate in an X-bar theoretic structure, and here the analog of that illegitimacy is this convention. So we want to accept this convention, which has a number of consequences for syntactic objects, and this convention for workspaces, which are different kinds of things, though they're all sets. Okay. Well, if in the simplest case, we just have a workspace consisting of these two guys, and we merge them. Merge AB gives us a workspace which contains the set AB, which we've merged, and the question is, what else? Okay. Now, if it was normal recursion, like, say, proof-theoretic recursion, you would have here A and B. But you can't have it for language, for reasons which I mentioned last time. And this is a kind of a paradigm that applies to a great many cases of the extensions of merge. The reason it doesn't work is that this can be built up to an object of arbitrary complexity. This, since it's accessible, can then merge to it. That gives you a relation between the thing that's merged up here and the thing down here, which violates every imaginable condition on movement. So that's illegitimate. And we do not want to have legitimate operations which yield illegitimate conclusions. That's elementary. So therefore, we conclude that, surprisingly, if these things aren't here for language, recursion for language is different from general recursion. Namely, it has the property that I told last time, restricting resources. And it's what computation for language, and presumably for organisms generally, is doing, is trying to keep the resources as limited as possible. You have to get something new, or you don't generate anything, but you want to generate as few things as possible. This really turns into a number of subcases. One subcase is limiting accessibility. So accessibility means something's accessible if the merge operation can see it and do something to it. We want to limit accessibility. If we allowed general recursion, we'd have too much accessibility here. So we want to limit it to the minimal amount. It's tempting, as I mentioned last time, to try to relate this to a more general property of brain computation. Namely, the brain is pretty dumb and slow. So what it does is throw out tons of data that are coming in. In fact, that's its main activity, is to get rid of lots of stuff that's coming in. So in the visual system, the sensory part of the visual system is essentially perfect. So you get a cell responding to a photon of light. Can't do better than that. But that's pouring into the brain tons of information that are going to totally overwhelm computation. So the sensory system throws out almost everything. You get down to just the limited part. The same true in language acquisition. The phonetic system is throwing out just about all the noise that comes in and picking only very limited kinds of phonetic properties, and even those are being thrown out very quickly in early language acquisition. In fact, that's the main part of language acquisition. Charles Yang's model for general language acquisition kind of exploits this generally. Notice, incidentally, speaking of Yang, that if you have this property, you infer determinacy. It turns out that if you think it through, when you limit the resources available, you're also going to force determinacy, meaning the operation will be uniquely determined by what it's looking at. That's not a trivial property. It wasn't true, for example, of standard versions of phrase structure grammar. So in a phrase structure grammar, if you reached a point where you had something of the form NP, v NP, and you have a rule expanding NP, which one you apply it to is indeterminate. It's a normal part of phrase structure grammar. But if you have, in this much narrower system, resource restriction, you get determinacy. And that's kind of important because Charles's work on price of productivity, or what it's called, very important work, I think. That work depends crucially on the assumption that the operations are determinate. So if you want to get those rich consequences, we want that property. It's one of the few examples I know of work in computational linguistics that has real consequences, very rich consequences, very important work. So resource restriction makes sense as a property, has a lot of interesting consequences. Lots follow from it. Now, resource restriction is going to have two components, sort of. One of them is restrict computation. The other is restrict resources. Restrict computation means limit yourself to the minimal kinds of computation that are possible. Well, merge is one case. It's the least possible computational operation, but it also wants to operate in the most limited way. So one of the consequences would be keep to minimal search. Don't use deep search if minimal search already works. Many empirical consequences to that. Notice that limit accessibility already includes things like PIC. The phase impenetrability condition is one general condition that limits accessibility. Minimal search is another. It means, for example, in successive cyclic movement, when you move to the next stage, you don't look down. You only find the top thing the first thing that you find. That raises many interesting questions about possible ambiguity. Are there ambiguous cases? I'll come back to that quite interesting question later on. But those are the things that are in the background. Now, if you look at the original definition of merge back in 1995, it actually had this property inadvertently. It wasn't noticed particularly, but the operation of merge as it was defined basically as replace. Which says don't keep what you already had, but get rid of it. That was not particularly noticed, but it's a property of the original definition. And there are good reasons for it. We can now see good reasons for it. If you don't accept it, you do get legitimate operations which yield illegitimate conclusions, the clearest sign that something's radically wrong. And this is a paradigm case, but it extends to many others. I'll go into that. Well, so for example, take something that I presume no one's ever proposed. I'll draw trees, but I should make it clear that trees are very misleading notations. One should beware of them. For one thing, a tree notation suggests that this exists, that the root exists. But why does the root exist if you just have merge operations? In fact, what the root is understood to be is something that comes from some other source, namely projectability. But that should be a completely separate property. Projection seems to have nothing to do with the compositional operations. The tree notation kind of sticks them all together and misses many questions about what projectability is. A particularly interesting case in exocentric constructions. So what's projected? That has interesting consequences. The whole theory of labeling deals with that. I assume you're familiar with it, or I'll put it aside. But we don't want that. The other thing that tree notations allow you to do is draw lines in all kind of complicated ways. So you can draw a line from here to here, and that seems to mean something in a tree, but it means absolutely nothing in a merge-based system. And you really have to be very careful about that. So I'll use trees for exposition, but with the condition that you don't take them seriously. Well, let's take something that I presume nobody's ever suggested. Suppose you have a structure like this and you decide to merge these two guys. Okay. The original definition doesn't say you can't. That would mean you're forming the set XP, YP, but it has nothing to do with this original set. It's just something added on. And notice that it has exactly the properties that are barred here. It adds accessibility. Okay? It's adding new accessible items, which will then be subject to exactly the problem I already mentioned. Namely, this object can be made as complex as you like. You could then merge one of these guys to it, and you violate all conditions. So we're not allowed to do this. As far as I know, nobody ever proposed this, but there's a good reason why you can't do it. However, there are things that people have proposed, and I think they're all ruled out for the same reason. I'll kind of leave it to you as an exercise to work out why. But if you think about things like parallel merge, which is usually written in trees like this. Again, a case where the tree notation seems to be saying something, but it's not, because there's no way to construct this. But if you think about what parallel merge is doing, it's increasing accessibility, runs into this very same problem. Parallel merge is the basis for a lot of work in the literature, which yields multidimensionality. The idea of multidimensionality goes back to the 70s, work by Jim Macaulay and others. But if you try to reconstruct it in a merge-based system, you can draw the trees with funny lines like this. But and the way of constructing it is through parallel merge, which has this lethal property that it yields illegitimate consequences from legitimate operations. So everything that, if you look up the handbooks of contemporary syntax, there's a chapter on multidimensionality, which has many interesting consequences about 8dB, cross-the-board movement, parasitic gaps, and so on. But none of them work, because they're all based on an illegitimate operation which has this deficiency. Same true of sidewards merge, has the same problem. The same is true in spades this time of late merge, which is widely used. I've used it a number of times, many others have. Late merge, first of all, has this problem. It's creating a new, when you draw a tree, it looks as if you can do it. You just add a line to the tree and you've got late merge. But if you try to spell it out in terms of the merge operation, you're first creating a new object, which is bad enough because that's already illegitimate. But then you're adding a new operation, a substitution operation, which inserts what you've just created at just the right point inside the tree. That's a pretty tricky operation. Try to formulate it. It's a new complex operation. So late merge has a double problem. One, the problem of not restricting accessibility. Second, the problem of invoking a new operation, which is really unformulable. It's quite a complex operation if you think about it, and it's way out of the framework of anything we're talking about. So and there's many very interesting results that follow from late merge, very much like multidimensionality. But I think the way to look at those results is as problems that have been constructed in an interesting way. So we have organized data instead of chaotic data, which is a step forward, but it's only a step towards eventual explanation in terms of something that meets the austere conditions that we're interested in. And that sets interesting empirical problems to address. I think there are some answers in some cases, which I'll... Okay.
Limited accessibility.
Somebody, yeah, that's right. Can you figure out what's going on? Let there be light. Okay. Is that the second day of creation, I think? Thanks. You're divine. Okay, so where are we? Sorry. We need a different God. Okay? You guys doing that? Okay. Well, there's a lot that follows from all of this. I'm kind of leaving it as an exercise to think it through. But if you think it through, what you'll find is that all of these applications, extensions of merge, including the kind that nobody's ever thought of, including others that have been used widely, all have the same problem. They all have exactly the problem that you see with the simplest case. And the problem, again, crucially, is that they are constructing what are alleged to be legitimate operations, but when you apply them, you get illegitimate conclusions. And that is the sign that there's something seriously wrong. Obviously that can't be. So all of those, the entire literature, big literature, that yields very interesting array of results is not legitimate explanation. It's a proposal of problems. It's posing problems that are interesting, important, big step forward. It's useful to have organization of data instead of just chaotic data, but that's not explanation. That's not the goal of linguistics, at least as a science. Well, all of this suggests a kind of a research program. First, determine which subclass of the loosely characterized operations of merge, which subclass of them are in fact legitimate. That's a research problem. If you run through it, I think through it case by case. Again, leave this as an exercise. I think what you end up finding is the originally intended ones. not defined properly, but the originally intended ones are probably the only ones. The rest of the extensions are not legitimate. Interesting consequences, but not legitimate. The next problem is to formulate merge so it gives you just the right ones, and then try to explain why that definition of merge is the kind that should be reached on general considerations, general conditions that any linguistic operation ought to meet, and this should be deducible from them along with third factor properties, minimal computation, minimal resources. Well, I won't run through the cases, but we get something that looks like this. And we have to put various conditions on x1 to xn. So what are the conditions? Well, I won't bother spelling it out formally. I'll just say it intuitively. Don't lose anything in WS. Spell it out. It means if Y is in WS and Y is distinct from P and Q, it's got to be in the X's. Okay? So you don't lose anything. We don't want something to just disappear in the course of the operation. Second condition, limit accessibility. In fact, limit it to 1. It has to be at least 1 because you're constructing a new object. Okay, otherwise you're not doing anything. But don't do anything beyond that. So no new accessibility should be permitted by merge. And a third condition is x1, xn should be minimal. In other words, don't throw in some new junk that has nothing to do with the operation. Well, what we want to do, of course, is get rid of these. We want a definition of merge which has no conditions. But notice we basically already have that. The first one, that follows from the no tampering condition. The no tampering condition has to be revised now so that it doesn't apply to syntactic objects, but to the workspace, because all the operations are on the workspace. The no tampering condition says if something's in the workspace, don't change it. Okay? Well, the most extreme form of changing is to delete it. So you can't delete it. So from any reasonable interpretation of the general condition, NTC, which is part of the strong minimalist thesis, it follows you're not going to lose anything. This one we've gotten rid of. It follows from resource restriction, which is a special, crucial property of organic computation, it seems, at least for language, but probably quite generally, probably related to the general brain activity of massively reducing the data available for computation. So we've gotten rid of this one, but this one implies this one. If you're going to add any more junk, it'll increase accessibility automatically. So therefore, we don't need that condition. So therefore, we can get rid of all of these. They all follow from plausible, in fact, necessary conditions on general computational procedures for an organic object. So that gives us the best possible definition of merge. And if you think it through on principled grounds, and if you think it through, it restricts it just to the original intention, which was never captured by the actual formulations, just kind of in mind. Turns out that what was in mind was actually correct, and all of the extensions have to be barred. Now, I should just say one word about one of the general conditions, kind of a meta condition, descriptive adequacy. I've just been assuming that we want them. We want the operations, of course, to be descriptively adequate, but that's not an innocent notion. You don't know from data whether they're the right data. Descriptive adequacy, and this is not just linguistics, all through rational inquiry, all through science, is a theory-determined notion. It's not innocent. You get a lot of data in, say, chemistry. You don't know, is this real data or not? There are two kinds of problems the data could have. One, it might involve too many variables, lots of other factors that you're not interested in. In fact, if you just look at the phenomena of the world, they're just worthless, you know. Too many things are going on. So you don't develop physics on the basis of just observation of the phenomena in the world. If you're in Silicon Valley, that's the way you do it. But I'm talking about science now, not Silicon Valley. So what you do is try to find, get rid of the data that doesn't really matter. It doesn't have to do with what you're interested in. But that's a theory, internal notion. The other problem is that you look at the phenomena that are around you, they usually don't include the relevant data. They don't include the critical experiments, the kind that matter. These are all problems that were faced in the early days of the scientific revolution. And they were sort of settled for the sciences, but linguistics and the soft sciences haven't really internalized it. So if you go back to, say, the 17th century, the Galilean effort to try to rebuild science on firm grounds, throwing out neo-scholastic occult properties and so on, what was important. And he had a hard time convincing the funders, the aristocrats, not the National Science Foundation, convincing the funders that there was some point in this. So it was very hard for the aristocrats to see why you should care about whether what happens when a ball rolls down a frictionless plane, which can't happen. Why should you care about that and not leaves blowing around in the wind, you know, which you see all the time? That's a big move, actually. And if you think about the problem, it's not trivial. So why is the rate of fall independent of mass? I mean, if Galileo had done experiments, they wouldn't have worked. You know, too many other things would have happened. So what he did was just a thought experiment, neat thought experiment. He said, suppose you have two masses which are identical, two objects which are absolutely identical, okay? And suppose they fall. Well, obviously they'll fall at the same rate. Suppose you bring them a little bit closer together. That's not going to make any difference. So they'll still fall at the same rate. Suppose you bring them so close together that they actually touch in a point. Well, that can't change anything. But now it has double the mass, okay? So we've proved the theorem without an experiment. Most of Galileo's experiments, if you run through the dialogue and so on, are really like this. So for example, another problem that was bothersome is what happens if you have a sailboat sailing through the ocean and you drop something from here. Where is it going to fall? Is it going to fall here or is it going to fall here? Aristotelian physics says it'll fall here. The sailboat's moving forward, so of course it'll fall behind where you dropped it from. Galileo wanted to argue that it's going to fall here because the mass is getting accelerated with the sailboat. Suppose he had done experiments. I leave it to your imagination to see what you would find about where the thing is falling. You get junk, okay? So you don't do experiments, you just do critical experiments, often just thought experiments. And for linguistics, that happens all the time. So you read the literature these days, linguistic papers, cognitive science papers, stuff coming out of Silicon Valley, Google. One of the great achievements heralded is to be able to parse 95% of the sentences that you find in the Wall Street Journal, okay? Suppose you could parse 100% of the sentences and get the right result with training. It would mean absolutely nothing. A sentence in the Wall Street Journal is just an experiment. Is this an acceptable sentence or not? You don't care if you can match 100% of random experiments. That's of no interest. First of all, a lot of the experiments have the wrong data, too many variables. Also, the other thing is they don't include the critical experiments, the kind you're interested in. Can you get parasitic gaps, for example? Can you get garden path sentences? Well, it turns out when you look at the critical experiments, they fail almost totally. They get maybe 95% of the data, but that's a result of absolutely no interest. And a lot of the field is sort of going off in that direction. Even in the linguistic literature, you find it. Anyhow, without going on, this concept is not a trivial concept. It's not an innocent concept. A lot depends, a lot follows from trying to understand what descriptive adequacy means as a theory internal notion. Anyway, we certainly want to we want to be able to achieve the level of understanding that was reached in the 17th century in the sciences. I think that's a fair goal to try to achieve, to understand that there's something significant and serious and theory internal about what we call descriptive adequacy. There are other conditions that have to be satisfied. One of them, most of them we just take for granted, but one of them, call it stability. By that I mean, in the course of a derivation, a syntactic object can't change its interpretation. Okay, so for example, if you topicalize, say, Mary's book, I want to read, in the internal system, the non-externalized system, it's going to be Mary's book. But these two objects have to have the same interpretation. Like this one, you can't be saying, I want to read the book that Mary owns, but I'm talking about the book that she bought, let's say. Okay, that's sort of taken for granted. Same for ellipsis. If you say, I read Mary's book and so did Bill, what Bill read is the same Mary, and if she owned it, it's ownership in both cases. So you have to have a general principle that's telling you that anywhere through a derivation, you can't change the interpretation of the expression. It doesn't matter for right now how you express this fact, but it's got to be somewhere in the deep inside the theory. And that has a lot of consequences. We'll come back to that. At this point, notice at this point we're getting into a very interesting area, the area where we have to identify what are called copies and repetitions. Okay. So here, the two cases of Mary are copies of each other, copies, symmetrical. The term is a little misleading, but you have to recognize it's symmetrical. So these are the same, basically the same entity. They have to have precisely the same interpretation for ellipsis, for any operation. They could be copies, like if I say John saw John, then these two are repetitions. If you look at the generation of the sentence, you had the same formal object, but they were generated independently, and they have nothing to do with each other. This one might as well have been Bill, let's say. Okay. That distinction between copy and repetition is a tricky one. There's an interesting paper by Chris Collins and Eric Grote, which goes through, it's in Lingbuzz, I think. I don't think they published it, which goes through a lot of problems in trying to distinguish copies from repetitions, okay? I think we can cut through all those problems in a non-trivial way, and again, I'm going to leave it as an exercise for you to work it out. But if we appeal to a very general principle, which seems overwhelmingly true, looks false in some cases, but in that kind of situation, it's reasonable to assume that if we understood enough, it would always be true. The principle that's sometimes called duality of semantics. What it comes down to saying is that argument structure, theta theory in particular, is determined by pure compositionality. So in fact, the strongest conceptual reason, I think, for Dominique's predicate internal subject hypothesis is that the subject gets a theta role. Dominique and Hilda had a lot of other arguments for it, but the basic conceptual argument, I think, is it gets a theta role. So therefore, it ought to be determined in the general VP system. Okay. And in fact, anything that gets a theta role ought to be in this system. What about things that are out? And that includes functional categories, like they have an argument structure, but they're going to be determined by just essentially by external merge. What about internal merge? Well, that's always yielding things which have no independent interpretation. So internal merge is sort of determining aspects of semantics which have to do with discourse, with information structure, and so on, not argument structure. But that looks like a very sharp distinction. And if we accept it, then it follows that when at the phase level, when interpretation is trying to determine what's a copy and what's a repetition, it has a big, can stand on a pretty high ladder. If something's in a non-theta position, it's a copy. If it's in a theta position, it's a repetition, okay? That cuts very sharply. Now, it does leave possible cases of ambiguity. If you think through the possible cases, there are some that seem not to be determined by this. But here I'll just give you a thesis and ask you to prove it in your spare time. It turns out, I think, that there is a kind of a conspiracy of other principles that solves the ambiguities. The things that seem to matter are Vergniaud's abstract case theory, which makes distinctions that you don't see sometimes in the morphology. And that turns out to be quite important. Another is Rizzi's left periphery theory, which assumes that there are actual positions that, like topic, focus, and so on, that a raised element moves to, okay? And third, connected with this labeling theory, which tells you when those movements are legitimate, when they give you a real interpretation, when you have to move on, when you don't have to move on. I think if you put all these together, it probably solves the ambiguity problems. But I'll leave that as another exercise. It's a very interesting question. You might think through one of the tricky cases, which is not easy to deal with, is small clauses. So you might want to think about that. So it has interesting consequences when you try to think how that would work for this. But I'll just leave that as a problem to solve. But if we can solve it this way, then we can solve the copy repetition problem simply by looking at internal merge and external merge. Okay. We'll say that every merge operation yields a copy. Nothing else yields a copy. In the case of external merge, the copies that are yielded disappear under the replace interpretation of merge, so you don't happen to see them. Okay. But with internal merge, they remain. And then this phase level algorithm based on duality of semantics, along with the conspiracy that language is kind enough to provide us with, should resolve the ambiguities of interpretation. That's the general picture. You can think about it and try to fill in the details.
No, I still don't understand this basic AB tree and the BC tree. You know, the two trees you put down right at the start, AB and BC.
Like parallel merge.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
let's.
don't understand why you seem to say that that was ruled out by something.
Yeah, it is. So suppose you have A, B, and C. Okay. And now you copy B to C. The way people draw it is like this, but we're not allowed to draw trees. What you're actually doing is forming a new object, B, C. So now you have two objects, A, B, and B, C. Okay, now you take this one, you make it arbitrarily complex, anything you want. We're allowed to merge this. This is accessible, remember. Okay. It's a copy of that. So you can keep merging it again. You merge it to this. You now have a copy relation here, but it violates every condition. It's back to the initial case. All the cases follow from the simple case. Okay. So parallel merge is out.
What's the part of the definition of merge that forbids the?
That blocks this.
Yeah.
Not adding accessible things. You're adding, if you do this, you're adding this thing, which is accessible, and you're also adding this, which is accessible, and in fact, this, which is accessible. So you're adding three accessible things to the workspace. Actually, this one, these are all new, remember. They're not the ones you started with. They're copies of it, so they're new objects, and they're now accessible. Okay. This one, crucially, because this is the one you've moved, and now you have two copies of it, both of them accessible, okay, plus the pair, which is accessible. So you're violating resource restriction, which is the crucial condition. Most everything is following from resource restriction, which I think is probably a deep property of organic computation. Same is true of sidewards merge, collapses for the same reason. Notice in duality of semantics, that has consequences that may be objectionable. So for example, it seems to rule out Norbert Hornstein's theory of control, right? Norbert's interesting theory of control relating control to raising raises a controlled element to a new theta position, okay? So that's giving internal merge to a theta position, violating duality of semantics. So here we have a problem. Either Norbert's theory is wrong or duality of semantics isn't properly formulated, okay?
Is this the same reason why sideward movement is ruled out?
Sidewards movement, same reason.
Same reason, okay.
It's even more reasons, because at least this, it does form a new object with more accessibility, but there's also the question about how you connect these two separate things, which is another problem. But at least it has the problem of more accessibility. That one runs across all of the extensions of merge. Okay. You look through them, all of them have this property. Okay. So they all basically reduce to this very simple operation that I had down here somewhere about in the simplest case. that serves as a paradigm for just about everything, if you think it through. Okay? So we're now down to, with various problems hanging around on the side, like what about Ornstein's theory of control? We seem to be converging on exactly what we want. The simplest possible operation, conceptually justified, which gives us exactly the cases that don't yield illegitimate operations and eliminates the cases that do. Well, what about all the problems that are left over? So take, say, across-the-board movement. The parallel merge and multidimensionality give you interesting ways of describing ATB. Notice describing, because none of them are legitimate. But at least you can kind of draw graphs that kind of look as if they're doing something, even though they're not. So what do we want to?
Clarification question.
Yeah.
Is the point, was it, so doing parallel merge or, you know, whatever, similar sideward merge, you want that to be bad due to the constraints imposed by whatever gives us a restriction of resources? There's not enough stuff accessible to do that? The way that we restrict resources is just via phases, I guess, if I understand things right. Does that mean that there's a phasey explanation for the lack?
You can't have any operation. As soon as you look at the operation, if it adds accessibility, it's out. Okay? Because there's a meta condition on linguistic operations, probably on general organic computation, but at least on linguistic operations, which says you can't add resources. When you have an operation, it can create one new accessible object. The object that you've constructed can't construct any others.
Is agree also sensitive to this constraint? Agree as an operation, is it also sensitive
Agree
to
has the same property.
So it's also a bit
If you generalize it, it holds also for agree and labeling and other things. But the interesting case is merge. Yeah. But none of the operations should add new accessible items. This should be a general property.
Why are you have the two A, B, and BC. Why are the
What are we
B
talking
and C the same
Parallel
merge case?
Yeah.
So you end up with two element sets, which you A, B, and BC.
Right.
Why do you call the elements of the BC?
What?
Why do you call those accessible?
Accessible?
Yeah.
There's no reason why they're not accessible. I mean, unless you stipulate somehow that they're not.
Why are they?
I mean, if
Why are
this,
they
if this
accessible?
one was able to move from here, then it's able to move from here. I mean, it's the same structure. Unless you impose some other rule that says I'm not allowed to move. But there's no reason for that. Remember, this is a copy in IM. Copies are always allowed to move. So unless you simply stipulate,
If parallel merge is allowed.
unless you simply stipulate I'm not allowed to move, which gives the game away, then you're not allowed to have the operation because there's no basis for that stipulation. It was originally, notice that it was originally allowed to move. That's the whole point. So therefore it should still be allowed to move. It's the same structure. Okay?
Both move. Now there are two of them that can move.
Yeah, either one or the other. But, so I don't think there's any way to salvage it. It's just out, like all of them. And late merge even for further reasons. Well, let's go on and take a look at the things that, the empirical cases that were described by these illegitimate operations, like, say, ATB. So what did John buy and read? Let's see. Okay. Well, how do you generate this, first of all? Well, it would start with, I'll forget the reduce support and all that stuff. Simplify it. What John bought. What? Because remember, we're talking about the internal core language, not the external language. And what John read what? That's the thing that we generate internally. Well, why doesn't that give the interpretation? Standard answer, because the thing that he read might be different than the thing that he bought. So it's not giving it the right interpretation. However, think it through for a second. This is a copy. This is a copy. This, of course, is a copy. This is a copy. What is the property of copies? Okay. The property of copies is they all delete except for the top one. That's a general principle of computation. So like in successive cyclic movement, you delete all the copies. I mean, there are languages where you leave some residue somewhere, but we'll forget about that. Basically, you delete all the copies. That's general computation, okay? So that means that in the externalization, we delete this. Of course, we delete these. Well, notice that that gives you the right form. It gives you the form, what did John buy and read? But does it give you the right interpretation? Well, in fact, it does, because of the principle of stability. Remember this principle. It says in ellipsis or topicalization or anything, in the CI system, you can only delete if you have absolute identity. Otherwise, you just can't delete. Okay? General property of interpretation at CI. Deletion requires perfect identity. But notice that that gives you ATB automatically. Nothing else to say. If you think about parasitic gaps, it essentially works the same way. Think it through. There's actually an interesting paper by Rini Hoiberg. It's not in print, unfortunately, but it's circulating around the internet, which goes through the details of it. But in fact, the basic idea is pretty straightforward. Okay. So ATB in parasitic gaps, you get straight. Notice also you get, in the case of parasitic gaps, it follows that a movement won't yield parasitic gaps because you don't have the initial WH phrase, which will allow the second one to be a copy. So a parasitic gap with a movement would be something like, John ate a sandwich, which book did he file or something? Doesn't mean anything. Okay, Professor?
I don't understand. I understood you to be saying that in the case of what did John buy and read, it's the same thing that he bought and read.
Has to be, otherwise
Right.
you can't delete it at the CI level.
Right, but we can say things like, what did John buy and Mary
What did he read?
eat?
Yeah, that's fine.
But-
There's nothing wrong with this interpretation. It's just not ATB.
So how do we derive what did John buy, what did John read and Mary
You
eat?
just decide not to call this a copy. Call this something, call this a repetition. You can always call something a repetition. The book was, John saw John. Repetitions, generate them separately. If you don't say anything, one of the options is ATB. Another option is the other interpretation, which is all you want. And notice that if you use the ATB interpretation, then you're deleting. So if you're giving the ATB interpretation, you're reading it as ATB with the deletion, because the deletion is dependent on the stability.
That part I understood. Then I didn't understand a sentence like, what did John,
Buy and what did he read?
no, what did John buy and Mary sell?
That's
Where
fine.
It can be different things.
That's just totally different sentences. What did John buy and Tom went to the store? You can generate that.
But there's no question in the second part.
Yeah, but it just has the interpretation it has.
But isn't what you just said, doesn't it force the meaning that there is a thing that John bought and Mary ate?
If you have two WHs, which are copies by definition because they're in IM non-theta positions. So therefore there is the option for them to be interpreted as copies, and if they're identical, to delete, which gives you the correlation between the ATB semantic interpretation and the externalization with deletion. You don't have to delete it. You could be saying, what did John buy and what did Tom eat? That's a fine sentence. Just nothing happens.
Can I have a follow-up question? So I think if one person asks, what did John buy and Mary read, it's possible to answer that question. John bought a book and Mary read a journal, something like that, no?
Not if it's ATB. It has to be the same thing. That's the point about ATB. If you delete, you can't get the different interpretation.
It just feels like a normal dialogue, and then it would mean that
What-
the first was not an ATB interpretation.
What did John buy and Mary read a book?
No.
What did John buy and Mary read? It's the same
But
thing.
is it possible to answer it, John bought an apple and Mary read a book?
That's a fine sentence. But there's
As
no
an answer to the ATB question.
no. Either it's ATB or it's two independent constructions. That's what ATB is. Think about it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any ATB phenomena. Okay?
No, but I think that the facts are,
What?
at least I think that for many people, what did John drink and Mary read is fine as a
Then-
question.
Well, for those people, they don't have ATB. Okay? We're talking about ATB, the phenomenon, right? If somebody says it's not my language, sorry. But we're talking about people who have ATB, which has this interesting property that you delete the things and interpret them identically. That's the whole point of ATB, okay? So we're not going into the question of does somebody have some different language, okay? We're talking about the languages which have a problem to solve, okay? Namely ATB. If you don't have the problem to solve, you don't do multidimensionality either, okay?
But aren't there speakers who have both?
What?
Have both ATB as the meaning ATB meaning and the one which you're saying is the non-ATB meaning? So what did Mary drink and John buy? For me, that's ambiguous. It could mean that obviously for some bizarre reason, Mary drank and John bought the same thing. Or it could be John bought a Cadillac and
Yeah.
Mary drank Pepsi.
I mean, if that's your
I mean, my brain's not
interpretation,
exploding.
then you don't accept the multidimensionality analyses either.
Oh, no, I don't. I mean,
Okay,
but-
fine.
But the facts are what they are.
That's fine. I don't care. I mean, if somebody has a different system, we can try to describe that one, but I'm talking about ATB.
All right.
Okay? If you don't have it,
I
fine.
do have it, but I have.
No, you don't. You have something different. You have something that is different from what is described in the ATB literature. Okay? But so then we can talk about that. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but I'm trying to say that what is captured by parallel merge in the multidimensionality interpretation, in fact, is yielded automatically with nothing. Okay? Good. Same with parasitic gaps. If you look at parasitic gaps, there's a million different problems about them, and this doesn't address those problems. It's just saying the basis, the very basis for parasitic gaps, we already have without anything, including the fact that they are conditional on WH movement in the first sentence, not A movement. All of that follows right away. Then you get into the morass of problems about different kinds of parasitic gaps, okay? A different kind of question. Yeah.
I'm sorry, one more question. I believe in ATB. It's not the same question. So, do we end up with a system where if you're in a theta position, you can either, if you have two things in theta positions, they are either copies or repetitions, and you get to choose which one?
No, see, that gets back to this conspiracy that I was
So
talking about.
if it's John likes John, then they're repetitions.
What I'm saying, what I'm giving you as an exercise is to show the following, and I think it works, that if you accept duality of semantics, the general principle, and you look at these properties of language, I think you end up resolving the ambiguities, determining what are copies and what are repetitions. That's a claim, okay? It's up to you to falsify it.
So a movement, no parasitic gaps, but a movement is claimed to show across the board movement. So
it's okay with across the board.
So can
no,
you just,
no, it does, this is just dealing with ATB with WH movement. Okay? There's other questions about A movement. Yeah, but I'm not talking about those. The main ones are the ones in the multidimensionality.
but the line of reasoning that rejects parasitic gaps with a movement.
Well, you don't get parasitic.
Yeah, that explains why you don't get it with a movement.
You don't get it with A movement because the element in the gap, the WH, the operator in the gap, has nothing to be a copy of. So these two things are just totally independent of one another. It's like John ate a sandwich before reading. Just doesn't mean anything.
But it can do it in the case of across the board. Like, would that also lead us to expect that there's no across the board A movement by the reasoning for
Across
why?
the board A movement is a different problem. It's not dealt with in the multidimensionality literature of the kind that I'm discussing. Okay, I think it works, but it's basically the same. Okay, it's a fair question. We should look at that. Yeah. Okay. Well, this the question of the. Sorry.
I have a clarification question about parasitic gaps. So, in a sentence, what did John read after buying?
What did John read after buying?
What did John read after buying? The gap in buying, what is the higher copy of it that you elide?
Well, that would be something like, what did John read before what John buying? And the two whats are copies. So you get the same phenomenon. If you want the details, look at Rini's paper, but that's basically the structure. Okay, and it gives you the core properties of parasitic gaps. It leaves lots of questions open about different kinds of them. Okay. Well, let me, any more? Yeah.
Sabine, the question Sabine might have had in mind was for you to comment on a sentence like, what two graves were one friend buried in on Monday and the other friend buried in on Tuesday?
This doesn't go into that. There are many other questions about interpreting. Anybody who's interested in the kinds of questions that Barry's raising should look at the book, the longest book in the literature with the shortest title. It's called And. And the author is sitting over there. And it gives hundreds of pages of very interesting examples of ways of interpreting conjunction and complex structures based on a kind of a neo-Davidsonian event calculus. And there are tons of problems there that are really interesting to solve. But what we're interested here in is asking, what is the basis in the structures for yielding those interpretations? Barry actually doesn't go into that question in the book. See, I think you tell me if I'm falsifying it, that Barry describes it as fundamentally as a kind of conjunction reduction. But if you think about that formally, it can't mean, I think this is I hope, a friendly amendment to the book. It doesn't mean that you first generate all these huge conjunction things, infinitely many of them for a short sentence, and then get the syntactic structure. It must mean, that's the thing I'm going to get to next, that you have a syntactic structure, and there are some kinds of interpretive rules that we have to figure out that give you this mass of amazing stuff that you find in there, okay? That's the challenge to face, and if the event calculus approach is the correct one, that will yield the event calculus interpretations of the structures that you generate. Is that a fair account? Okay. unfortunately, Barry tells me he's now working on another book called But. I hate to think about that. Okay. Okay.
So how do we handle copies, not copies, resumption under this?
How do we handle resumption?
How do we?
How do we handle resumption, resumptive pronouns?
We don't in this system. That's something else. A lot of things I'm not talking about. Okay, yeah, it's a fair question, but not talking about it. Okay. Not that there's any other way of talking about it, right? It's just that if it exists, we're going to want to have an explanation of it in terms of operations which meet the austere conditions of explanation. That's the general point. Whatever problem you're working on, whatever it may be, phonology, semantics, syntax, morphology, if you want an actual explanation within the context of a program that regards language as part of the natural world, if that's your framework, you're going to have explanations in terms that meet this highly austere condition of learnability and evolvability. And about the only thing we know that meets those conditions is merge. So if we can account for things in those terms, like say ATB and parasitic gaps, we're in business, okay? Otherwise, we have problems. Okay, let me turn to another one which is problematic and is related to what Barry was just raising. I'll skip some stuff to get to it. Well, let me just make one more comment about this. I won't bother spelling it out. You'll notice that this is a sketch. I haven't really formalized it, but you can figure out how to formalize it. When you're left with this definition of merge, well, the simplest one, and the one that I think is principled, then you can reformulate it in the usual style of transitive closure, Phrygian ancestrals, you know. Like if you're characterizing the set of integers, the standard way of doing it is to say the set of integers includes, say, 1, and is the least set. It's the least set containing 1 and the successor of any member of the set. That's a standard transitive closure ancestral definition. The analog here would be the set of workspaces for a given language is the set, not the least set, the set, we leave out least, which includes the lexicon and merge of any triple, okay? That's the set of workspaces. We don't have to say least because that's already incorporated in resource restriction, okay? Otherwise, you get the standard recursive definition of the set of workspaces, okay? So it sort of fits the norm. You can work out the details. It's pretty straightforward. Instead of that, let's go to something else. There's pretty good reason to think that in addition to merge, which maybe we've now got in the optimal form, there's probably another operation, at least one other operation. That is asymmetrical merge. There are strictly asymmetrical structures, like, say, young man. Young man, the structure is, it's a noun phrase. The two elements in young man are inaccessible, right? Like you can't extract this and leave this, or the other way around. So we have an asymmetric structure where young is attached to man, and the whole result is still basically man, adjuncts essentially. All adjunct structures, I think, require pair merge, which is the next operation to look at. Now, there's a very interesting property of pair merge, which has been a thorn in the side of all generative systems since the 1950s, namely unbounded, unstructured coordination. Okay, so things like young, happy, eager, to go to Harvard, et cetera, et cetera. You can have an unbounded, unstructured coordination. This is a real problem. You can't generate it by phrase structure grammar. Even unrestricted rewriting systems, which are universal, don't, in the standard interpretation, don't give you the structures for unbounded, unstructured coordination. Now notice that since they're universal, you can code it, but that's not interesting. They are universal Turing capabilities. You can find a coding for it, but that's not of interest. If you look at the generation by phrase structure grammar, you need an infinite set of rules. Okay? It was thought for a while by George Miller and me, papers back in the 50s, that you could get around this with generalized transformations. But Howard Lasnik had a paper showing that the same problem arises. You'd have to have infinitely many of them. So you can't do it by phrase structure grammar, can't do it by transformations. There's no way of generating it. It's been a big problem all along. But notice there is a way of dealing with it in terms of pair merge, namely super multidimensionality, right? So you have, say, man, and you link to it any number of adjuncts. They're all on different dimensions, right? But there's no limit to the number of dimensions you can pair merge to the element. Okay, there's no reason to believe that just because blackboards are two-dimensional, so is the mind. You know, it does whatever it does. So it could have any number of possible dimensions attaching to a particular point. And that would give you something like unbounded, unstructured coordination. This can incidentally become extremely complex. Here we get into Barry's type of questions. So for example, one of the conjuncts, it could be a disjunct, okay? It could be John is young, angry, either going to Harvard or to go to MIT, so on. So you can have, and the disjunct could also be unbounded. So you can have unbounded, unstructured disjunction inside of unbounded, unstructured coordination. And this can yield incredibly complex structures. I leave it to you to give the semantic interpretation of them. But in the nature of the system, you can see that this is possible. Well, instead of trying to, actually it's just the formalism is not very difficult, so I won't go into it, but just take the simplest case and take a look at that. Unstructured, if we can deal with unstructured, unbounded coordination, then the simplest cases of adjuncts are just automatic. They're the case where there's only one element instead of an unbounded sequence of elements. So we will get simple adjuncts if we can handle the unstructured case. So let's take a look at that. That's the essential case. Notice a few properties of it. For one thing, it matters what the order is. So if I say, if the order of the adjuncts is young, angry, that's different from angry, young. The reason is because of something that Jim Macaulay noticed back in the 70s, the word respectively. Okay. So if you think of structures with respectively, then the young, angry man ate the turkey sandwich and the the young angry men ate the turkey sandwiches and the chicken sandwiches respectively. Okay, the order of the adjuncts determines the nature of the interpretation. So somehow we have the object that we have in unbounded coordination is actually a sequence. Furthermore, it can have iterations. Like you can say John is young, angry, young, tired, and so on. You can iterate them. So basically we have, the problem is we have unbounded coordination or disjunction either, which has a sequential structure with possible repetitions. And that sequence is interpreted both at the CI level and the externalization level. Okay, now this does not tell us that linear order enters into syntactic operations. It just tells us there's some object being constructed which is going to be interpreted in terms of its order and spelled out that way, okay? So we're not crossing the barrier into believing that externalization feeds CI, okay? That's important, even though there's order involved. So what we have to have is something that works sort of like this. If you just think of the general properties, you have to be able to pick out a set of things that are going to be adjuncts. And you have to form from that set a sequence. Let's call it this. Where the elements of the sequence are drawn from the set, okay, but in any possible way. Now, that requires an operator. It's actually an operator that's familiar in logic. It's Hilbert's epsilon operator. In Hilbert's formalization of metamathematics, the core operator that he develops, bases it as this epsilon operator, which says that out of a set you can pick an element. Okay, it's basically and, you know, it's like indefinite articles. So we need an operator like this, which tells us that given a set in the generation of an expression, given a set, you pick out a sequence, and then somehow the elements of this sequence link to something. Each of them is going to link to it independently. So if I say young, angry man, the man is both young and angry. Okay, so independently they're going to link to something. So what we're getting out of this is a set which, first of all, it'll have to be identified as either coordination or conjunction or disjunction. Okay, so we have an element here, call it K, which will be plus or minus conjunction. It'll be one or the other. And remember, they can be interspersed, but that's just more formalism. And this sequence will include the pair-merged elements Y1 and some link that it's linking to, all the way up to Yn and a link that it's linking to. And these links have to be identical all the way through. Like if one of them's a WH phrase, they all have to be WH phrases. If you think about unbounded coordination, you can't stick a question in one of the positions. And of course, you can't have different links. So we have an object that looks like that, and that has to be merged into the general expression, okay? That's the formal problem of dealing with adjunction, okay? I won't bother spelling it out. It raises interesting questions. So for example, one question is, what do you actually link to? So suppose you have coordinated noun phrases. John, Bill, Tom, Mary, the guy I met yesterday, et cetera, et cetera. Each of those things is going to link to something. What is it going to link to? Well, the natural interpretation would be that the link, the individual items here, Y, K, L, if it's a noun phrase, they should all link to whatever is common to noun phrases. Okay, some thing, call it N. Notice here that I'm not using the DP analysis, which I think is a mistake. I won't go into it here. But it seems to me that nominal phrases should be regarded as nouns, not as determiners. Determiners are probably something that hang off the outside. And definiteness is probably a feature of the whole noun phrase. So I'm assuming that Semitic is the universal language, that the determiner is just a feature on the noun phrase which distributes somehow differently in different languages depending on externalization. So you have a feature of the noun phrase, specific, non-specific. You have a structure which is basically N with determiners hanging on somewhere, adjuncts that you don't care about. What is this N? Well, here we get back to something that Hagit suggested years ago, that the basic structure of language is, again, kind of like Proto-Semitic. You have roots which are unspecified as to category, and then you have categorizers that determine what they are. So, for example, N and the root probably pair-merged, probably in the lexicon. That's probably the first operation, going back to paper of yours. The first operation is probably a lexical operation. There are many operations inside the lexicon that involve merge-type operations. One of them is probably categorization. But notice that this N that's determining that this root is a noun can't be the same as this one. Okay, same with verb. The V that's determining that something's a verb has to be distinct from what we usually call V or V star, up at the phase level. Those are just different elements. They shouldn't be confused, I don't think. In fact, these, the ones at the phase level, I think should simply be regarded as phase markers, independent of category. Okay? Category is decided down below, probably in the lexicon. At the phase level, you have something saying, I'm a phase marker. And notice that if you take a look at noun phrases and verb phrases, they have some interesting similarities, some differences, but some similarities. One similarity is that both noun phrases and verb phrases can be either, call it strong or weak, with regard to extraction. So the complex noun phrase constraint, it's well known, is strong for specific noun phrases, but is basically inoperative for non-specific noun phrases. It's the same, sounds like the same distinction as between strong phases and weak phases. So transitive verbal phrases are strong with regard to extraction. You have to move to the edge. Weak ones, you don't have to move to the edge. It looks like the same property as weak noun phrases. So possibly what we have is something like this, going back to classical Greek grammar, philosophy, linguistics didn't distinguish. We have the notions substantive and predicate, which gives us a four-way classification of things that are substantive, non-predicate. Those are the nominal phrases. Substantive, predicative, adjectival phrases, non-substantive plus predicate, the verbal phrases, and then non-either, which is all the junk, prepositional phrases and so on. Some structure like that. And the the crucial phase operations seem to be restricted to those that are the sort of perfect elements, pure substantive, pure verbal, okay? With either the strong or weak property. Now, one of the curious distinctions between noun phrases and verb phrases, which has prevented the thinking of noun phrases as phases, is you don't get the normal escape hatch. But I discovered a couple of days ago, thanks to somebody, that Booley has an escape hatch for noun phrases. So that fits in the gap that we were worrying about. So let's say Booley and Proto-Semitic are the core languages, and that would put noun phrases and verb phrases together with the ending the idea of using the same notion for the categorizer and the phase marker. They're probably different notions. Adam, yeah.
I would like to go back to the initial definition of merge, since you mentioned the
The original definition.
The one you put on the board. The first
pair
merge,
merge.
not
Pair merge or merge.
And you said PQ and the workspace, and this is the stuff I saw.
The original one.
Yeah. If you run the clock backwards to the first merge, the stuff we talked about, and Q then becomes the workspace, right? Because in that definition, Q equals the workspace. There's nothing. The workspace is empty until you put in the
If you start with just two things.
No, you start with
one
nothing,
thing.
Right? Before you start merging, there's a workspace which is empty.
Well, there's no workspace until you put something. Well, the workspace is a set.
Okay, so the workspace is the set PQ in this definition? Because why do you have three elements? This is the confusing part.
The workspace can't have PQ unless they get into the workspace. You merge them. So how do you get them into the workspace?
Well, but okay, so and in this recursive way, Q is the prior workspace, right? So at some point you finish merge and you have a workspace before you start another set of merge, right?
I don't follow. Before you do any merge, you have nothing. You just have a lexicon.
But in order to put P, let's say, and Q even into the workspace has to be prior to P and Q being there.
No, it just means there's the option of creating a certain set, which you can put things in if you want.
Okay. So the set, the workspace is essentially something that comes out of PQ being put together. Yes?
Well, the workspace has nothing in it unless you put something in it.
Okay. And then the question is, so the workspace at some point, is Q though, if you have is Q equals Q, right? Because
No, only if you've put Q into it.
yes, so that's the next step, let's say, and you have another merger, which is, let's say, P1, Q1. Then Q1 was the previous workspace.
I don't follow.
Because
If-
Q is the
let's
workspace.
imagine that we're just beginning the computation.
Yeah, if you could do
And we take P and stick it into the workspace. Now the workspace is the singleton set, including P. Now we put Q in the workspace. Now it has two elements. Then we decide to merge them. We get a new element, set PQ, but not P and Q. There is an interesting empirical question here. How do you start? Okay, and there are various options, and they have lots of consequences. One possibility is that the only thing that goes into the workspace at the beginning is things you've already merged in the lexicon. Okay, so if the first, remember, inside the lexicon, there are constructional operations going on, like the words in the lexicon already have structure. Okay, part of the structure, if Hagit is correct, and I'm assuming she is taking a category like N, V, maybe broken down into substitution and predicate, and categorizing a root as one thing or another, an operation inside the lexicon, which is giving you a pair, like the pair V hit, let's say, the verb hit. Then that thing can be put in the workspace. It already has two elements paired. Then you could put something else in the workspace, begin to merge them, put more things in, build up the workspace. So,
the increasing accessibility constraint?
no, it doesn't.
Because you're basically pre-packaging things to make them accessible for merge.
Yes, but you're going to have to, you have to, every operation that you carry out is going to create something. That's what an operation is, create something. Now the resource restriction says don't create too much, create as little as you can, at least the thing that you're forming, but nothing else. Okay? Yes, because notice that when you put in the pair root verb, neither is accessible, because an adjunct structure, that's what I said before, if you take, say, young man, you can't extract young, you can't extract man. Notice, incidentally, that this approach, I mentioned earlier last time that there's a way, I mentioned a paper of Željko Boskovic pointing out a way of putting the adjunct island and coordinate island problems in the same package, making them essentially the same problem, based again on the idea of event calculus, semantic event calculus, which treats adjunction like coordination. So it kind of unifies the problems. And that happens automatically here. The pair merge structure gives you both the islands of conjunction and the islands of adjunction. Now notice that it leaves the mysteries, just like Željko's paper does. So if you look at, say, the adjunct island effect, which Jim talked about years ago, it has interesting properties. There are some languages where you can't extract the adjunct. There are other languages where you can't extract from the adjunct, okay? And other distinctions of that sort. Those are interesting problems that remain. Furthermore, if you look at adjuncts, they're not uniform. There are some kinds of adjuncts which you can extract from. There are other kinds which you can't extract from. So the notion adjunct is too diffuse. We have to sharpen it further to find different kinds of, probably different kinds of pair merge. Those problems all are sitting out there, more problems to solve. But you begin to get a unification of the problems. The adjunct island, conjunct island effects do reduce to the same structure, this sequence that you pick out by the epsilon operator. Now, as far as the point that you're making, as I understand it, it does raise, it leaves open some questions about how you get things from the lexicon into the workspace. There are a couple of ways of thinking about this, and they have different consequences. One approach is just to take something in the lexicon, insert it in the workspace, and then go on from there. Another approach is to take something from the lexicon and to merge it with something that's already in the workspace. Okay, that's formally slightly different. It has different consequences when you spell it out. You may need both, you know. Those are questions that you want to resolve, certainly. But I think it's plausible to believe that the whole system of operations begins by just forming categorized roots inside the lexicon, then building up from there. Okay. I don't see a problem with that. I don't see the problem you're raising.
These categorized roots are completely invisible to syntax.
Yes,
because
the
otherwise
categorized root itself is, but not the parts. Like you can't just raise the root and leave the categorizer, or conversely, because they're pair merged. And that's essentially the adjunct island.
Right? They don't have to be just moved. They could be targeted by agree, for instance, or other things. Targeted by agree, for instance, or other things. So they're also invisible to any operation, not just move, but there's like other sort of syntactic operations which will look at the root.
That raises other questions. It's not, I mean, here we're talking about accessibility to merge. There are questions you can raise about whether you can have agreement into an adjunct, let's say. That's a different question. Here we're talking about accessibility to merge, okay? lots of other questions. Yeah, okay. Let me just, it's getting kind of late. So I mentioned a couple other things that you might deal with in terms of pair merge. There's lots of interesting questions hanging around that have a potential, I think, pair merge analysis. So let's take one that's been a crazy problem for a long time. There's a strange restriction on extraction from causative type verbs and perception verbs. So if you look at structures like John saw Bill walking down the street, you can passivize this. You can say Bill was seen walking down the street. On the other hand, if this was a bare verb, walk, then you can't do it. You can't say Bill was seen walk down the street. This also holds for the kind of causative type verbs. Verbs like let and make. They don't have the full paradigm, but they have part of it. They have, I let John walk down the street, but you can't say John was let walk down the street, okay? Now, there's a long problem in the literature about how to deal with this. The only partial solution I've seen is a paper by Norvin. I don't know if it's in print even, left, okay. There's a paper by Norvin in terms of contiguity analysis, which gives a description of how you could block. Oh, back? Okay. Come back in, I'm insulting you. So the only paper I know that says anything about it is Norvin's paper, which this is the blocking passivization out of perception verbs and causative verbs in terms of contiguity theory, which is an interesting description, but it doesn't cover the whole set of data, because the fact of the matter is you get the same property without extraction. So, for example, in English, these structures are a little bit odd. In other languages, they're normal. But things like there were seen last night 3 men walking down the street. You can't say 3 men were seen. You can't say there were seen last night 3 men walk down the street, okay? So even without extraction, you get the same property. So it can't be based on extraction. It's got to be based on blocking passivization. Now, if you think about it with the let, make type verbs, you can think of those as being basically causatives. They have essentially a causative structure. And in fact, the verb cause itself is kind of resistant to passivization. So John was caused to leave and that sort of thing. So suppose we think of the let and make as being essentially causative affixes, the kind that show up in many languages. That would mean that they're pair merged with C, probably in the lexicon. Well, that gives a unit that's invisible to the operation of passivization. Okay, it's a pair-merged element which is resistant to whatever we think passivization is, maybe eliminating the case structure. Okay, that would block both the in situ cases and the raising cases. In fact, it's the only way I know of dealing with that. Now, it's natural for let and make, because they are kind of quasi-causative. But there's a very interesting question that goes way back as to why perception verbs should act the way the causative type verbs do. Actually, Jim Higginbotham has an interesting paper on this in the 60s, 70s, 80s, I guess, in which he tries to argue that the complement of the perception type verbs is basically some kind of nominal expression with the ver verb. But maybe that's an avenue to explain it. But at least using the device of pair merge, you have an opening to try to account for this strange phenomenon. I don't see any other way of dealing it. Another kind of case that's quite interesting is head movement. Head movement has always been a terrible problem. It doesn't have any of the right properties. It doesn't fit anywhere in the movement system for all sorts of reasons. There is an approach, an interesting approach by Hisa Kitahara. He has papers on this. In terms of pair merge, I'll just give the simplest case. Take T to C movement. Okay, so you have a structure C, T, V, whatever. And at some point, this moves here. Okay. How does that work? It's one of the cases of head movement. Notice that the thing that's moving is really not T, it's V. Okay. This is an error of the traditional head movement analyses. But the thing here is usually described as a T with a V joined to it by an adjunction operation. But it's actually the other way around. It's a V with a T adjoined to it. One of the reasons the traditional adjunction operations just don't give you the right result. There are many reasons. What Hisa suggests is that when you get to this point, you've created this object, you have a C, and then the next operation is to form CT. Okay? Notice that the elements of CT are not accessible because that's a pair-merged adjunction structure. So you've actually enlarged the workspace, but you've only added one. Actually, you haven't even, because you've taken C and added T to it. You've kept the workspace the same size, but you haven't. The only accessible thing you've added is this. So that's permitted by resource restriction. Then the next operation is you've got this thing, and this thing is just to merge them. Okay, when you merge these two things, you get what you wanted, the structure CT with T down here and V. So that gives you a possible way of looking at head movement. Notice it has a problem. It has the same problem as all of the examples back to the original one of resource restriction. What happens if you then make some new thing here, X, you start building it up, it ends up being of the form T, V, and then you decide to merge this to this one. Okay, that's crazy. Doesn't make any sense. But what blocks that? That's the same paradigm we always have. Now, this gets kind of complicated, but I think there's a way out of this problem and I'll leave it to you as something to think about. There's a way out of it by sharpening the notion of restricting computation so that it tells you at each point to add as little as possible to the workspace to still continue. If you think about that, it gives you an interesting direction into perhaps blocking this option. It amounts to a condition that will say you're going to have to merge this one before you create something new. Now, you can't make that too strong, or you won't be able to build up exocentric constructions. So you have to put conditions on it that allow just the right ones to block the wrong ones. I'll leave that as another exercise to the reader. Hisa has a paper which doesn't go into this, it just gives the proposal. Well, there's a lot more that could be said. I think I'll stop at this point. These are the kinds of problems that arise when you try to give a principled approach to the nature of explanation. You get some interesting results, get a horde of problems. The problems may be presented in an organized form, which is helpful, but we want to go on to try to find real explanations for them. Sometimes you can, as in the case of unifying compositionality and movement, or structure dependence, or the basis for reconstruction. Things like ATB and parasitic gaps, maybe some of these things. But there's a mass of problems out there to try to deal with in a principled fashion. So that's why it's an interesting field. Well, I'd also like to express my regret that we were prevented from having the interaction we anticipated with our Iranian colleagues. It's always painful to see governments interfering with academic freedom, particularly painful when it's our own. And this is not the first time with regard to Iran. I recall a couple of years ago there was the American Association for the Advancement of Science at its international conference in Boston, and there were many protests about the fact that Iranian scientists who had made very significant contributions to topics of great interest were prevented from attending. Painful to see this continuing. Well, turning to our topic, language can be studied in many different ways, as you all know. The one crucial divide is between studying language as something internal to people, a trait of the person. So it's property of me that I'm talking English and not Farsi. It's a property of me that I have a shared capacity to language, something that's a species property. That's one approach. It would be treating language something like the way we treat an individual visual system, for example. It's a property of the individual. Another approach is to regard language as something external to individuals, out there somewhere, not inside us. The first approach is expressed pretty well by great linguist Otto Jespersen about a century ago. He regarded the prime concern of linguistics to be to discover how, quoting him, how the elements of language come into existence in the mind of a speaker, an individual speaker, obviously on the basis of finite experience, yielding what he called a notion of structure in the mind that is definite enough to guide the speaker in framing sentences of his own, particularly free expressions. These are typically new to speaker and hearer. And then beyond that, a further concern had to discover the great principles that underlie the grammars of all languages. That's Jespersen a century ago. Adopting Jespersen's position, linguists are studying something in the mind of the speaker, both what is present as innate endowment and the mature state that's achieved, a study very similar to the investigation of other biological systems. Well, Jespersen was actually the last representative of a long tradition, a very rich tradition, which goes back to the origins of the scientific revolution in the 17th century. The scientific revolution began really when the thinkers of the day simply refused to accept what seemed natural and self-explanatory, whether it was the fall of bodies or the perception of a geometrical figure or anything else, and recognized that these phenomena were mysterious, puzzling, not self-explanatory at all, but demanding explanations. And one phenomenon that caught their attention, in fact, was language. That's the Galilean challenge that Massimo referred to. Galileo and his contemporaries expressed their awe and amazement at what is, in fact, is a remarkable phenomenon. The fact that with just a few sounds, symbols, it's possible to express an infinite number of thoughts and also to somehow convey to others who have no access to our minds how our most inner thoughts are developing and what their nature is. Since I like the eloquence of their own words, I'll quote them. In their own words, they were awed by the method by which we are able to express our thoughts, the marvelous invention, we would now not call it an invention, the marvelous invention by which using 25 or 30 sounds, we can create the infinite variety of expressions, which having nothing in themselves in common with what is passing in our minds, nonetheless permit us to express all our secrets and allow us to understand what is not present to consciousness. In effect, everything we can conceive and the most diverse movements of our soul. And it is pretty amazing if you think about it. It seems natural, but give it some thought. I reckon something. Sorry, try to avoid. It is a remarkable fact in itself. Also, there's nothing comparable in the organic world. And
here's what I found.
That's Siri. I'm sorry, Professor. I'm just
somebody angry up there.
It's Siri. It's Apple is angry. Excellent. There we go.
Which
just leave it. Okay.
So the question is, how can this great achievement be understood and explained? Galileo himself regarded the alphabet as the most stupendous of human inventions. First, because it enabled this achievement to be implemented and carried out, but also because the alphabet incorporated implicitly the wisdom of the ages and the answers to all possible questions, kind of like a universal Turing machine. Shortly after, the grammarians and logicians in Fort Weil Monastery expanded these notions, developed much of the foundations of contemporary logic and many insights into linguistics as well. They inaugurated what turned out to be quite a rich tradition of what was called universal and rational grammar. Universal because it was common to all human languages, rational because it was seeking explanations and not just descriptions. It was crucially seeking to, in Jesperson's terms, describe the great principles that underlie the grammars of all languages. Well, while the formulations were imprecise, I think it's fair to interpret this tradition as recognizing, at least implicitly, that the capacity for language, as well as individual languages, are actually internal properties of persons. It was also generally assumed, now we have much better evidence, but plausibly assumed at the time, that this capacity is shared through the species with no group differences, and is unique to humans in fundamental respects. It's a true species property and the basis for human thought, human creativity, human culture. Well, this general program falls within the natural sciences. In recent years, borrowing Massimo's expression, it's been called the biolinguistics program. The early efforts to meet the Galilean challenge faced serious difficulties, both empirical and conceptual. Empirical difficulties, they just didn't have enough evidence, anything like it. Conceptual difficulty was that nobody had a real idea as to how to capture this notion of a concept of structure in the mind, which enables speakers to construct infinitely many free expressions capturing their thoughts. Well, all of this was swept aside by the structuralist, behaviorist currents of the early 20th century. Jespersen himself was completely forgotten. It's an interesting review of the structuralist reaction or lack of reaction to Jespersen by Julia Falk, a historian of linguistics and language, about 20 years ago. But it was completely forgotten. The structuralist behavioralist approach adopted the second approach to the study of language, something external. Now you can see this very clearly if you simply look at the definitions of language that were given by leading figures. So for example, for de Saussure, language was a kind of social contract. It what he called a collection of word images in the community of speakers. So something outside. For Leonard Bloomfield, the American linguist, language was the set of utterances that can be expressed in a speech community. For the leading philosophers of language, like W. Quine, language, in his words, is a fabric of sentences associated with one another, with stimuli, by the mechanism of conditioned response. Other leading philosopher of language, David Lewis, language is some infinite set of sentences. Both Quine and Lewis argued that it doesn't make any sense to think of a particular concept of structure that could determine, characterize this infinite set. It only makes sense to talk about the infinite set, the thing that's external to a person. Well, the tradition was totally forgotten, even people like Jespersen. Well, by the mid-20th century, it became possible to return to the tradition, which was unfortunately unknown, later rediscovered, and to express clearly what a concept of structure in the mind would be that permits the construction of an infinite number of expressions expressing our thoughts. That was the result of the work of great mathematicians, Alan Turing, Kurt Gödel, Emil Post, and others, who made very clear, developed what in effect is the modern theory of computability, and made it very clear what it means for a finite object to generate an infinite number of expressions. And that allows us to at least approach the Galilean challenge concretely for the first time. The structure of the concept of structure in mind is the internal language, nowadays sometimes called the I language. It's a finite generative system that generates an infinite array of structured expressions, each of which is interpreted as a thought, which can be externalized in some sensory motor modality, typically sound, but as we know, not necessarily so. This property we could call the basic property of language. And then to meet the Galilean challenge, once this concept is clarified, there are a series of tasks. One of them, of course, is simply to try to describe accurately the variety of I languages, not a slight task. Second problem is to explain how the speaker can select a particular instance of the infinite set of expressions in the mind when speaking and interacting. Another question is how this selected expression is externalized, typically in sound. Third, how the expression is processed and interpreted by a speaker, mapping the sound to an internal expression. Well, of these topics, the second and the third, externalizing the selected expression and interpreting it, both of these are input-output the processes, the kind that we sort of know how to grasp. And there's been a lot of progress in discovering what kinds of operations are involved in externalizing the internal expression processing what's heard. The first of these tasks, how a speaker selects a particular expression, that remains a total mystery. There's nothing to say about it. That's part of the property of voluntary action generally, which is, for whatever reason, beyond at least contemporary human capacity to grasp. The problem was described rather well by one of the leading, maybe the leading scientist who studies voluntary action, Emilio Pizzi, and his colleague Robert Ajamian, in a review of the state of the art recently. They pointed out, as they put it fancifully, that we're beginning to understand the puppet and the strings, but we have absolutely nothing to say about the puppeteer. In our case, how the selection takes place. So that we put aside as one of several crucial mysteries that are part of the Galilean challenge. Well, the I language is a property of the individual, so is the species-specific faculty of language, UG in our lingo, the faculty that enables the I language to be acquired. And the study of the faculty of language of UG faces two crucial empirical conditions, which are immediate if one adopts this approach to the study of language. The one is the problem of learnability. How can the I language be acquired? The other is the problem of evolvability. How could the faculty of language have somehow emerged in the mind? Serious questions. Now, it's important. These are the questions of rational and universal grammar, reinterpreted in our terms. Should be recognized that all of an approach of this kind to language imposes very austere conditions on what counts as a genuine explanation. We will have a genuine explanation of some phenomena of language if we provide an account of how any device that's used to describe it can have been learned and how it can have evolved. Short of that, we don't have an explanation. We just have an organization of data, which is very valuable. It's very useful to have an organized account of phenomena rather than just a chaotic mess. That's an achievement, but it's short of explanation. Explanation will require genuine explanation. Invariably, from this point of view, requires a demonstration of learnability, demonstration of evolvability. And again, that is an austere requirement, but any device that's proposed to account for an aspect of language has to face that as an ultimate challenge. Well, the first proposals going back to the 50s, as all of you know, to deal with this developed two kinds of devices. One, phrase structure grammars for compositionality, another transformational grammars for the ubiquitous property of displacement in language, interpretation of an expression both where it's heard and also somewhere else where it's silent, typically. Both of these systems were far too complex to even approach the goal of genuine explanation. The general assumption at the time was that compositionality is a kind of natural and expected property of language, but dislocation, though ubiquitous, is some strange imperfection that of human language, not to be expected, somehow to be explained away. Now that's a view that's still very widely held in current literature, but I think actually the opposite is true. Recent work suggests that the most primitive operation, the one that most fully meets the conditions of evolvability and learnability, is, strangely enough, displacement. I'll come back to that later on. Compositionality is a more complex operation, even though the two can be unified in an important way. These are each topics that began to be understood as the so-called minimalist program was pursued. Well, going back to the earlier period, by the 1960s, it was recognized that phrase structure grammars are completely unacceptable. They just have the wrong properties entirely. For one thing, phrase structure grammars conflate properties that are quite distinct, like hierarchy, linear order, and projection, which are very different properties. They're all put together in a phrase structure grammar. But beyond that, phrase structure grammars simply permit too many options. Like there's nothing in the theory of phrase structure grammar that prevents rules like VP, arrow, N, CP, let's say. It's a fine phrase structure rule. In fact, there's huge numbers of possible phrase structure rules which linguists just avoid because they make no sense. But that's no good. The theory has to tell you what does make sense, what you can't avoid. Anyway, by the 60s, at least in the tradition that I'm discussing, the phrase structure grammars were essentially eliminated. Any use of a phrase structure grammar is at best a very weak descriptive device. They were replaced by X-bar theory. X-bar theory had a number of consequences which were not really appreciated at the time. So think back. X-bar theory, of course, avoids linear order. There's no linear order in an X-bar theory. That forces you to move to a principles and parameters approach. There's no choice. So if you take, say, English and Japanese, roughly mirror images in linear order, they have essentially the same X-bar theory, but some parameter that tells you which way you're going to order the two. So it should have been realized right away that X-bar theory excludes the possibility of rule-based systems, at least for compositionality, and requires a move to what later became what's called the principles and parameters approach. There's really no alternative. Also, X-bar theory was a step, because of this property, towards a much more significant, far-reaching conclusion about language architecture. That became clearer in the work in the minimalist programs, which I'll return in a moment. Well, there was also a serious inadequacy of X bar theory, which was not recognized at the time, not until a few years ago, in fact. X bar theory cannot handle exocentric constructions, which abound. So take, say, just plain the subject predicate, however you deal with it, say, Sportation-Coupland's predicate internal subject hypothesis. There's two objects, a nominal phrase and a verbal phrase, which have to be constructed separately and independently, and then put together, and they do not fit into an X-bar theoretic framework. And this is all over the place. In fact, every case of movement of internal merge is a case that yields an exocentric construction. Now, if you look at the literature from the 60s right through to today, many artifices were developed to try to sort of get around this problem, giving what one knew to be the plausible example, but with no reason to do it. And that, of course, is entirely unacceptable. So there's something very seriously wrong about X-bar theory. By the 1990s, it seemed to a number of us that enough had been learned about language, particularly with the huge explosion of inquiry that took place in the 1980s after the principles and parameters approach had been more or less formulated with some clarity, leading to a very productive research. And quite a lot was learned, and it seemed that it might be possible to try to confront directly for the first time the task of constructing genuine explanations. An explanation based on properties that would meet the twin conditions of learnability, evolvability, which seem conflicting if you think about them. The problem with learnability requires that the system be rich enough to account for the transition from impoverished data to rich knowledge. On the other hand, it must be simple enough so that it could possibly have evolved. By the 90s, it seemed possible to begin to reconcile these apparently conflicting conditions. Well, pursuing that program, what you do is to seek the simplest computational operation and ask how much can be explained on the basis of the simplest operation which must exist, and other factors that enter into the attainment of the mature state of the I language. The other factors are, of course, external data and general, what we may regard as natural laws, other properties, sometimes called third factor properties. Typically, that would be for a computational system like. Did I do something? Sorry. I'm the magician behind the curtain. The obvious conditions would be conditions of computational efficiency for a computational system like language. So how much can be explained in these terms? That's essentially the minimalist program. Notice that in this, to the extent that you can do this, you satisfy the learnability and evolvability conditions. The learnability condition because nothing is learned. The simplest computational operation simply must exist as an innate property. Can't avoid that. So nothing's learned. Now, the evolvability problem is also overcome because the basic property does exist. It's just a fact. And it's clear that some operation or set of operations must have evolved to deal with it. And we would naturally expect that nature would at least pick the simplest possible operation So the fact that the simplest possible operation evolved is not in question. Had to, otherwise we don't have the facts that exist. So there's no learnability or evolvability problem. The innate property might very well be triggered by external events, but that's typical of innate structures, quite generally biological traits. So that does leave questions like how the elementary operation is implemented in the brain. And there's interesting research on this. Best study I know at the moment is Angela Friederici's recent book on the state of the art in neurolinguistics. Very interesting ideas. Well, what's the simplest computational operation? There's one computational operation so simple it must exist in any computational process. That's simply the operation of taking two entities already constructed, forming a new entity from them, and in the simplest case, not modifying either of them or not adding any new structure. Now, that is simply the operation of binary set formation. It's what's called merge in the current literature. And that meets the dual conditions of learnability and evolvability. So anything you can account for in terms of merge is a genuine explanation. Well, there seem to me to have been fairly substantial achievements in this. One achievement is simply the fact that you can unify compositionality and dislocation. These, in fact, are the two subcases of binary set formation. You put two objects together, either they're separate from one another, that's compositionality, or one is inside the other, and you tack it on, that's dislocation. There's a universal property of language that when you do dislocation, internal merge, the one of the copies, typically the lower one, is either totally deleted or is left with some small residue in some languages, but is not fully expressed. And that follows at once from third factor considerations, limiting computation, limiting would be, it's a tremendous burden on the internal computation and even the externalization, the control the motor apparatus and so on to repeat every copy. So what the mind does is to restrict as greatly as possible the computational operations to the limited one. Now that has interesting consequences. It leads to parsing problems, as everyone knows. Anyone who's worked on parsing programs knows that one of the hardest problems is what are called filler gap problems. Trying to find how to fill the gap, where is the gap that's associated with what you hear at the beginning of the sentence. But most of that could be overcome if you simply copied it, we simply articulated everything. But it seems that language, it just doesn't care about efficiency of parsing or about efficiency of communication altogether. It only cares about constructing the optimal system, the most elegant, internal, simplest system. There's many examples of that. A lot of consequences if you think about it. Well, that's one of this indicates that far from being an imperfection, the dislocation is expected in an elementary computational system. In order to bar it, you'd have to have some stipulation. And furthermore, if you think about it, of the two options, compositionality and the dislocation is the simpler one. For one reason, it requires no search, almost no search. You just have to search the object that you're looking at. For compositionality, you have to search the entire lexicon, huge search, plus anything that's already been constructed to decide whether to put those two things together. So it's the simplest operation, it's the most primitive. Now, there are also other reasons for thinking that it is the most primitive. So, for example, there was an interesting study by Marv Minsky some years ago, founder of artificial intelligence. He and one of his students simply experimented with the simplest computational systems, technically the simplest Turing machines, the ones with the smallest number of states and the smallest number of symbols, and just asked what happens if you let these things run free. And what happened was that most of them simply crash. They either get into infinite loops or they terminate. The ones that didn't crash had an interesting property. They yielded the successor function. Now, take a look at internal merge. It is the success, in the simplest case, in fact, is the successor function. With the language of the lexicon of one element, internal merge yields the successor function. And Minsky suggested plausibly that nature was likely to have looked for the simplest thing that works, which would in fact be, we now be able to say, internal merge. But there are other reasons too. If you look at other organisms, even down to the level of insects, they have counters. Like an ant can count the number of steps that it took going to a certain food source and then back. When you build up counters, you get pretty close to the successor function. So if you think about it in evolutionary terms, there's a basis for moving from simple counting systems up to the point where you somehow, with some small change in the wiring of the brain, you go all the way to the simplest operation, the successor function, essentially internal merge. But the point that more generally, both forms of merge are automatically available once you pick the simplest operation. I think this is a new kind of result, and I think a rather significant one. It's one of the rare examples of a genuine explanation of a fundamental property of language. Well, notice that, of course, it's not just dislocation, it's dislocation plus reconstruction. So it automatically yields for the mind, the internal expressions, which in fact are the basis for the full interpretation under reconstruction. So grammatic has many interpretive consequences. Just to take one familiar example, take the sentence, it's his mother that every boy admires. Compare it with it's his mother that admires every boy. Obvious difference in quantifier variable relation. If you look at the reasons, it's perfectly obvious, because what's reaching the mind, though not the ear, is the full system without the externalization that deletes the copy, and that yields the interpretation. There are, of course, much more complex examples. Just to take one to illustrate, compare which of his pictures did the museum think that every artist likes best. Answer is first. Which of his pictures convinced the museum that every artist likes flowers? No relation between every and his. And you get very complex examples. What reaches the mind yields the interpretation instantly. What reaches the ear has problems. You have to sort of do a lot of decoding to try to figure out where the gap is. And these are genuine explanations of non-trivial properties. Actually, the most interesting case, which has been extensively discussed in literature in a very odd way, is the property called structure dependence. It's a very strange property of language, which was noticed back in the 50s when the study of these topics began in a serious way. Why is it the case that in all languages, in all constructions, the linear order is ignored, and what's used is only hierarchical structure. It's very strange for two reasons. For one thing, everything that you hear is linear order, but everything you hear is ignored. You never hear structure. That's abstract. Now, the other reason is that computations on linear order superficially look far simpler. It's very easy to write programs that say, pick the third word, pick the first auxiliary and move it to the front. It's trivial. What language universally does is say, forget about the simple computations, use one that keeps to linear, to hierarchical structure. Now, the standard example that's discussed in this is aux raising. So you're all like, why? Yeah, if you say, can animals that fly swim? Why does it mean can swim, not can fly? In some ways, that was a bad example to use because it creates the illusion that there might be a way to learn this by looking at a lot of data. It's an illusion. But there's an immense literature in cognitive science with papers still coming out. One is in press, coming out in language soon, trying to show that with a rich enough systems, recurrent neural networks and 10 billion examples, it would be possible to learn this. It's totally, all of this literature is totally irrelevant. It's been very hard to make this point, but it's worth thinking about. For one thing, all the methods failed, but that doesn't matter. Suppose they succeeded, it would be of no interest whatsoever, none. Because if they succeeded, they are not addressing the question that is the right question. Why is this chosen in all languages and all constructions? Why doesn't any language use, say, linear order? Much simpler, and that's what you hear. So even if you could get a method, looking at many training examples with a huge supercomputer and so on, that gave you something like what infants know, it would tell you nothing. Because the question is, why does it work this way? Why not some other way? Another strange property of this literature is that it's doing something that is never done in the sciences. It's trying to find a complex way to refute the null hypothesis. The null hypothesis is that the simplest possible operation yields structure dependence, which is a fact. If the only operation is merge, automatically it yields structure dependence. So the problem is solved by the simplest possible way with a genuine explanation. So we have to ask ourselves, what curious pathology is it in the field of computational cognitive science that leads people over and over again, with more papers coming out still, to try to find a way to refute the null hypothesis, and meanwhile not addressing the single question that is raised, namely, why is it always this way? Why is it never any other way? It's an interesting, and of course, quite beyond that, there are cases in the literature which the example of aux raising is misleading, because it does suggest you might be able to find a way to learn from data. There are other perfectly standard cases where it's just impossible. So take, say, construal rules. Carefully, the guy who fixed the car packed up his tools. Why does carefully go with packed his tools, not with fix the car? Any number of cases like that. There's zero data for the child. So no amount of even the richest R&R system isn't, no matter how much training, it's not going to find anything. So it's a very strange phenomenon worth thinking about. But the fact of the matter is that structure dependence, like dislocation and reconstruction, are very curious properties. They're universal from language. We do have optimal solutions for them. In the case of structure dependence, goes even beyond those many of you know, there's no neurolinguistic evidence. This work that Massimo actually suggested to a group in Milan that studied cases where subjects were presented with nonsense languages, one set was languages, real language, based on the structure of real languages, which they didn't know. The other used rules that violate universal grammar, like, for example, using linear order for, say, negation. And what was found was that in the case where the nonsense language was modeled on a real language using structure dependence, you get activity in the normal language areas of the brain, Broca's area. In the case of the nonsense language, using things like linear order, you get diffuse activity in the brain, meaning it's basically being treated as a puzzle. This was based on a psycholinguistic experiment, which was Massimo's reason for suggesting it, studied by Neil Smith and Ianthe Simpli, who, as many of you know, have been working for some years with a subject, Chris, that's the guy who has extreme cognitive disability. He can't figure out anything, but has remarkable linguistic ability, picks up languages like a sponge. And Smith and Simpli noticed that when they tried some similar experiment with Chris, he could do nothing at all with the simple language that used linear order, but the nonsense language based on a real language he could learn immediately. It was the basis for the suggestion that the neurolinguistic study go on. There's also by now evidence from child acquisition. So by now studies have shown that infants as young as 30 months old already have mastered the principle of structure dependence, ignore order, use structure. Almost no data available. So in fact, we have converging evidence from all sources that tell us that the null hypothesis appears to be correct, which makes it even stranger that there are efforts to try to show that there's some other way to achieve what follows from almost no assumptions. Well, that does raise the question why linear order exists at all if it's not used in the computations that deal with the core of the Galilean challenge. They construct the basic property, the construction of an infinite number of expressions that capture the thoughts that we have that we can give linguistic interpretation to. Well, the answer to that's pretty obvious. The linear order exists because that's what the articulatory system requires. But of course, the articulatory system has absolutely nothing to do with language. That was, the sensory motor systems were in place probably millions of years, certainly hundreds of thousands of years before language ever developed, and they've never changed. Only the most marginal changes have been speculated about changes in the articulatory system. So when we study linear order, we're in fact studying a system which has nothing to do with language. Or to be more, to put it differently, we're studying an amalgam of two systems. One of them, language, which yields the expression of thought. Another, a separate system, the sensory motor system, has nothing to do with language. It's an amalgam of two systems. That's the externalization problem, to try to relate two independent systems. Also the processing problem, to relate two independent systems. Notice in the case of sign, which as we now know is essentially equivalent to spoken language, any interesting aspect, there's a different dimension. Sign language can use the dimensionality of visual space. So it doesn't strictly keep the linear order. It uses points in space, even simultaneous actions like facial gestures combined with signs. And that's not possible so it has a kind of a multidimensionality that spoken language doesn't have and doesn't strictly keep to linear world. If you think about it, it's very natural to expect that when you're studying the amalgam of two independent systems, asking how two independent systems can be related, it's going to be pretty complex. But also, there are many different ways to solve the problem of how to relate them. Also, you'd expect it to be able to change pretty quickly from generation to generation. And it seems increasingly plausible that the apparent variety and complexity and mutability of human languages probably is located in the externalization system, meaning it's not strictly speaking language. Could turn out, and one goal to try to see how closely we can approach could turn out that the core I language, the part that's meeting the basic property, constructing an infinite array of structured expressions, giving them a semantic interpretation, could be that this is uniform among people. Actually, notice that that's pretty much presupposed by the work in formal semantics. Nobody suggests that there are parameters for, say, a neo-Davidsonian event calculus. Either it works or it doesn't work. And let's just tacitly assume that it's universal, which makes good sense because there's almost no evidence for it. And the child has actually no evidence about how these things work. So it's sort of got to be universal. And it's very likely true for most of syntax as well, maybe all of it. So one potential goal to think about trying to approach is to show that core I language is just fixed and that the variety of mutability, complexity is in the trying to put together two different systems that have nothing to do with one another. A kind of an odd conclusion follows if this is correct, namely that virtually all the work on language in the last 2,500 years isn't about language. It's about a connection between language and some other system. Also follows that the word for language is misleading. What is called language in various languages is usually something about the mouth, the tongue, the lips, something like that, which is really about the sensory motor system, one of the sensory motor systems. So I think kind of a rethinking of the nature of the field begins to emerge when you think seriously about the Galilean challenge. Well, it's I really just getting to the point of current research. It is possible to show that the fundamental operation merge has a number of problems. One is it isn't sufficient. You need other operations. It's quite easy to show that. We would like to be able to show that these other operations are essentially consequences of the need to satisfy conditions of computational efficiency. And there's interesting work in that direction. It's a large, intriguing task to establish that conclusion firmly, but there are steps in that direction. And also there are interesting questions when you look at merge itself, at the fundamental operation. It turns out that it was defined much too loosely. It was defined in such a way that many subcases can be imagined, which appear to give interesting descriptions of many phenomena, like across-the-board movement and so on. But these operations, these extensions, are fundamentally illegitimate, as you can see when you begin to explore them closely and look at their consequences. And that's another direction in which current research is going. It's, of course, an enormous task, very challenging task, to try to show that the tremendous array of evidence about the languages of widely varying typology. Canon, all of this has exploded since the study of odd languages began a couple of days ago, posing questions that certainly couldn't have been formulated, it couldn't even been imagined some years ago. So try to, like the ones being discussed in this conference, for example, so to try to show that those can all be given genuine explanations, that's quite a serious challenge and makes the field a very interesting one in the years to come. What I'd like to do in these lectures, which is actually just one continuous talk, break it up into parts and get as far as we can up to contemporary work and problems, if we make it. I'd like to discuss the state of the generative enterprise, as it's been called by some of its leading practitioners, what's been accomplished, what the problems are, what we can hope to see in the future. From the origins of this initiative, which incidentally revived a tradition that had long been forgotten and was unknown at the time. But from the origins, the Holy Grail was genuine explanations of fundamental properties of human language, of the faculty of language. And that's not such a simple matter to capture properly, and to the extent you can, it's been an elusive goal. And I think the present moment is unusual in the long history of the field, 2,500 years, in that goal, I think, seems perhaps within reach. And if that's the case, it would be a matter of no slight significance, not just for linguistics, but beyond. Well, these are the questions I'd like to explore in this extended lecture. So to begin with, we have to clarify some basic questions, highly contested questions about what the field is about, what's the nature of the enterprise. I've personally always found it helpful to rethink these matters over and over. I hope you will too. So to begin with, let's begin with what sounds like the simplest question, namely, what is language? Well, that question is plainly consequential. The answer to it will determine what we focus on, what kind of work we do, how we proceed, what counts as a result, and critically, what counts as an actual explanation, a genuine explanation. There have been many proposed answers over the years. They differ in interesting ways. And if we think about it a little, the question turns out to be not so simple. So suppose, for example, we ask the question in some other discipline, let's say physics. We ask, what is the physical world? What is energy? What is mass? What is work? Any such question. The answer that we'll get is some technical definition internal to an explanatory theory. So we won't get an account of what people intuitively think of as the physical world or think about energy and so on. That's not to the point. We'll find answers within a particular explanatory theory. Suppose we ask biologists, what is life? There it'll be a little bit more ambiguous because the theoretical understanding has not reached the point where it's obvious what the essential conceptual notions are, so it's exploratory. Suppose we ask, what is thinking? Well, Well, here it gets a little more complicated. Actually, as you know, the question was posed by Alan Turing in a famous paper in 1950, which initiated the field of artificial intelligence. And the paper's about whether machines think. And he starts off by saying that the question is too meaningless to deserve discussion. So he's not going to discuss it because the notion thinking is so vague and amorphous that you can't give a response in the manner in which you might in, say, physics or even biology. When he's asked what thinking is, he says it's some kind of buzzing in the head, but nothing much more to say than that. So what he does is something quite different. He proposes a notion which he says might be somewhere within the range of what people call thinking, and maybe it's a useful notion. He suggests that it is, and in particular, it might stimulate the development of new software and new machines. That's the famous imitation game, so-called Turing test. Well, so let's go on and notice that when you ask the question, what is thinking, what is language, what is meaning, what is belief, and so on, the answers that you get are really what philosopher Charles Stevens once called persuasive definitions, saying, here's what I think is interesting in the general domain of this loose notion. Here's something I think it's worth looking at. Well, go back to the Turing test. Notice that it's not an attempt to explain and understand anything about meaning, rather thinking. It's about an attempt to simulate some of the aspects of thinking. That's quite a crucial difference. Didn't seem so crucial in Turing's day, but now it's highly crucial, since a good part of what goes on in the study of language and cognitive science, the up north, the Silicon Valley version of this is basically simulation, not efforts to understand and explain. And in fact, that's the direction that AI and deep learning have taken. There's a lot to say about that, but I'll put it aside unless it comes up later. Well, so when we ask about these things, we're basically told, here's what I think is interesting. Okay, then the next question is it interesting? Is it a sensible choice? And if it is a sensible choice, how can you proceed to place it within the framework of some kind of explanatory theory? And insofar as you can do that, you can discuss the validity of the concept that's proposed. Other than that, there is lively debate about what is language, what is meaning, what is belief, but it's basically, here's my preference. It's not a clear thing that you can give an answer to. You can ask if the preference is a sensible one, where can we develop it, and so on, but there aren't questions of sort of validity or invalidity. Sometimes it's useful to develop a new technical term to make that clear, and that's what I'll be doing here. So let's go back to the question, what is language, and have a look at some of the preferences over the centuries. I think if you look, you can roughly say that they fall into two major categories. One approach to what is language considers the concept that we're focusing on to be something internal to a person. So my language is something that's up here. It's the buzzing that goes on up there in Turing's terms. That's one concept of language. The other concept of language is it's something external to any person, which people make use of somehow. I think we can, terminology is often imprecise, but I think you can roughly see this distinction. And what kind of work we do and how it's evaluated, all of that's going to depend crucially on which of these enterprises is undertaken. So a classic illustration of the first kind, language as an internal object, is, I think, one of the best, clearest exponents of this is great linguist Otto Jespersen, about a century ago. He was actually the last representative of a long tradition. So for Jespersen, I'll quote him, "A particular language is a system that comes into existence in the mind of a speaker on the basis of finite experience. This internal system in the mind yields a notion of structure that is definite enough to guide the speaker in framing sentences of his own, crucially what Jespersen called free expressions that are typically new to the speaker and the hearer." And then there's a more general concern of linguistic theory, and that is to discover what he called the great principles that underlie the grammars of all languages. That's not generalizations about them, but the principles that underlie them. That's the first approach that regards language as a property of the person. The second approach is illustrated by the structuralist, behavioralist approaches to language of the first half of the 20th century, still, of course, continuing. That took language, that's the object of study, to be, say, a corpus of materials that a field worker would elicit from an informant, or perhaps an infinite set of sentences, or some other entity that's external to people. So if you look at the actual formulations for de Saussure, founder of structural linguistics, a language is a kind of a social contract in a community, some collection of word images in the minds of the people of the community. Go to the leading American linguist of the early half of the 20th century, Leonard Bloomfield. Language is this, he asked the question, what is language? Language is the set of utterances that can be spoken in a speech community. So something out there. Go to philosophy of language, perhaps the leading philosopher, most influential philosopher of language of the mid-20th century, Van Quine. Language is a fabric of sentences associated with one another and with stimuli by the mechanism of conditioned response. Elsewhere, I said a language is an infinite set of sentences which people use. David Lewis, another influential philosopher, took the same view in his important article, Language and Linguistics. A language is an infinite set of sentences used by a population. Both Quine and Lewis, very good logicians incidentally, both concluded that while it makes sense to say that a population uses this infinite set, it doesn't make any sense to say that there's a particular way of characterizing the set. That, in fact, Quine said would be folly to look for that. These are, if that's what language is, then what's linguistics? Well, linguistics naturally would be a way of taking data, however you get it, typically from an informant, applying various procedures and methods, and getting an organized form of that data. The most sophisticated version of this was, as Tim Stoll mentioned, Zelig-Harris's Methods in Structural Linguistics. In Europe, Trubetskoy's Principles of Phonology was constructed on similar grounds. Well, these are all, this characterizes almost completely the structuralist, behavioralist approach to language. There's something kind of paradoxical about it. So what is this? What are these entities? What is the set of sentences spoken in a speech community. How can members of a population use an infinite set unless they have some way of determining what's in the set or out of the set? In fact, how can we even coherently talk about an infinite set unless we have a method of characterizing it? So it seems to me, at least, that the approach of leading philosophers and logicians was kind of confused. It's really the opposite. You have to be, if you want to talk about an infinite set, you first have to discuss what the internal mechanism for characterizing that set, what's been called an I language in modern terms. Well, whatever these ideas are supposed to mean from the structuralist behavioralist period, which I think is not easy to answer, but whatever it is, there's something external to people, which people have some relation to. Now that by no means has ended, so right up till the present there are strong currents that take very similar views, and I think one can ask the same questions about them, including within, roughly speaking, the generative enterprise. Well, suppose instead we adopt Jesperson's view, which I will do, then the linguist is studying something that's in the mind of the speaker, namely the mature state that has been attained by, that has, in Jesperson's terms, come into existence, and also the innate endowment of the speaker, the faculty of language, which makes possible which first of all determines what Jesperson's called the great principles that underlie the grammars of all languages, and also makes possible the transition from finite data to the state attained, to the I language. In modern terms, it's as I said, the mature state attained is called the I language, internal language, technical terms, and the innate principles are nowadays called universal grammar, UG. That's taking a traditional term and adapting it to a new context. Well, it's the term, the letter I in I language is convenient. It refers to the fact that the internal language is, first of all, internal, secondly, it's individual, and thirdly, it's intentional with an S. We're interested in the actual procedure, the actual algorithm, not the set of things that it does. So, for example, if you're studying, say, knowledge of arithmetic of a person, say you want to know exactly how that person carries out addition. You're not talking about the set of triples x, y, z, such that z is the sum of x and y. Here, too, we want to understand the generative system in intention. Well, I should say that with regard to universal grammar, there's a good deal of confusion, which is right up to the present, which is worth dissolving. It's very common to hear that UG has been refuted or that it doesn't exist. That presumably means, what people presumably mean by that is that generalizations about language have exceptions, which is of course true. That's true of generalizations. But that's not what UG is about. UG in the contemporary sense is about the innate endowment that enables this transition that Jesperson talked about from finite data to the concept of structure in the mind. The concept of structure now is what we call the I language. So it should be clear that to deny the existence of this is not debatable, it's senseless. If it doesn't exist, language acquisition is magic. There is a kind of coherent version of this common claim, Tomasello, many others. A coherent version would be to claim that there is some general learning mechanism which has nothing specific to do with language, or maybe some collection of cognitive capacities which integrate somehow to make it possible to achieve the properties of language, what the faculty of language did. There's a couple of problems with these proposals. One problem is simply that they reduce to hand-waving, or if they're made at all explicit, they're very quickly refuted. A second problem is that you can expect in advance that they're not going to work for reasons that were discussed by Eric Lenneberg in his classic book on faculty of language, biology of language, 50 years ago, in which he pointed out, he discussed the fact that there are double dissociations between language and other cognitive processes. This work has since been greatly extended. Susan Curtis is the person who's done the most extensive work on this. And in fact, there are many examples of cognitive capacities intact, but no language, and conversely. So it's pretty clear in advance that it's not going to work, but it's nevertheless a widely held view. So I think it doesn't really make sense, as far as I can see, to claim that there's some problem about UG. Well, go back to Jespersen, the position that I want to continue with. Jespersen was the last representative of a very interesting tradition, which goes back to the it originates back in the 17th century scientific revolution, which set the course of modern science in a sharply new direction. The great thinkers of the 17th century, Galileo's contemporaries, others, they simply refused to accept what happens around them as being natural, self-explanatory, not requiring explanations. They recognized that the phenomena of nature were puzzling, mysterious, and demanded explanation, whether it was objects falling to the ground or perception of a triangle or anything else. That willingness to be puzzled about phenomena was actually something pretty new that had happened under the Greeks. It was kind of a dark ages that followed, but it was revived by the 17th century thinkers. And as soon as they began to look around them, they found that everything was really puzzling, and things that seemed obvious did require explanation. Actually, something similar happened in the 1950s. If you go back to that period, linguists generally assumed that everything was more or less understood, and that there was nothing general that you could say about language. A famous characterization by theoretical linguist Martin Jost, what he called the Boasian principle, named after the great anthropological linguist Franz Boas, is that languages can differ in arbitrary ways. Each one has to be studied on its own without preconceptions. There's nothing to say about language except applying the procedures to a corpus, and you could do that. So essentially the field was terminal. Actually, I was a student at that time, and the general mood among students was, this is fun, but what do we do when we've applied the procedures to all the languages? Then it's over. As soon as he began to undertake to look at the phenomena seriously, to try to construct actual generative grammars which would work, you found out that it's not that you understood everything, you understood almost nothing. Everything was a puzzle, and it didn't seem as if there'd be any termination to the field, and that's what's happened since. By now, it's just exploded since, and the kinds of problems that students are looking at today, you couldn't have even formulated, let alone dealt with not many years ago. That's an enormous change. Well, let's go back to the 17th century. Among the many phenomena that intrigued and puzzled Galileo and his contemporaries, one actually was language. So they were struck by the fact they expressed their awe and amazement at a quite remarkable fact that, as they put it, with just a few symbols, a couple dozen symbols, it's possible to express an infinite number of thoughts and to convey to others who have no access to our minds all of the workings of our minds. And they asked how that magical accomplishment could be made. I like to quote their own words, which puts it evocatively. They were awed by the method by which we are able to express our thoughts, the marvelous invention by which, using 25 or 30 sounds, we can create the infinite variety of expressions which, having nothing in themselves in common with what is passing in our minds, nonetheless permit us to express all our secrets, allow us to understand what is not present to consciousness, crucial point, in effect, everything we can conceive and the most diverse movements of our soul. And if you stop to be willing to be puzzled, it is a pretty amazing fact. It's by no means seems natural. Yeah, we do it all the time, but it is quite amazing. Furthermore, there's nothing similar to it in the organic world, which they recognized, which raises very crucial questions. How did this unique human achievement come about, and how can it be understood and explained? Well, for Galileo, the alphabet was, he said, the most stupendous of all human inventions, comparable to the achievements of Michelangelo or Titian, nothing like it. The reason was, first, that it captured this amazing property, and secondly, because it allowed us to express all the wisdom of the ages, and beyond that, it included the answers to any question that we could pose, all in this small collection of symbols. It was kind of like what we would call these days a universal Turing machine. The Port Royal Grammar and Logic, which followed shortly after, gave many serious insights into logic, and linguistics became the basic logic text for many centuries. It initiated a tradition in linguistics of what was called rational and universal grammar. Rational because it was seeking explanations, not descriptions. Universal because it was trying to find the principles that underlie all languages. Jesperson's great principles that underlie the grammars of all languages. Well, the traditional formulations are not precise, but I think it's fair to interpret them as recognizing that the capacity for language, as well as individual languages, are internal properties of persons, as Jesperson says quite explicitly. And it was also generally assumed, without much evidence, but as we know now quite reasonably, that this capacity, whatever it is a human characteristic shared among all human groups. There are no known group differences in this capacity. And it's furthermore unique to humans in all essential respects. There's nothing analogous in the organic world. So it's a true species property, and as they recognize, it's the foundation of human culture and human creativity. Well, these ideas actually had a very substantial impact on philosophy and general intellectual culture, mainly through the influence of Descartes, who adopted similar views roughly the same time. Descartes' famous dualistic approach, the idea that in addition to the material world, there's also a mental world, was based very substantially on the recognition that this unique capacity of ability to create an infinite number of thoughts is somehow unique to humans, and it cannot be captured by machines. Machines for early modern science, Galileo through Newton and beyond, meant the kinds of artifacts that were being created by skilled artisans and were proliferating all over Europe, very complicated artifacts. They could do all sorts of intricate things, and their approach to science is, well, that's what everything is. It's called the mechanical philosophy. Philosophy, of course, meant science. So mechanical science is, that's real explanation. The criterion for intelligibility for Galileo and his contemporaries was constructing, or at least devising in principle, a machine that could account for something. If you could do that, you had an intelligible theory. But Descartes recognized quite correctly that this capacity, this amazing capacity, couldn't be captured in those terms, so postulated a second substance, res cogitans, thinking substance, which would capture this capacity somehow and be linked to the material world. That's Cartesian dualism. Well, the Cartesian scientists took this next, this is all a scientific program, perfectly sound science, based on correct observations about the limits of mechanical objects. The Cartesian scientists took the natural next step, especially Jacques de Courtemois, leading Cartesian philosopher, scientist. De Courtemois designed experiments, series of experiments, to determine whether some other creature could exhibit the capacities that a human can exhibit. This sounds sort of like the Turing test, but with a crucial difference. Turing was trying to find something that would simulate aspects of human behavior. De Courtemois was pursuing a scientific project. It's kind of like a litmus test for acidity. Does some other entity, some other object or organism have a particular property? It's a similar looking project, but very different in character. This is real science. Well, what happened to these developments? Their fate is commonly misinterpreted. It's often believed that science, as it developed, got rid of what Gilbert Ryle called the ghost in the machine, the second substance. But what happened actually is the exact opposite. What happened is that Isaac Newton, much to his dismay, exorcised the machine, but he left the ghost intact. Newton showed that there are no machines, that there's nothing, the material world simply cannot be captured in mechanical terms because of interaction without contact, which is inconsistent with the mechanical philosophy. Newton himself regarded this result as a complete absurdity, which no one with any scientific understanding could contemplate. He agreed with the other great scientists of his day, Leibniz and Huygens, others, that this was utterly absurd, but couldn't seem to find a way out of it. So the end result is we have theories like Newton's that we can understand, but no intelligible world. What they describe is simply unintelligible. That was understood, and science just changed. It stopped seeking intelligible accounts, an intelligible world, and just moved to the weaker objective of finding intelligible theories of the world, which is quite different, quite unacceptable to early modern science. It's a major shift in intellectual history, and it was understood, very well understood at the time. So shortly after, David Hume, who regarded, writing in his History of England, he has a chapter on Newton, greatest genius in history. He says, while Newton seemed to draw the veil from some of the mysteries of nature, he showed at the same time the imperfections of the mechanical philosophy, and thereby restored nature's ultimate secrets to that obscurity in which they ever did and ever will remain. And they do, in fact, remain in that obscurity. Science just stopped looking for them after some period. John Locke, shortly after Newton's great volume appeared, the great treatise, Principia, Locke carried the information further in a highly consequential way. He expressed it within the theological framework of the day, but we can change the terms. The point is correct. He argued that the incomparable Mr. Newton, as he called him, had demonstrated that God had added to matter properties that are inconceivable to us, specifically interaction without contact. And so perhaps God had superadded to matter the capacity of thought, a property of certain kinds of organized matter. That's thought. That idea was pursued extensively through the 18th century into the early 19th century. Darwin mentions it in his notebooks, was then forgotten completely, and it's been revived in recent years as what's called a radical new idea in philosophy of mind. It's now a commonplace of the cognitive and brain sciences, picking up a forgotten tradition that followed directly from Newton's demonstration that there are no machines. It's a crucial part of intellectual history, not too well understood. And it's worth remembering that, as Hume and Locke correctly recognized, Newton had in fact left issues in mysteries in obscurity in which they remain. That's quite an interesting question. Well, let's put that aside and go back to the tradition of rational and universal grammar, culminating in Jespersen. All of that was swept aside completely by the 20th century behavioral structuralist currents, which typically, in fact, I think universally adopted the second approach I mentioned, taking language to be something external to people, which people somehow grasp. The whole tradition was totally forgotten, still unknown, which is unfortunate, I think. There's a lot of wealth and richness there. It was so forgotten that even Jespersen, famous linguist of the early 20th century, was gone. There's an interesting article by a historian of linguistics, Julia Falk, who reviews this and points out there was just even the major linguists like Bloomfield and others just knew nothing about it, essentially nothing. Well, that general program that culminates, say, from roughly Galileo to Jespersen, that falls within the natural sciences. It was revived with the generative enterprise in the early 1950s. It's called the biolinguistics program, but it should be understood that this is only one current within the generative enterprise. Much of the ongoing work within the generative enterprise does not accept this internalist view, but that's the one I'll keep to. Well, the early efforts in the tradition ran into plenty of difficulties, empirical difficulties, conceptual difficulties. The empirical difficulties were that there just wasn't enough evidence. What was understanding of language was pretty thin. The conceptual problem was that there was no way of really understanding this notion of concept of structure in the mind that enables this achievement of expressing an infinite number of thoughts to be captured. Well, all of that was somehow they recognize there is what we may call the basic property of language, reformulating it in our terms. Somehow this concept of structure in the mind is capable of generating an infinite array of structured expressions, each of which captures a thought to the extent that we understand the notion thought, and each of which can be externalized in some sensory motor modality. Typically sound, but as we know now very well, could be some other modality. Could be sign. Sign is virtually identical to speech, even with some reservations, could be touch. So its modality is basically irrelevant, a matter of some significance that I'll come back to. Well, by the mid-20th century, the conceptual problems had been overcome. That's why the generative enterprise was able to take off and revive the tradition. Turing, Emil Post, Gödel, of course, other great mathematicians had given a precise, clear understanding of what became the theory of computability, which allows us to understand very clearly how it can be that a finite object like the brain or your laptop, for that matter, can capture within it the basic property. Now that's well understood, which means you can proceed with the enterprise that had lapsed with Jespersen. Well, that you can deal with what sometimes I've called the Galilean challenge, the original formulation of what the field, I think, ought to be about. It's a persuasive definition again, but you can decide whether you like it or not. Well, if you want to meet the Galilean challenge, there are several tasks. First task is to try to discover the I languages for languages of the widest possible typological variety. It's a huge task, of course. Second, having done, to the extent you can do that, you can turn to the next problems, theoretical problems. The first one is to determine how a speaker of a language, when he's producing a sentence, how does the speaker select a particular expression from the infinite set that's generated by the I language. The next question is, how is that expression externalized in some sensory motor system? Third question is the inverse of that. For the hearer, how is the expression processed, mapped from something in, say, sound to an expression of the I language? Well, the second and the third tasks are input-output problems, kind of problems we know how to handle. And in fact, a great deal has been learned, particularly about processing, also about externalization of the internal object generated. How about the first task? How does the speaker select a sentence from an expression from the infinite array generated by the I language? That's another total mystery. There's nothing to say about it. It's in fact, that's true of voluntary action generally, of which this is an instance. There's basically nothing to say about it. This fact is captured kind of fancifully, if they put it, by two of the leading neuroscientists who deal with voluntary action, Emilio Bizzi, Robert Ajamian. They have a recent review of the state of the art in the field of voluntary action, and what they say is we're beginning to understand the puppet and the strings, but we have absolutely nothing to say about the puppeteer. We can't say anything about why one or another action is selected. In particular, that holds for the first task. So there's another mystery that so far is beyond. It doesn't even have bad ideas. There's nothing to say about it. Well, the I language is clearly a property of the individual by definition. And the same is true of the faculty of language. Although it's a shared property of humans with insignificant variations, it's essentially a property. It is, in fact, a property of each individual. And the faculty of language faces two empirical conditions, two crucial conditions have to be faced by any theory of the faculty of language, of this internal system. One is the problem of learnability. Second is the problem of evolvability. So the faculty of language has to be rich enough so that it can account for the properties of all languages, and even more strikingly, for the remarkable property of this enormous leap from finite data to the internal system, which is carried out by the faculty of language, has to be rich enough to overcome the very acute problem that's called the problem of poverty of stimulus, often unappreciated. So one demand on the faculty of language, it has to be rich enough to achieve these goals. But it also has to be simple enough so that it could have evolved, has to meet the evolvability condition. And very more specifically, to have evolved under the very specific conditions of evolution of language. Now, these two goals are, at least on the surface, antithetical. You enrich it, and you enrich the theory, and you make the problem of evolvability harder, and conversely. And a lot of the field over the last years has been some kind of effort to overcome this apparent conflict. So let me stop for a second and talk about the specific conditions under which language evolved, which make the problem much harder and more striking. In general, not very little is known about the evolution of cognition. It's a very hard topic to study. One of the leading evolutionary biologists, Richard Lewontin, has a famous article in the 4-volume MIT Invitation to Cognitive Science. He wrote the article on evolution of cognition, and his basic conclusion is, I'm sorry, you guys, you're never going to learn anything about it. It just can't be handled by the techniques available to current science. Notice, it's not that it's a mystery in the sense of the other things I mentioned. It's just that it's beyond the possibilities of research. If you had, say, tape recordings from 100,000 years ago, maybe you could learn something, but we don't, and we're never going to get them. So his conclusion was there's absolutely nothing to say about it. There's a lot to what he said, and it's worth thinking about, but I think it's a little too pessimistic. There are a few things that have come to light, and they're kind of suggestive. One is that we know that modern humans, anatomically modern humans, there's plenty of fossil evidence that shows that they appear roughly 200,000 or 300,000 years ago, essentially in that range. It's now known that human groups, which were very small at the time, began to separate roughly 200,000 years ago. And the groups that separated have the same faculty of language, as far as we know. San people in Africa, the first group that separated. Well, that tells us that the faculty of language was already established not very long after modern humans appeared. So it seems essentially a property of modern humans as they appeared. Notice that these periods of time are extremely small from the perspective of evolutionary time, which doesn't deal with notions like tens of thousands of years. So essentially we can say that the species characteristic appeared essentially along with modern humans. A second fact known from the archaeological record is prior to the appearance of modern humans, there doesn't seem to be any serious evidence of any kind of symbolic activity in the archaeological record. And not long after the appearance of humans, you start getting quite a rich record of complex symbolic activity. The Blombos cave in South Africa is the most famous example. There's further work on this by a very fine linguist, Rini Hoibrooks, most of you know, who found that he pointed out that the earliest separation, roughly maybe 150,000, 200,000 years of the San people in Africa, although they have, as far as we know, the same faculty of language, they have a somewhat different form of externalization. As he showed, these are all and only the languages that have complex click systems. So few exceptions, but I think he actually managed to show that they're meaningless. So what that suggests, Rini points out in his article, is that the faculty of language developed prior to the separation, but externalization took place after the separation in slightly different ways. There's some minor physiological adaptation about click languages, slight change in the structure of the palate, but not very much. Well, that's all very suggestive. If you put all of this together, what it strongly suggests is that whatever emerged along with modern humans and yielded the faculty of language must have been very simple and just something that nature would hit upon immediately as soon as some small rewiring of the brain made this task possible of satisfying the Galilean challenge. That converges with developments that have been taking place within the generative enterprise in quite a suggestive and important way. Well, in order to fix it, suppose that in fact something simple did develop along with modern humans, yields the faculty of language. We would expect it to be very simple in structure. And what about the person with dealing with, including very simple modes of computation, which would satisfy the evolvability condition for a genuine explanation, then what remains to fix a language? Well, an individual has to fix a language on the basis of data, on the basis of simple data, and there must be some way to do this on the basis of very simple evidence. The reason is that we know now from psycholinguistic studies that acquisition of the essentials of language has already been carried out very early. In fact, about as early as you can test. 2 or 3-year-olds have enormous understanding of the fundamental principles of language. I'll come back to some examples of that. And the evidence available to them is very limited. I mean, maybe they've heard a few million sentences, but that gives you extremely little evidence. That's been shown very well in careful statistical work especially by Charles Yang, who pointed out and showed that when you look at the effect of what's called Zipf's law, the rank frequency distribution of words, turns out that almost all the evidence that children are getting are just repetitions of very few things. Even bigrams barely are repeated in millions of sentences. Trigrams almost never, or very rarely. So the evidence is really very slim. The knowledge that's acquired is very rich. We conclude in general what we expect to find is a very simple faculty of language, and the actual acquisition of language should be based on some kind of capacity to pick out what's significant and important from quite impoverished data. That's what you'd anticipate. More generally then, we of course always would be in any field, would be looking for the simplest theory. That's simply a general fact about explanation. It's clear that as the foundations of a theory become simpler, its explanatory depth increases. So if science is interested in explanation, not just simulation, it'll be, of course, looking for simplest theory. There's a second reason for looking for the simplest theory, which is a kind of a precept, goes back to Galileo again, who simply urged that we accept the idea that nature is simple, and it's the task of the scientist to show it. That's true from study of falling bodies to the flight of eagles to whatever you look at. That's, of course, just what's called a regulative principle, a precept, but it's one that's been spectacularly successful in the sciences. So it's simply taken for granted in the sciences, and there's every reason for us to take it for granted too. And thirdly, for linguistics, there's a third reason to expect a very simple theory of the faculty of language, namely the specific conditions under which this faculty appears to have evolved. Well, notice that it's often argued that evolution violates Galileo's precept. Evolution is what François Jacob called tinkering, bricolage, which tries lots of different things, ends up with very complex objects. Whatever one thinks of that, it doesn't seem to be to apply to the special case of acquisition of language, simply because of the specific conditions under which it seems that language evolved. Well, considerations like these arise very clearly in the development of the Minimalist program, to which I'll return. But the point I want to emphasize here is that learnability and evolvability provide the conditions for genuine explanation. That's the Holy Grail. These are the conditions for meeting the Galilean challenge. So genuine explanation will, of course, be at the level of UG, and it will be in a form that meets the demands of learnability and evolvability. That's a very austere requirement. Anything short of that is not a genuine explanation. Anything short of that is a partial account, maybe a useful one, but not an explanation. It's a way of presenting materials as a problem to be solved. That's a very important endeavor. It's much better to have some organized presentation of some carefully structured problem. That's a great advance over just chaos, of course. So it's by no means denigrating those achievements, but we should not confuse them with genuine explanations. Any device that's introduced in linguistic description, any device to deal with some problem, whatever the problem is, has to be measured against these two conditions. Is it learnable? Is it evolvable? I think we're finally maybe in a position today to take the Galilean challenge seriously, which, if true, is quite important. That's a new step. So just to illustrate with a concrete example to which I'll return if there'll be time, there's a very interesting paper by a very good linguist, Jelko Boskovic, most of you know, on the coordinate structure and the adjunct island constraints. And in the paper, he points out that each of these, coordinate structure and adjunct island, pose many problems, many mysteries. But his paper attempts, and I think in a way succeeds, in trying to show that these two collections of mysteries actually are the same mystery. What he does is try to reduce the adjunct island constraint and the coordinate structure constraint to a single mystery, relying on a neo-Davidsonian event semantics, which in fact treats adjuncts as coordinates. So based on that idea, you can take two collections of mysterious phenomena, put them together into one collection of mysterious phenomena, which is a significant advance that leaves the mysteries, but they're now more susceptible to successful inquiry. And I think that virtually every achievement in the field is pretty much like that. It manages to reduce some collection of mysteries to a simpler and more manageable collection, which is a major achievement, but it's not genuine explanation. So we're still searching for the Holy Grail. At least all of this is the way things look within the biolinguistic program. If you're pursuing a different enterprise, there are different considerations. Let's go on a little bit, just a little time. The first proposals, now I'm talking to linguists who know all this, the first proposals back in the 50s were basically dual. There were two different problems that had to be faced. One was the problem of compositionality, how do you put structures together? The other was the very puzzling property of dislocation. Expressions are heard in one position, but they're interpreted both there and somewhere else. So, what did John see? You interpret the WH phrase, the what, as a quantifier ranging over the whole thing, but you also interpret it as the object of see, where you don't pronounce it. That's a ubiquitous property of language. Very complex cases have been studied over the years. The proposals back in the 50s were two different kinds of mechanisms. A phrase structure grammar for compositionality, transformational grammar for dislocation. You look back at the proposals, each of these systems was much too complex to meet either the conditions of learnability or evolvability, that is to provide genuine explanations. That was understood, but it was very unclear what to do about it. It was generally assumed at the time that compositionality is something natural, that we can kind of handle. Dislocation seemed very strange. You don't build dislocation into formal systems, for example. It's just something that seems unique to language and a very weird property of language. It was considered what's called an imperfection of language. Somehow it adds, for odd reasons, this complex notion. That's still widely believed, but I think it's exactly the opposite of the truth. As research has progressed, it turns out, first of all, that these two apparently different properties can be unified, and that the more primitive of them, in fact, is dislocation. I'll come back to that. But it seems that the most primitive operation is dislocation. Compositionality is considerably more complex, although they can be unified into a single operation, something I'll want to come back to. Well, turning to a couple more comments. Phrase structure grammar was very quickly recognized by the 1960s I'm talking within a particular current of the generative enterprise. Others don't agree. But within this current, it was quickly recognized that phrase structure grammars are completely unacceptable. They're way too complex. A phrase structure grammar, for one thing, allows totally impossible rules. So there's nothing in a phrase structure grammar that says you can't have a rule, say, sentence becomes preposition, verb phrase or something, or anything else you can imagine. So it just allows a huge number of rules that are completely impossible. So there's got to be something completely wrong with it. Also, I think in retrospect, we can now see that phrase structure grammar conflated three quite different notions. One is the notion of just hierarchical structure. A second is the notion of linear order. A third is the notion of what was called projection. How to decide whether some unit you formed is a such and such. And over time, it's been recognized that these are quite different properties. Well, a step was taken by the late 60s to overcome at least some of these problems with the development of what was called X-bar theory. I won't discuss it, I assume you know what it is, but X-bar theory did have a number of consequences, which interestingly were not really understood very clearly at the time. Tim will remember this. For one thing, X-bar theory keeps the structure, has no order, okay? So you have the same X-bar theory in effect for, say, English and Japanese, which are close to mirror images. Well, the significance of that wasn't really entirely grasped. What it tells you in the first place is you have to have a principles and parameters approach. There can't be a rule system, at least for compositionality. Took some years for that to kind of settle in, but it's immediate once you look at X-bar theory. So it takes, say, English and Japanese, essentially the same X-bar theory, but there has to be something distinguishing them, something that says the order's one way in one language, the other way in another language, but that's a principles and parameters approach. Furthermore, if you look at that parameter, you see that it doesn't affect the meaning of the sentence. So whether you have a verb-object or an object-verb language, the meanings are exactly the same. The theta structure, the argument structure is the same. That at once suggests that the parametric difference, the linear order, simply doesn't have anything to do with the core of language, namely the construction of an infinite number of thoughts. To put it in more technical terms, it doesn't feed the conceptual intentional level, doesn't yield semantic interpretation. That's an observation which has many consequences if you think it through. Well, it's elaborated in later work in other ways, but it's already a bit of a hint that somehow things like linear order and other aspects of externalization don't, strictly speaking, belong to language. A lot of consequences of that when you think it through. I'll return to it. Well, these are some of the consequences at once of looking at X-bar theory. Should have been recognized instantly, gradually. It came to be realized later on. X-bar theory, however, does have problems. I'll mention these and then put the rest off till later. There's a fundamental inadequacy of X-bar theory, which was not recognized. It still conflates projection and compositionality. It does separate order, but it still conflates those two. And that runs aground as soon as you look at exocentric constructions, which are unacceptable in X-bar theory. It rules out exocentric constructions. So you can't have, say, subject-predicate, or you can't have any movement, because all movement yields exocentric constructions. So if you have WH movement, it gives you a construction, WH phrase, CP, just two structures, neither one is dominant. Subject-predicate, if you accept, say, the predicate internal subject hypothesis, Dominique Sportician-Koopman, so that you have an NP, a nominal phrase, and a verb phrase, but they're just two parallel phrases. Well, a lot of artificial devices were constructed within X-bar theory to try to get around this and to give you what you intuitively know is the thing you're after, but that's not allowed. That's trickery. So there was a fundamental problem with X-bar theory that finally was resolved, just not recent, a couple of years ago, by the development of labeling theory, which finally separates totally this problem of projection from compositionality, separates all three, tells you when some operation of dislocation must take place, when it may take place, when it need not take place. So that finally suggests, breaks up the conflation of the three notions that were mixed up in phrase structure grammar. A lot of interesting results, plenty of interesting problems. Well, that brings us up until about the 90s. So why don't I stop there and go on next time? Okay.
We're going to have a question period, but we want to have a 2-minute break just to give people who don't want to stay for the question period a chance to get up and leave, and then we'll move into questions. And we have 2 microphones and 2 people holding the mics. So when you're ready to ask a question, they'll come and bring you the mic. Noam, if you want to sit, you're happy standing? Okay. If you're getting a sore throat, I've got some Ricola.
What's that?
You know these. I think we're ready for questions now. The floor is open. Question over there on this side.
Hi, Bardia Beshrat, UCLA alumnus. You mentioned the issue of the interaction at a distance or lack of actual contact, which was a big issue with physics at some point in the past. Now that, from my understanding, fields, like electric fields and magnetic fields, the concept of field is being increasingly replaced by particles. In other words, bosons. So everything is a force interaction, particulate force interactions between matter. So there's matter particles and force particles. Does that change in any way this notion of action at a distance? Does it clarify it in any way?
Could you repeat?
So he referred to your mentioning of action at a distance, and he said that currently there's a trend in physics towards using particles rather than fields. And
Gravitons.
does this affect in...
I mean, there are a lot of contemporary physicists have argued that the absurdity that Newton perceived has been overcome, first by special relativity, so reinterpretation of gravity in terms of curved space-time. A second approach is in terms of gravitons, which you're talking about. But this doesn't do any good, because all of these notions would Newton, Leibniz, Huygens, Galileo would have regarded as exactly as absurd as action at a distance. They introduce other departures, radical departures from the mechanical philosophy, which was the criterion of intelligibility. So yes, they do overcome action at a distance, but by presupposing other notions which are even further from intelligibility. So it doesn't do any good. Newton, Locke, and Hume were really on to something, I think. I mean, there's only sort of two ways you can look at this. You can either assume they were all just stupid and we're smarter now, but I think we can put that aside. Or you can assume that there was really some, or you can assume that we've learned something that they didn't know. But I don't think that's correct. What we've learned is other ways of dealing with the problem, which don't deal with the mysteries, but do solve the problems theoretically in a superior way.
Question over here. Fourth row.
So how soon do you expect to see artificial intelligence and like machine learning reaching a point to where virtual assistants such as like Siri and Alexa are capable of more like rich language processes that may involve sort of a natural construction and even become more self-aware per se in like their own speech community? So will robots take over is basically.
Could you go a little slower?
Sure.
So, the person could also, yeah, actually, if you want to, you can eliminate the translator.
Okay. I'll still need the translator. I can't understand anything that goes through a mic.
Good.
It's written up, just show.
Oh, well, it's okay. Let's.
Well, I'll read. Okay, so how soon do you expect to see artificial intelligence, such as machine learning, reaching a point to where virtual assistants, such as like Siri, Alexa, and Cortana, are capable of much more like rich language processes that may involve more of a natural construction of language, maybe more self-aware, and build their own speech community? So like interactions between AI. How?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the question is, given developments in artificial intelligence, how soon do you expect things like Alexa and Siri to reach a point where they can actually have realistic properties of human language and maybe even develop spontaneous speech communities?
Sure.
Well, I think this is a question that is seriously discussed. So one of the very few serious scholars of 17th century science and philosophy, one of the people who really understands what Descartes was doing, John Cottingham, has suggested that current approaches to, say, the Turing test in terms of deep learning, other recurrent neural networks, other devices like the Siri, Alexa thing, could actually reach the point where they could pass the Turing test. Okay, and he says, okay, that solves Descartes' problem, but it wouldn't have solved it for Descartes, or I think for any 17th century scientist, because they might have been amused, but they would not have been impressed by simulation of behavior. They were trying to understand it. That's a crucial difference. To say, okay, I've got something that simulates what people do, okay, kind of amusing, but it tells us nothing. We're interested in how it's actually done, not something else that kind of looks like it. Okay, it's kind of as if you imagined a form of physics which said, let's forget all about physical theory. We don't need all that nonsense, too complicated. Let's just take billions of videotapes of, say, leaves blowing in the wind, and we'll find patterns there, maybe patterns that humans don't even see, because it's in R&R. You can find all kind of other patterns, and that'll be able to predict very well what the leaves will be doing next time we look at them. How would a physicist react to that? Well, kind of amusing, but tells us absolutely nothing. We're not interested. In fact, suppose the person who advocated this actually did come from Silicon Valley. And he said, this is better than physics, as they do, because this can actually predict what is happening next, where a physicist can tell you absolutely nothing about how the leaves are going to blow in the wind. Physicists can't begin to, not interested, they're not going to tell you anything about it. Well, that's the difference between simulation and understanding. For the scientist, what's important is to try to figure out the principles by which this is exactly happening, not just to simulate somehow what's going on with lots and lots of analyses, statistical analyses of phenomena of the world. For linguistics, this is a very important issue, because a lot of the work on language these days is of the simulation variety. You read articles in cognitive science journals saying we can do a really good job of matching the acceptable sentences in a corpus by, say, deep learning methods with looking at millions of examples. Maybe you can, maybe you can't, but it's of zero interest intellectually. I mean, it may be of some engineering utility. So like, Alexa's helpful. The Google translators, it's worth having. But it has absolutely nothing to do with science, which is interested in understanding, not simulating. In fact, if you take a look at things like, say, corpus linguistics or Silicon Valley linguistics, simulating the acceptable sentences in the Wall Street Journal corpus, and think of that as transfer that over to the context of scientific inquiry. So take, say, matching acceptable sentences. Suppose we have the Wall Street Journal corpus, and let's say those are acceptable sentences. You can think of each of these sentences as an experiment, a random experiment, saying, here's the result of an experiment. This sentence is acceptable. In fact, you could run it as an experiment. You could show it to a group of subjects, and they'd say it's acceptable. Suppose you can match in physics a huge number, tens of millions of experiments that are randomly selected. So absolutely no interest. Doesn't make any difference. What you're interested in, those exotic experiments that yield something significant, okay? Maybe experiments you can't even carry out, like what would happen to a ball rolling down a frictionless plane. You can't do it, but that's the kind of experiment that matters, okay? And that's what all science has been about for hundreds of years. I mean, the idea that we're kind of regressing to the period before the scientific revolution, when it might have been considered acceptable to just match a lot of the phenomena of the world, that's a very surprising, striking fact. It tells us something very odd about the current intellectual culture, okay? I think it's really worth thinking about. That's very significant for those of you who are students, because that's where the jobs are, unfortunately. The money and the jobs.
Claudia, this question at the back here.
So you mentioned a similarity to, or the difference between simulation and explaining something, but with something as spontaneous and flexible as human language, which doesn't have a lot of the same restrictions that, and like something like physics has. Wouldn't you say that it would be impossible to really replicate the way that humans speak without in some way understanding it? Like if you were able to program a machine to truly speak like a human rather than simply repeat pre-programmed sentences, you would have to understand the processes that allow those multiple infinite recursive sentences to be created. Because with human language, there's an infinite number of things you can say in an infinite number of ways. And arguably, if you were going to have a machine be able to do that, you would need to understand it first. So attempting to program that is at the same time attempting to understand the processes that go on within the human brain that allow us to create that, right?
Okay, so the questioner said, in order to do a really credible imitation, surely the person designing the imitating machine would have to fundamentally understand how it works with humans in order to create something that is a plausible imitation. And what do you, maybe I haven't got that entirely right, but.
Well,
but
that's
specifically
certainly-
stressing the fact that human language can be like infinitely recursive and spontaneous, and a machine that was able to use that aspect of language and create new thoughts and sentences and ideas the way that humans can, rather than simply repeat.
So in order to really simulate effectively, you would have to understand what's being done. I think so too, but that's the opposite of the guiding mentality in the study of deep learning and so on. Their approach is just simulate, and if you can simulate, you're finished. In fact, some of the more extreme advocates, you can read it in journals like Wired magazine if you're interested in that kind of thing, is that we can really get rid of the sciences. The sciences are just a rough approximation to reality. Reality is the description of phenomena. Okay, I basically agree with what you're saying. In fact, there's an interesting book coming out by Gary Marcus, who's a sympathetic but a knowledgeable critic of AI, which essentially makes your point, argues that AI is going to a dead end because its goal is simply simulation instead of understanding. Now, from an engineering point of view, that really doesn't matter. I mean, if it works, okay, it works. If the Google translator enables you to understand an article in Greek, good, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with bulldozers and so on. Everybody likes them. But it's just not science. And you're probably right that it will hit a dead end. In fact, probably is already hitting a dead end. There's some research underway which will probably show that when it's finished that there are deep reasons why these systems can't capture basic properties of language. It's a little hard to prove because if you look at the system, say recurrent neural networks, they're very opaque. It's very hard to figure out what's going on inside them. So therefore, to try to prove anything about them is a hard task. Now, from the point of view of the advocates of the system, it just doesn't matter because you're interested in simulation anyway. But if you really want to answer the kind of questions you're raising in a fundamental way, it'll be necessary to explore the internal workings of the systems and try to determine what properties they have and what properties they don't have. So to take a concrete example, take, say, the Google parser, okay? If you read the propaganda from Google, they're the guys who run the research programs, they tell you straight out, literally, that the problem of parsing's been solved. We can turn to other problems. The reason is the Google parser works for 95% of the sentences in the Wall Street Journal corpus, let's say. Okay. From the point of view of a scientist, that tells you zero. You look at those 5% that it can't deal with, they're mostly the critical experiments. If you bring up other questions like how do you handle parasitic gaps, the answer is, well, who cares? They never occur anyway, which is true. They don't. But just as in physics, those are the things that tell you something, Okay, people should really look at the early history of science. It's instructive. So you go back to the 17th century. There's a question bothered Galileo and others. Suppose you have a sailboat going through the ocean, and you have a mass, let's say a small, some kind of solid mass at the top of the mast of the sailboat. When the sailboat, is it going to, and you let it fall, is it going to fall to the base of the mast or behind the mast? Well, the belief at the time is it'll fall behind the mast because the sailboat is moving along and it'll fall behind. Well, suppose you were to experiment with this, with sailboats and masses on the top of the mast. You'd find some, chaos of points all over the place where the ball falls. And maybe if you did 10 billion of these, you could conclude, well, maybe it mostly falls at the base of the mast and there's a scattering around that. But that's not the way they solved the problem. They solved the problem basically with thought experiments. By assuming abstractions that you just can't find in the physical world, like a sailboat moving without any perturbation of wind and current or anything else, And then when you think through the problems, you see it's got to fall to the base because the mass at the top is accelerating. Okay, but that's the kind of problem that you, which yields, that's true, all of science up to the present. Say the double slit experiment, the famous experiment at Schrödinger's cat. Nobody's ever carried it out, probably couldn't carry it out, but it's had an enormous impact on development of quantum theory, So right to the present, that's how things work in the sciences, not by simulation of phenomena. And you're probably right that you're not going to get really good simulation unless you really understand the problems, the deeper problems, but it won't matter from the engineering point of view. Like if you don't get parasitic gaps, who cares? They never happen anyway,
Another question from our first questioner.
Do you think the one or series of mutations that resulted in human beings acquiring the language capacity, do you think any of those mutations can ever be identified with respect to other species so that we can know exactly what happened in our brains?
Do you think the one or several genetic mutations that made it possible for humans to acquire language will ever be identified, presumably at the genetic level, and compared with other species so that we can understand exactly how humans diverged?
Are you, by any chance, a biologist? No. Okay, if you look at just standard texts on developmental biology, they point out that the task of determining the genetic basis for a simple trait is what is called fiendishly difficult for simple traits, like having blue eyes, let's say. It's just fiendishly difficult to try to figure out however many genes are involved interact to yield this property. When you get to something like language, it's extremely difficult. So yes, in principle, it's a task that can be investigated, but you have to be very careful about it. And there's a lot of very misleading things in the literature, even the sort of general scientific literature, like journals like Science and others. So, for example, there was a fad for a while, still to some extent, claiming that a particular gene, FOXP2, is sort of the language gene. It's somehow critical for language. That couldn't be the case. There isn't going to be a language gene, and it's by now been reasonably well established that FOXP2, well, its effect is real, and probably has to do with fine motor actions. So it does affect articulation, which probably has almost nothing to do with language, for reasons I'll mention. But yes, it is conceivable, and there should be an answer to your question. What kind of genetic changes led to the mutation that yielded something like the basic property. But that's a pretty remote task.
Any further questions? Yes, over here. Tim Hunter, he's a former Maryland grad student, computational linguist.
I was wondering, so you mentioned that one reason, one of the reasons for the shift away from phrase structure grammars was that they allowed crazy rules. I think you gave an example of a noun phrase consisting of a verb and a prepositional phrase or whatever. But then you also mentioned that one of the more recent reasons for moving away from X-bar theory was that it couldn't handle non-endocentric structures. And so is that to say that there was something right about phrase structure grammars that we overshot by going to X-bar theory?
So he said, you began by saying that, I'll speak loud enough so that if I misstate what you're saying, you can correct me. He said that you criticized phrase structure grammars of the old variety because they were capable of producing crazy rules. But on the other hand, you've argued that the endocentricity requirement of X-bar theory is too strong because there are, in fact, exocentric constructions that don't adhere to it. And so Tim's question is, does that imply that there was something right about phrase structure, the old phrase structure grammars in the first place?
It implies that phrase structure grammars were correct in permitting exocentric constructions. But the trouble is they just permitted a huge mass of other junk which we don't want. So that means that the task is to find an approach to compositionality which excludes all of the crazy stuff but does include exocentric constructions. That's the task. I'll come back to how it's dealt with.
Further questions? Hilda. Use the mic because people behind you need to hear you also.
That allows everyone to hear except me.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can step close.
Maybe you can lip read.
Feel free to.
Yeah.
You can come up and just speak loudly right next to him.
So I follow up on Tim Hunter's question about X-bar theory and linear order. You talk about learnability, but linear order you say we can't really trust because English and Japanese are symmetric, as X-bar theory tells you. So my question is it really true that Japanese and English are symmetric? And maybe, that's something that we should maybe move away from?
Well, English and Japanese aren't entirely mirror images, of course. It's just sort of fundamentally they're mirror images. There's other properties in which they're the same, some in which they're quite different. But it's pretty much the case that the constructions in English that are head complement are complement head in Japanese. But there are many other properties of linear order. English and Japanese is just a simple case. So if you go back, say, to the time when Tim was a student, 1970s, it was pretty widely believed that there's one of the really most outstanding linguists of the modern period, Ken Hale, who Tim studied with. His intuition is almost a criterion for what's true and what's false. It was did believe at the time that there was a parameter that distinguished the flat structure from hierarchic languages. And flat structure was assumed not only for Japanese, for Walbury, but for Japanese, for German, and others. It did look as if there were just flat structure languages, no hierarchical structure, in which you could order the words freely. And some of them, the extreme case was the one that Ken was working on, mainly Walbury. It just looked as if the words could be anywhere. So that looked like a real difference among languages. But the more that was learned, the more it was realized that that's just superficial, that in fact the languages have essentially the same hierarchical structure at a deeper level. One of Ken's students, Julie Legate, now teaches at Penn, discovered and worked with Ken that Walbury, the extreme case, actually had the same hierarchic structures as the languages we're familiar with when you looked at the deeper properties like anaphora and things like that. So there are many different kinds of linear orders. But what seems increasingly to be the case is that these are all properties of how the internal core language, the language that captures the Galilean property, expressing an infinite number of thoughts, that language may even be uniform. It certainly doesn't seem to vary much. The real variation is just in how you get it out to the sensory motor system. And I'll talk about this next time. But if you think about it for a minute, the sensory motor systems, think about it from an evolutionary point of view. Human language apparently emerged roughly along with humans, so a couple 100,000 years ago. The sensory motor systems were around forever, millions of years before that. They have nothing to do with language, okay? Whatever's going on in the head, you're sort of forced, if you want to externalize it, you have to use one of the sensory motor systems, which have nothing to do with language. So that's a complicated problem. How do you take two systems which have nothing to do with one another and interrelate them? So there are a lot of different ways of doing it. Should be a pretty complicated problem, should vary all over the place. And in fact, if we generally look at what we know about languages, it increasingly seems to be the case, I'll come back to this, that the variety of languages and the complexity of language and the task of learning and the immutability of language, the change from generation to generation, it seems to be localized in the externalization systems. Furthermore, the externalization systems are not, strictly speaking, part of language. They are part of an amalgam of language with some other system which has nothing to do with language. That has the interesting consequence that virtually all the work that's been done on language for the last 2,500 years is not about language. It's about the way in which language connects with a system that has nothing to do with language. Now that system has its own principles. It's not just anything goes, so there's a great deal to say about the way in which externalization takes place. Differently, incidentally, of course, if you're using sound and sign, if you're using touch, third possibility. But whatever it is, that's a very important topic, but it's not, strictly speaking, the study of language. And when we go back to linear order, the point you raised, there's many different possibilities. English and Japanese are kind of interesting because they've both been studied intensively, and they do roughly look like mirror images, but there are many, many other options. So take a look, say, at Mark Baker's work on polysynthetic languages. Here again, the order of the words, again, seems to vary all over the map, but the internal structure of these complex words that are at the core of the system, which just have features inside them, they have the hierarchic structure. It's the kind of thing that seems to be coming to light over and over.
I just want to pick up on Hilda's question because I think she might have had a particular idea in mind. So I think Hilda might have been interested in getting your comments on Keynes' anti-symmetry. On Keynes' anti-symmetry, just so people know what we're talking about. Keynes' idea was that if you compared two languages, like say Japanese, which has object-verb order, and English, which has verb-object order, he claimed that they necessarily could not be structurally parallel and that one had to have a more complex structure than the other. Or they're both derived from some other.
He did, and Keynes' work is extremely interesting. Actually, there are challenges, serious challenges. If there's time, I'll come back to them, to the idea that linear order is irrelevant to language. Very serious challenges. One is Keynes. Other work is, say, Norman Richards' work on contiguity theory. So there's plenty of challenges to it. Going to Keynes' work, you can't, I think it's very important, but I just don't think it's credible in exactly the form in which he gave it. It may turn out, that, in fact, looks not unlikely, that if you take the surface form of expressions generated by the syntax, then you can largely predict the linear order on the basis of the hierarchy. But he wants something much more fundamental than that. And that more fundamental part, I think, is very hard to establish. So to get his analysis of Japanese is very intriguing. Like one of the things he showed is that if, on the basis of his approach, that certain gaps that you might expect to be filled don't appear. That's an interesting result. On the other hand, the way he gets it is by postulating rules, a variety of rules which have no motivation whatsoever, other than that they give you the result you want. And we would like to have rules that have some significance. It's kind of interesting. You guys will fill in the details, but Richie Kane argued that languages are basically subject, verb, object. And shortly after a Japanese linguist, I think it was Tanaka, who was it? Some Japanese linguist, came out with a study saying, yeah, the basic idea is right, but all languages are subject, object, verb.
Yep.
And it's very tricky to get any of these things to work without postulating a wide variety of rules which just have no motivation. Then you can sort of make it work. But
We'll get back to this.
What?
We can get back to this.
Pardon?
Hilda's saying that I think she's not ready to give up yet, but she's saying we'll get back to this later in the week.
I don't think one should give up. I think it's a real issue. It seems to me we have I'll come back to it again, but we have very strong evidence, I think, that linear order is not part of language. On the other hand, we have very significant challenges to that. Keynes' work is one. I think Richards' work is another. But so that's, the kind of nice problem you like to have in the sciences. Yeah.
One last question over at the...
So I'm not a linguist at all, but do you mind commenting on perhaps the uniqueness of language as a human characteristic? How we have these language acquisition devices? Is there a possibility that other animals, organisms may possess a communication acquisition device or something of the sorts?
So the questioner is interested in the extent to which you see, say, a lack of parallels between, or the existence of parallels between humans and other species. And if other species don't have language of the form humans have, do they perhaps have something like a communication acquisition device for whatever it is they have?
Every organism we know, down to bacteria, has some kind of communication system. But I think language is not fundamentally a communication system. It's used for communication. But that doesn't tell you that its basic structure and design or evolution have anything to do with communication. And I think the answer is it probably doesn't. I'll come back to it. Language just evolves some other way. Humans have lots of communication systems. So gesture, for example, is a communication system. Style of clothes, everything we do is some kind of communication system. And language is a very effective communication system, but it just seems unrelated structurally and from an evolutionary point of view to the communication systems of languages. It's very striking. If you look, I probably won't have time to talk about this, but a communication system, a computational system, any computational system, will have a system of rules and a set of kind of atoms, the elementary elements that enter into the computation. The atoms for human language are sort of concepts, kind of word-like, but not exactly words. And if you take a look at the elementary elements of human language, the simple words, they have properties that no animal system has. They're just totally different. That's another one of those mysteries where they came from. But it's just radically different from animal systems. It just seems like a unique... there's a lot of efforts to try to find analogs and even homologous systems, but you just can't, the only place where you can find it really is in externalization. So say birds, songbirds, have systems which have some of the properties, interesting similarities with the sound systems of humans, which is probably convergent evolution, because they're, 60 million years apart or something. But there's something, but there's nothing that you can find that suggests any kind of continuity. The belief that there must be continuity is very widely held, and it's part of a kind of a misunderstanding of evolutionary theory. It's a kind of a version of neo-Darwinism that suggests that any properties of an organism must have developed step by step with very small changes. Actually, Darwin does suggest this, and it was, the belief was the core of the modern neo-evolutionary synthesis, Fisher and others, but it's been disproven in the last couple of decades. There are by now many examples of radical sudden changes, and it seems that human language is just one of them. Actually, I should say that if there were any any serious analogous systems in other species, then the task of neurolinguistics would be much simpler. So, for example, we know a great deal about the human visual system, but that we don't know it by experimentation with humans, which is not permitted. We know it by experimentation with cats and monkeys, which have about the same visual system. So that enables you to find out lots of things about the way the human visual system works. And if there was any species with anything like the language faculty, you could argue about the ethics of it, but under current ethical assumptions, you would be able to do invasive and controlled experiments with them, like raising them in controlled environments or sticking, electrodes into the brain and that sort of thing. But since there's just no other organism that had anything like this, you can't do it.
Could I just do a quick follow-up to his question, and that is, what about the possibility that there could be other species who have much of the, say, the part of language that is specifically associated with the conceptual intentional system, but utterly lacking in connection to sensory motor systems, so no possibility of externalization and no possibility of communication, but perhaps parallels in terms of representation of knowledge of the world internally or something like that?
I mean, if you think back about the study by René Hoybruchs that I mentioned earlier, about the what he's postulating, in fact, is that there was an organism like that, namely early modern humans, who had the faculty of language, but hadn't yet developed the externalization system. That's the logic of his very interesting paper, trying to explain the striking fact that the first group of humans to separate from the rest did develop a strikingly different externalization system, which does strongly suggest something like what you're describing or what Tim is describing. But there's no known organism that has anything like it, and it would be pretty hard to find out if there was such. Suppose some apes had that property. How would we find out? You know? Right. Well, I'm impressed. I was told that everybody would leave after the first lecture. Well, to recapitulate briefly of the many different ways in which one can approach language, we've focused on selected one, particular one, what's been called the generative enterprise, which is concerned with what's been called the basic property of language, namely that each language constructs in the mind an infinite array of structured expressions, each of which has a semantic interpretation that expresses a thought, each of which can be externalized in one or another sensory motor system, typically sound, but not necessarily. As I mentioned, this approach revives a traditional conception, goes back to the 17th century, went as far as early 20th century. The last representative was Otto Jespersen, then forgotten, then revived without knowledge of the tradition. Well, within the generative enterprise, we also have settled on a particular approach, which is not universal, not required, namely what's called the biolinguistic program, that is regarding the language, a language that a person has, as a trait of the person, property of the person, sort of like the person's immune system or the person's visual system. Like other such systems, it is a particular instance of something more general. There's a general mammalian visual system which is innately determined. There's a particular visual system that's the result of interaction with experience, other factors that govern growth, and the same is true of the internal language, for clarification called I language, to make it clear that there's a particular technical notion involved. I fortuitously stands for internal, individual, and also intentional with an S, namely we're interested for the purposes of science in the actual method by which this basic property is expressed, not just any method that happens to yield the same external consequences. So that's the approach. Within this approach, there is a notion at once of what constitutes a genuine explanation. A genuine explanation will have to meet two conditions: the conditions of learnability. The system has to be able to be acquired by an individual, and also evolvability. The innate internal system, the faculty of language, has to have evolved. So if a device is used for description that can't meet those two conditions, we don't have a genuine explanation. We have a description. Descriptions can be very valuable. It's much better to have organized descriptions than chaos, but it's short of genuine explanation. Now that's a very austere requirement, and until recently it hasn't even been possible to consider it. But it is the goal to be aimed at by certainly any approach within the sciences or rational inquiry generally. Well, the early work from the 50s distinguished two different aspects of I language. the term came later, but doesn't matter. One of them was compositionality, the other was dislocation. For compositionality, the early approach that was adopted was phrase structure grammar. For dislocation, transformational rules. It was assumed at the time, and in fact for a long time, up till the present, and still is widely believed, that the dislocation is a strange property of language. You wouldn't expect it. It's kind of an imperfection, as it was called. You have to kind of explain it away. Compositionality was taken for granted. As I mentioned, and we'll talk about today, it seems like the opposite is true, which is kind of an interesting result. The phrase structure grammar had two fundamental problems, which were already recognized by the 60s. One is it simply allows way too many rules. So that alone disqualifies it. Can't have a system that permits all sorts of impossible rules. The second problem, which was more subtle, is that it conflates three different aspects of internal language, which really should be treated separately. That's become clearer over the years. One is simply compositionality, structure, having structured the core elements of the basic property. The second is linear order, which is not part of the basic property. The third is projection, that is determining what each structured element is, what kind of an element it is. The phrase structure grammar tries to handle all three, and it's become clearer over the years that that's not the right way to proceed. Well, by the late 60s, all of this was becoming partially clear, and this approach turned to what was called X-bar theory to overcome the problems of phrase structure grammar. Well, X-bar theory takes care of some of them. It eliminates the problem of the main problem of far too many rules. In fact, there's basically no rules in an X-bar theoretic approach. So we don't have all these impossible rules hanging around. It also distinguishes order from structure. So there's no order in an X-bar theory. There is still the conflation of projection and structure, which only recently, in the last couple of years, was recognized to be a basic problem, primarily because of the existence of exocentric constructions, which are excluded by X-bar theory, although they're all over the place. As I mentioned, in order to sort of get around this annoyance, special tricks were invented to pick out the right answer, intuitively what is the right answer, but without any particular basis. So there's nothing in X-bar theory that tells you that if you have an NP-VP structure, you should regard it as essentially verbal rather than essentially nominal. It's anything, or as an inflectional element, totally arbitrary. And that, of course, is a very serious problem. It's overcome, I think, by labeling theory, which I'll simply assume you're familiar with. I don't have any time to go into it, but it's an approach which overcomes this problem, and it has furthermore the advantage of accounting for when dislocation operations, movement operations, may take place or must take place, and when they have to terminate, does it automatically. But that I'll put aside. The transformation, the X-bar theory also sort of although this was not recognized at the time, it forces you to have a principles and parameters approach, because you have the principle of X-bar theory, but then you have to somehow get the order that's in particular languages. So English and Japanese, sort of mirror images at the core. You have to somehow state that separately. Now there's an interesting, and that led right off within a couple of years to a general principles and parameters approach. which raises interesting questions on its own. Where did the parameters come from? Do they have to evolve? Well, if they have to evolve, then we're very far from genuine explanations. And in fact, the simple case that X-bar theory exposes points to what should be the answer. So for the case of, say, whether you have verb-object or object-verb order, it has to be stated for each particular language, but the answer to it has no effect on the semantic interpretation. So it doesn't feed the conceptual intentional level, which is suggestive. It suggests that whatever the parameters, and if you think about the other parameters that have been proposed, say null subject parameter or others, they have the property that they do not enter into determining semantic interpretation. So if you pick, say, Richie Kane's proposals about a basic subject-verb-object order versus, say, a basic subject-object-verb order, doesn't make any difference to the semantic interpretation. All of that is very suggestive. If the parameters don't enter into semantic interpretation, we have to ask why they're there altogether. Why don't you just have the, after all, the core part of language is just expressing thoughts, basically, having semantic interpretations. So it begins to look right off as if the parameters should be external to the core part of language. And we'll come back to that, but it looks more and more plausible to me that that's the case. What about their evolution? Well, think again about the head parameter. It didn't evolve. It's just forced by the requirement of having to externalize in a sensory motor system that requires linear order. So it doesn't evolve at all. It's just a requirement. There's a mismatch between the internal system and the sensory motor system, and that mismatch just has to be answered one way or another, but there's no evolution of the parameter. And in fact, the goal ought to be to try to show that all parameters have this property. There's very interesting work on this by the EKS group, Epstein, Kitahara, Seeley, which studying particular array of dialects of Cape Verde Spanish, which they try to show that the differences between the dialects simply reduce to an unstated property of the set of principles. It allows alternative orders of rules, and turns out that several dialects just pick different answers to this. So if that kind of approach can work for all parameters, then the problem of their evolution is overcome. And we go back to having a hope of getting genuine explanations. Well, this is all kind of work in progress. In fact, not even in progress. It's an open problem to be investigated to try to show that for all parameters, all of the options that distinguish language, the goal would be to have two properties. One, to show that they're simply part of externalization. They don't feed the conceptual intentional level, semantic interpretation. And secondly, that they don't evolve at all. They're simply options left open by core grammar, which have to be settled one way or another. So each language picks its way of settling them. That would be the perfect answer if you can find it. Well, X-bar theory partially dealt with these problems. It still left the problem of conflating projection and structure, and it had the huge problem of excluding exocentric constructions, which, as I say, abound, so that's no good. The principles and parameters approach that did develop mainly through the 80s led to a huge explosion of empirical work on a very wide variety of typologically varied languages. I think more was learned about language in the 80s than in the preceding couple of thousand years. Also, there were conceptual steps forward, but still there was the problem of not being able to reach genuine explanations. Well, by the early 90s, it appeared to a number of people, myself included, that enough had been learned so that it might be possible to tackle the whole general problem of language on more principled grounds. That is, to actually seek genuine explanations, to formulate what was called the strong minimalist thesis, which says that language is basically perfect. Was called approaching universal grammar from below, starting by assuming, let's see how far we can get by assuming a perfect answer that would be a genuine explanation, and how much can we explain this way. Now that's what's been called the minimalist program. Now the way to proceed with it is to start with the simplest computational operation, and just let's see how far you can go. Where do you run aground? Well, what you have to do is you have to explain the actual phenomena of language on the basis of the simplest computational operation. That would be the genetic element, plus other factors that, of course, enter into acquisition of language. And there are several such factors. One, of course, is the data with which the child is presented. So we don't all speak Tagalog. It's got to be something in the data that picks out which language we end up with. And it should be the case that the child, the correct theory, when we converge on it, will show that that very limited data suffices to fix the I language. There's an empirical reason for that. That is that as psycholinguistic evidence studies, child studies, have increasingly shown, the basic properties of language are really captured, known quite early with very limited evidence available. There are other factors, sometimes called third factor properties, just general principles of growth and development, which are independent of language, maybe natural laws. That would, for a computational system like language, the natural one to look at is computational efficiency, just assuming that, for the reasons I mentioned last time, that nature seeks the simplest answer. So computational efficiency plus the simplest computational operation plus whatever contribution data makes, that should yield the I language attained. That's the goal. This program has been called the Minimalist program. Where this can be achieved, you do have genuine explanation. If you can explain something simply on the basis of the first and the third factor, namely universal grammar, the simplest computational operation, along with, say, computational efficiency, if anything can be explained in just those two terms, you do have a genuine explanation. You've solved the learnability problem because there's no learning. Okay, that's the optimal solution to the learnability problem. You've also addressed the evolvability problem in the best possible way, if you think it through. The basic property is simply a fact. It's a fact about the faculty of language that it satisfies the basic property. It therefore follows there has to be some computational operation that yields the basic property. And whatever computational operation it is, it's going to incorporate the simplest computational operation, and optimally nothing else or not much else. So if you can reduce something to the simplest computational operation, you have solved the problem of evolvability, even if you don't know the exact answer as to how this rewiring of the brain took place. You know this must have happened. Okay, so you're free and fair. So whenever you can account for something on the basis of just the first and the third factor, universal grammar and third factor properties like computational efficiency, if you can do that, you certainly have a genuine explanation. You could have more complex genuine explanations if you bring in the effect of the whatever the right theory of determining the I language from data is. When that factor, the second factor, is introduced, you can have richer kinds of genuine explanations. But the simplest kind will simply reduce to the simplest computational operation plus computational efficiency. Well, notice, of course, that the innate properties, the simplest computational operation, these things may be triggered by data, by evidence, but that's normal for innate properties. I mean, you don't grow, you have to have triggering evidence to get the system to start functioning. So in the case of the visual system, for example, it's known for the mammalian visual system, including humans, that unless you have the right kind of stimulation in very early infancy, in fact, the first couple of weeks, pattern stimulation of certain kinds, then the visual system just doesn't function. It's not learning how to function. It knows how to function, but something's got to set off the system in operation. That's true for innate processes altogether, so presumably true for language as well. So, for example, if a child was raised in isolation with no noises, the faculty of language would collapse, presumably. There's, in fact, even some evidence for that for odd cases, unfortunate cases that have been discovered. But apart from that, it seems that we can at least begin by asking how far can we get to genuine explanation by just looking at first and third factor. Well, so what's the simplest computation possible? Well, the simplest computation, which is found somewhere buried in any computational system, it just takes two objects that have already been constructed and creates a third object from them. In the optimal case, the operation will not modify either of the elements that is operated on. It'll leave them untouched, and it won't add any additional structure. So it just takes two objects, call them X and Y, forms a new object, Z, which doesn't affect X, doesn't affect Y, and doesn't add structure. That's basically binary set formation. So the simplest operation, which has been called merge in the last recent years, is simply binary set formation. And the question we can ask is if we can account for something in terms of merge and third factor properties like computational efficiency, we have in fact reached a genuine explanation for the first time. Well, if you think about the operation merge, binary set formation, it has two possible cases. So we have X and Y, we're forming the set X, Y. One case is that X and Y are distinct, okay? Second case is that one of them, say X, is an element of Y, it's part of Y. A technical term is a term of Y. We define the notion term to mean X is a term of Y if X is a member of Y or it's a member of a term of Y, normal inductive definition, okay, irreflexive. So if one possibility is that X or Y, it doesn't matter, is a term of Y, the other possibility is that they're distinct. There's a third imaginable case, namely that they overlap. But if you think about the process of construction of binary sets, you can't have that case. So that case we can rule out. So we have basically two options. The names that are used for them are external merge for two distinct elements, and internal merge where one is part of the other. The linguistic analogs would be, for example, forming read books from read and books. That's external merge. Internal merge would be forming what did you see from you saw what. Notice what you actually form is what you saw what. Okay, you take what, merge it to you saw what, and you get what you saw what. Okay, that's critically important. That's internal merge. Internal merge is dislocation, but dislocation is now a strange word because you're actually keeping the original element. Okay, that's internal merge. External merge just takes two separate things and brings them together. Notice that these two are one operation, merge. They're not two different operations. These are just the two possible cases of the single operation. There's a lot of confusion about this in the literature, so you really want to be careful about it. Well, just to be clear, the minimalist program is a program. It's not a theory, right? There's been a lot of, you read in the literature, discussions of whether the minimalist program is true or has it been refuted, or that's meaningless. It's a program of research that asks, how far can we get towards genuine explanation? Okay, that's the program. As I mentioned last time, by now it has some, in very recent years, some independent motivation from what's very recently been discovered about the conditions of evolution of the language faculty. To repeat quickly, it's now been established by genomic evidence that the language faculty was established prior, roughly at the time of the appearance of anatomically modern humans. And there's no evidence for symbolic activity before that. So we have an indication, not a proof, but an indication that probably what happened is very simple. And it apparently hasn't changed since the language faculty is shared, first of all, among the earliest separating groups, but in fact, as far as we know, among all human groups. So we have independent reason to believe that that the program is a plausible program. It's likely that the right answer to what the language faculty is will in fact be something like the simplest computational operation. Well, how far can we get on this? It seems to me that in the last couple of years there have been pretty substantial achievements which give an indication of how far we might be able to go. One achievement is cases where you have reached genuine explanation, I mean. One is simply the unification of the two fundamental properties of language that were recognized back in the 50s, composition and dislocation. If they can both be unified in merge, I think the first person to point this out was Hisa Kitahara, who's sitting over there. If you can bring these together, it's a pretty substantial achievement. These were always thought to be two totally separate parts of language, but maybe they're just the same operation, in fact, the simplest operation. So maybe the null hypothesis, the perfect case, is that you have both dislocation and composition. Actually, you can push that a little farther. If you think about the two cases of merge, internal and external, which one is the more primitive, the simplest? the one that involves least computation. Actually, internal merge. If you think of external merge, requires search. You want to bring two things together that are distinct. You have to search all the available possibilities. Well, what are these? First of all, it's the entire lexicon. Say maybe 50,000 items for a normal knowledge, plus anything that's already been constructed. This is a recursive procedure, so you're constructing things along the way, and any of them can be accessed for further operations. So external merge involves a huge search procedure. Internal merge, in contrast, involves almost no search at all. You're just looking at a particular structure. You're taking a look at its terms. That's it. So internal merge is by far the more primitive operation. External merge is much more complex, which is an interesting conclusion because the opposite has always been assumed. It's always been assumed that compositionality is the obvious case. We don't have to explain that. The dislocation is the complicated case, the imperfection, the strange property of language. And it turns out when you think it through that the opposite's the case. Internal merge, dislocation, is the simplest case. What you have to ask is, why do we have external merge at all? Why not just keep to the simplest case? Well, think about that for a minute. I'll come back to it in a second. But that's what you discover when you begin to think about the nature of the operations. Incidentally, there are some independent reasons for this, not proofs, but suggestive. If you think about internal merge alone, so imagine the simplest case. You have a lexicon of one element, and we have the operation internal merge. I could write this down, but it's simple enough so you can figure it out in your heads. So we have one element. Let's just give it the name 0, okay? We internally merge 0 with itself. That gives us the set 0, 0, which is just the set 0, okay? So we've now constructed a new element, the set 0, which we call 1. Then we apply internal merge again. We take the term of the set 0, that's 0. We merge it with the set 0. We now have a new element, consists of two elements, 0 and the set containing 0. We call that one 2. We just keep going. We've created the successor function. And in fact, if you think about it a little more, we've also created addition. Because if you take one of the longer terms and you merge that, you're essentially getting addition. Multiplication is just repeated addition, unbounded repeated addition. So we basically have the foundations of arithmetic just from internal merge. That raises a very interesting question. There is a question that very much troubled Charles Darwin and the co-founder of evolutionary theory, Alfred Russel Wallace, who were in contact. They were both concerned with what appeared to be a serious contradiction to the theory of natural selection, namely the fact that all human beings understand arithmetic. If you think about it, arithmetic has never been used in human evolution, except in a very tiny period tacked on at the very end. But for almost the entire history of human beings, nobody bothered with arithmetic. You might have small numbers, you might have what's called numerosity, knowing that 80 things is more than 60 things. But that's quite different from arithmetic, knowing that the numbers can go on forever, knowing what the computations are of, say, addition and multiplication. So where did this come from? Darwin and Wallace simply assumed that all humans have it. By now, there's pretty good evidence that they're right, that it's even you find indigenous tribes that have no number words beyond maybe 1, 2, and 3, and do handle numerosity. It turns out that As soon as they're inserted into, say, market societies, they immediately compute freely. They have the entire knowledge. And in fact, on conceptual grounds, we know that this must be the case, because there's no way to learn it. There's no possible way to learn that the numbers go on forever. You can't have evidence for that. But every child just knows it, you know. So the problem is, where did it come from? Since it was not selected and it's universal, looks like it contradicts the fundamental ideas of the theory of evolution. Well, a possible answer to this is that it's just an offshoot of the language faculty. The language faculty did emerge. It's here, we're using it, so it's around. The language faculty, at the very least, in its simplest case, gives you arithmetic. So it's quite possible that the reason everyone knows arithmetic is just we've got the language faculty. So therefore we have the simplest case of it. Now, on the surface, it looks as if there's counter evidence, which has been brought up quite often, namely dissociations, kind of things that Susan Curtis discusses. There are dissociations between arithmetical competence and linguistic competence. So there are people who have a perfect language faculty and can't do arithmetic, and conversely. However, it's not clear that that's a counter argument for reasons that were pointed out a couple of years ago by Luigi Rizzi, a great linguist who most of us know. He pointed out that the tests for dissociation are testing performance. They're testing what people use, not the internal knowledge. So as, for example, there are also dissociations between reading and language competence. There are people who can have normal language competence but can't read, conversely. Now, it can't be that there's a separate reading faculty. That's impossible. So in fact, what it shows is just that the tests are studying the utilization of the competence. They're not testing the competence itself. So it may very well turn out that this is the answer to the Darwin-Wallace problem, a deep problem of evolutionary theory. Going beyond, there's other very suggestive evidence. Marvin Minsky, one of the founders of artificial intelligence, a very good mathematician, about a couple decades ago, actually in the 60s, he and one of his students experimented with the simplest Turing machines, the ones that Turing machine is just, an abstract computer, basically. The ones that have the smallest number of states and the smallest number of symbols. They just asked the question, what happens if you just let these things run free? And they got an interesting result. Most of them crash. They either get into infinite loops or they just terminate. Of the ones that didn't crash, they gave the successor function, which suggests strongly, and then Marvin went on to draw the plausible conclusion. He said, probably nature in the course of evolution will pick the simplest thing, so it'll pick the successor function. So he was thinking of things like extraterrestrial intelligence. He said, we can expect that if you ever find anything like that, it'll be based on the successor function, because that's the one that's the simplest one. Well, that's internal merge. So from quite a number of points of view, we have a conclusion that dislocation is probably the primitive element of language. Composition is the one that has to be explained. So why do we have external merge altogether? Well, if you think about, suppose we didn't have external merge, what would language look like? Actually, it'd be nothing but the successor function, because that's all that internal merge can produce, successor function plus addition. So if you had, say 10 elements in the lexicon instead of 1, and you used only internal merge, what you would get is 10 instances of the successor function, nothing else. But language has other properties. For example, it has argument structure. theta theory. It has things like agent, patient, and so on. Well, you can't get that from internal merge. You're required to have external merge to develop the structures which will yield argument structure, theta structure. So an empirical property of language, namely that it has argument structure, forces you to use this more complex operation of external merge. Another reason for it is, again, the existence of exocentric constructions, like, say, subject-predicate. You can't get those by internal merge, of course. So there's just empirical reasons that force language to include the more complex operation of external merge. Notice that this turns everything that's been believed in the generative enterprise and the tradition, turns it on its head. That's exactly the opposite of what's been assumed. The basic operation is dislocation, internal merge, arithmetic essentially. Then because of special properties of language, like argument structure, exocentric constructions, you're just compelled to use also the more complex case of external merge. But again, notice that these are both the same operation, just two cases of the same operation, one more primitive than the other. You're forced to use also the less primitive one, compositionality, because of properties of language. Well, notice again that in the case of internal merge, you not only get dislocation, but you have several copies of the element that has been dislocated. Those of you who know how this works know that you can have a great many copies. You can have successive cyclic dislocation, which leaves a copy in every position with consequences for externalization and interpretation. Well, that's very important because of a phenomenon known in the linguistic literature as reconstruction. Namely, the dislocated element is actually interpreted in the position from which it came, and even intermediate positions. So standard examples are things like the sentences, it is his mother that every boy admires. So meaning every boy admires his mother. It is his mother that admires every boy. Doesn't work. Every does not range over the variable his. And the reason, if you think about it, is that the copy, what's reaching the mind, actually has the phrase his mother in the position in which quantification works. Every boy admires his mother is actually reaching the mind, although not the ear. And there are many more complex interpretations, examples of this. There's no time, so I won't go through it, but if those of you familiar with the literature know, you get quite complex, intricate examples of the phenomenon of reconstruction. Now, in a lot of the literature, the modern literature, there is an operation of reconstruction that somehow takes the kind of structurally highest element and reinterprets it back in the initial position. But that's unnecessary because that comes automatically. It's just there, okay? So what reaches the mind is the entire, what's called the chain of elements, all of the elements that have been dislocated, but it doesn't reach the ear. What reaches the ear is just, it cuts out all but one of them. Actually, that's interestingly, it's not entirely correct. I'll come back to it in a minute. But put that aside for a minute. I'll return to it in 1 second. And notice that when you look at these cases, you have a strengthening of the conclusion that was already suggested by X-bar theory, namely that the core language, the system that just reaches the mind, that gives semantic interpretations pays no attention to the way the thing appears on the surface, okay? It just asks what happens on the internal operations. Things may appear on the surface like linear order or missing the copy, but the mind doesn't care because it's only paying attention to the internal operation. And that raises the question, why does linear order even exist? Why do you have it? Well, the trivial answer to that, the sensory motor system requires it. Partially, if you use a different sensory motor system for externalization, like sign language, it doesn't have strictly linear order. The reason is visual space provides options that acoustic production does not have. You have to speak one thing after another. But if you have visual space, you can use positions in it to convey the meaning. And that's in fact done in sign language. So anaphora in sign language works by picking a point in space and referring back to it, which you can't do in spoken language. You can also have simultaneous operations in sign language, like raising your eyebrows while you're signing, which turns something into a question. Can't do that in spoken language. So the nature of in general, the nature of the sensory motor system is determining properties of language in the broad sense, which are not part of core language at all. They just reflect the characteristics of the sensory motor system. Well, now there's something that came up in the discussion last time. I'll repeat it. The sensory motor systems have nothing at all to do with language, okay? These were in place long before, in fact, millions of years before the language ever evolved. So the time when language evolved, maybe roughly a couple 100,000 years ago, the sensory motor systems were in place, independent of language. They haven't changed with the usage of language. They're still what they were, at the origins of Homo sapiens, with the most extremely minor variations. There's no indication of any adaptation of sensory motor systems to language. So the early Homo sapiens who developed this internal system by whatever means they did, some rewiring of the brain, which gave the simplest computational operation, they had the task of getting this stuff out somehow, and they had to use the sensory motor systems that are around, as we do, as every infant does, and the sensory motor system imposes conditions, but those are not linguistic conditions. They're not, strictly speaking, part of language, from which we can conclude it's a contentious claim, as Hilda pointed out last time, but it looks from this kind of argument as though things like linear order or elimination of the copy just don't have anything to do with language. They're part of, they're conditions imposed by the mode of externalization, which is language independent. And as I mentioned last time, this has the paradoxical conclusion that just about everything that's been studied in linguistics for the last 2,500 years is not language. It's the study of some amalgam of language and sensory motor systems. But if we want to really think it through, the internal language, the thing that's computing away and giving you semantic interpretations, that doesn't have any of these things. It doesn't have operations of reconstruction, doesn't have linear order, just operating along, giving you, producing thoughts in your mind, which you can then try to externalize somehow. Well, in fact, if you think about it, that's even true of what's called inner speech. So almost all the time, say 24 hours a day, you're basically talking to yourself. You can't stop. It takes a tremendous act of will to keep you from talking to yourself. But if you think about inner speech, it's externalized speech. You're not, for example, it has linear order, or you can think about two sentences you just produced in your mind, and you can ask, do they rhyme? Are they the same length? Do they have copies? And so on. Answer is they don't. So what we call inner speech is very superficial. It's not what's going on in the mind. All of this has a lot of implications for the study of consciousness and preconscious mental operations. Almost everything that's involved in language seems to be inaccessible to consciousness. It's prior to whatever reaches consciousness, even in inner speech. A lot of implications to this which are worth thinking through. Well, a conclusion that kind of begins to appear on the horizon is that core language, the internal computations yielding linguistically articulated thoughts, a core language could be universal. It's possible that it's just common to the species. It's part of the faculty of language, which would solve the learnability problem, because nothing would be learned if that's true. And it would solve the evolvability problem insofar as you can reduce the operations to the simplest computations. Okay, so that's a kind of a goal that you can see formulating itself on the horizon, something to strive at in research. You would also anticipate, if this is correct, that the variety of languages is just a surface phenomenon. It's not really a fact about language. I mentioned last time that in the structuralist, behavioralist period, it was assumed almost as a dogma that languages can differ from one another pretty much arbitrarily, and that each one has to be studied without any bias, any preconceptions. That was what was called the Boasian doctrine. If this is correct, that's just completely false. There's only maybe even just one language, and a lot of variation that comes from mapping it into externalization systems. You would expect the same to be true of the complexity of language. The relating two independent systems is a complex affair, so you could naturally expect the complexity of language to reside there. Also, just the fact that languages change very fast. In fact, every generation there's language change, but could be that this is just externalization. Anyway, those are goals to be thinking about, kind of coming into view when you just think about the nature of the problem. Well, under externalization, as mentioned before, the mind hears every case, but the ear only hears one case. Okay, so when you say, what did John eat for, let's say it is his mother that every student admires, you don't hear, it is his mother that every student admires his mother. That's hitting the ear, so you know how to interpret it, but it's the mind, but it's not hitting the ear. And that's in general true. Actually, there's some very interesting qualifications to this. There's an interesting study by, it's known that in some languages, the initial position that you don't hear in dislocation actually has some kind of a phonetic mark, some sort of a sound that indicates I was here, There's a study by a Vietnamese linguist, Thuy Trinh, who goes into this in some detail and relates it to prosodic properties of the language, which pretty well determine when this is the case. More intricate for those of you who know this stuff, in successive cyclic movement, when you have successive dislocation to higher and higher positions, there are, in many languages, residues, strange residues along the way. That's true at both of what are called phases, CP level and the V star P level. You get, in some languages, traces that something went through here. So there's some indication in some languages in the externalization that there was something there, but overwhelmingly you just don't hear anything. You hear one case, typically the structurally highest case. So there are, although what are called in situ languages, like say Chinese, Japanese, you hear it in the base generated place, the place where it started from. Actually, that's true in languages like English too. So you have in situ constructions in English and similar languages in very special circumstances, which are interesting, but overwhelmingly languages vary this way. So the question that arises is, why don't you pronounce everything? Why bother deleting a lot of them? Well, here we turn to a third factor property, computational efficiency. Suppose you were to pronounce all of them. Notice that the things that you could pronounce, I gave a simple example, what did you eat? But instead of what, it could be of arbitrary complexity. So, which book that appeared in 1690 and then was destroyed did you read, let's say? If you repeat that, you've got a lot of computation going on, mental computation to set the stage for phonetic articulation, and then motor control to articulate the whole thing. So you have massive reduction in complexity if you just don't pronounce these things. Okay, so computational efficiency compels the deletion of the copies. You can't delete them all, of course, or else there's no indication that the operation ever took place. So you have to leave one at least, typically the structurally highest one. Then the rest you delete. Well, that's fine from the point of view of meeting the condition of computational efficiency, but it has a consequence for language use. It causes problems for perception, serious problems, in fact. Those of you who've worked on mechanical parsing programs know that one of the toughest problems is what's called filler gap problems. You hear a sentence which begins with which book, then comes the whole sentence, and you have to find the place where which book is interpreted, but there's nothing there. That's called a filler gap problem. These can be pretty tricky. I mean, it's simple in the case that I mentioned, but if you think through more complex cases, it can become quite intricate. So the fact that we have the following strange situation. Computational efficiency is forcing a communicative inefficiency, okay? Computational efficiency is forcing parsing problems, perception problems, communication problems. What does that suggest? It suggests that the way language evolved and is designed, it just doesn't care about efficiency of use. It's of no interest. It just cares about efficiency of computation. Now, there's a lot of evidence for this, and many things that are quite familiar to us and nobody bothered thinking about. But take things like structural ambiguity. Examples like flying planes can be dangerous, which can mean either the act of flying planes can be dangerous or planes that fly can be dangerous. There's lots of structural ambiguity in language. Where does it come from? Well, if you look at the cases, it comes from just allowing the rules to run freely and not caring whether it causes perception problems or not. But all structural ambiguity problems are perception problems. You have to figure them out. Take what are called garden path sentences, discovered by Tom Bever about 50 years ago. Sentences like, the horse raced past the barn fell. When you present this to people, they are confused. What's fell doing there? The horse raced past the barn is a sentence. It's called a garden path sentence. It leads you down the garden path. But if you think about it, it's a perfectly grammatical sentence. It could be the horse that somebody raced past the barn fell, okay? Well, these are all over the place. In fact, incidentally, if you run the Google parser on them, you know, the one you can pick off the internet, crashes all the time on these. But they're normal parts of language. And again, these are just cases where the rules run free, and they don't care whether it causes problems or not. Actually, the most interesting case, too complicated to go into, but many of you are familiar with it, is islands, things where you just can't extract. You can think them, but you can't produce them. The cases of islands that are understood, there's a lot of problems with them, all turned out to be cases where you have computational efficiency forcing the island, compelling a paraphrase, often a complex paraphrase, to somehow get around it. Well, the general conclusion seems to be that as far as I know, whenever there's a conflict between computational efficiency and communicative efficiency, computational efficiency wins. A language just doesn't care about communicative efficiency. That also has a consequence. There is a very widely held doctrine, almost a dogma, that somehow the function of language, you know, how it evolved, its basic design and so on, is as a system of communication. And apparently that's not the case. Apparently language just doesn't care about communication. Of course, it's used for communication, it's very useful, but that just seems to be something on the side. Probably the background for this doctrine is, first of all, that we do use language for communication all the time. So on the surface, that's what you see. And also a kind of a belief going back to early Darwinian notions that anything that evolved had to go by small steps from earlier things. So somehow language should have evolved from animal communication systems, but it seems to be just entirely false. Language seems to have come from something totally different, having nothing to do with communicative systems. Well, a lot to say about this, but time is running out, I think. I've lost the track of time. What am I? 3 o'clock. Oh, okay. Well, there are, let me just go on a little bit because there's a lot I want to get to. There are other genuine explanations, some of them pretty striking for non-trivial properties. The most interesting one of all, I think, is what's called structure dependence. It's a strange property of language, puzzling property noticed years ago, that the operations of language simply don't seem to pay attention to linear order. They only pay attention to structural relations. So standard example in the literature is things like the man who is tall is happy. If you turn that into a question, it becomes, is the man who is tall happy, not is the man who tall is happy. Okay, that's obvious, everybody knows that. Well, as soon as generative grammar began, the question arose, why? Why don't you use the simple computational operation of picking the first occurrence of the auxiliary and putting it in front? It's a much simpler operation than the one that's used. The one that's used, in fact, picks the structurally closest one. So if you draw say the tree, the structure of this, you see that structurally the one that's picked is the one that's used. Similar, take a sentence, can animals that fly swim? We understand that to mean, can they swim, not fly. So it doesn't mean, I have to read it because it's hard to work out. Is it the case that animals that can fly also swim? Why doesn't it mean that? It's perfectly fine meaning. So why doesn't the sentence mean that? Now, that's what it would mean if you picked the first occurrence of can and moved it or interpreted it. But it's not a mistake that anybody can possibly make, any child makes, let's say. In fact, it's by now known that by about 30 months old, infants already are operating with structure dependence. It's something that's just automatic. You have essentially no evidence for it. And this is true for all constructions in all languages, as far as anybody knows. Well, all of these are things we take for granted, but the usual question arises, why? And why? It's particularly puzzling because for two reasons. For one thing, we avoid what looks like the computationally simple operation, linear order. That's trivial. Pick the first thing is trivial. We avoid that. We use a much more, what looks like a much more complex operation. A second reason it's puzzling is we ignore everything we hear. What we hear is linear order. We don't hear structure. That's something the mind constructs internally. So we ignore everything we hear. We ignore what looks like the simplest operation, and we do it universally. And this is true for cases, examples like, is the man who is tall happy, have been a little misleading. They have led cognitive scientists to believe that maybe you could learn this, because you could have something, you have data for it. And there's huge literature trying to show that one way or another you might acquire this. But there's plenty of cases where the evidence is just zero, total zero. So take, for example, the sentence, the guy who fixed the car carefully packed his tools. It's ambiguous. He can fix the car carefully or carefully pack his tools. If carefully appears in front, carefully the guy who fixed the car packed his tools, it's unambiguous. You unambiguously pick the more remote verb, not the closest verb. Evidence for that is zero. There's no way you can learn that by deep learning of the Wall Street Journal corpus or something. But this is universal in language. So there is a puzzle, and there's in fact an answer. The answer is language is based on the simplest computational operation, namely merge, which has no order. Okay, so the option of using linear order just isn't there in the use of in the internal core language. So here's a situation where we have there's no learning necessary, because that's just innate. There's no evolvability problem because it's the simplest computational operation. So you have a genuine explanation of quite a deep property of language, strange property of language, structure dependence, no linear order. There happens to be confirming evidence from other sources in this case. There are neurolinguistic studies, initiated by a linguist, who the linguists here know, Andrea Moro, a group in Milan of brain scientists who devised the obvious study. They took two groups of subjects, each of which was presented with a invented nonsense language. One of the languages was modeled on a real language that they didn't know. The second used rules that violate universal grammar, like linear order. So, for example, in the second language, the invented one, the negation would be, say, the third word in a sentence, okay, which is very trivial to compute. In the one modeled on a real language, negation was whatever negation is, which is pretty complicated when you look at it. Well, what they found is that the subjects who were presented with the invented language modeled on a real language handled it with activation in the normal language areas of the brain, mostly Broca's area. In the case of the subjects presented with the language, say, in which negation was the third element, they didn't get Broca's area activation. They got diffuse activation over the brain, which indicates it's just being treated as a puzzle, it's not a language problem. Similar evidence was presented by a study, again, the linguists know, Neil Smith and Ianthi Simpli, who work with a particular subject who has very low cognitive capacities, extremely low, but has remarkable language capacities, picks up languages like a sponge, basically. And when they presented him, Chris, they call him, with the invented language based on a real language, learned it very quickly. When they presented him with the one that has, say, negation in the third position, he couldn't handle it at all. It's a puzzle. He can't deal with puzzles. So here's a very striking case, a rare case, where we have the optimal explanation for something, perfect explanation, genuine explanation, fundamental property of language. We have confirming evidence from all the other relevant sources. Language acquisition, it's known right away. Neurolinguistics, you get the right kind of brain activation. Psycholinguistics, you get dissociations. You couldn't ask for a better result. Now, here's a very curious fact about the field of cognitive science altogether. There's a huge literature. In fact, one of the major topics in computational cognitive science is trying to show how this could be learned somehow from data. How it could be learned without what's called inductive bias for structure. Now you think of if you look at this literature, first of all, the methods that are proposed, if they're at all clear enough to investigate, they all, of course, fail. But a more important fact is it wouldn't matter if they succeeded. So suppose that you could say, take the Wall Street Journal corpus and use some deep learning method and figure out from it that speakers of English use the structural rule. The significance of that would be absolutely zero, because it's asking the wrong question. The question is, why is this the case? In fact, why is it the case for every construction in every language? So even if, inconceivably, you could show how it could be learned, wouldn't matter, okay? It's totally irrelevant. It's the wrong question. What about the inductive bias? There's no inductive bias. It's just the simplest explanation. So it's as if this entire effort, which those of you who know the literature will know that this is a huge part of computational cognitive science, but the entire effort is an effort to try to disprove the null hypothesis. Now, if you think about it, things like that just don't happen in the sciences. It's just not the kind of thing you undertake. Like if there's a perfect solution for something, you don't try to find some complicated way in which you could have gotten it some other way. It doesn't make any sense. It raises serious questions about the nature of the field. It's a strange departure from sciences. There are other successes, but starting next time, I want to turn to something else. Problems with merge. The reasons, places where it really doesn't work, and what we can do about those. Okay.
Ready for questions? And the question, right? Okay, I thought it was Can you stand up so?
So when you talk about when we have I guess this internal computation biases over this computation efficiency weighs over the efficiency of use. I was wondering if the same thing applied to, for example, the field of semantics, where when we formulate a sentence where we're trying to parse a sentence based on its meaning, do we have this internal system that weighs over the using efficiency?
She was asking, since you mentioned that language seems to favor computational efficiency over efficiency of use or communication. Do you think the same thing applies with respect to semantics when we're trying to interpret a sentence and determine its meaning? Do the same kind of principles apply?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Those of you familiar with the field know that these minimalist questions, these kinds of questions I'm talking about, have been focused on syntax, okay? There are similar kinds of questions with regard to phonology, and there's a lot of work in phonology, in fact, going back to in generative grammar, back to the 40s, trying to determine what are the simplest approaches. But nothing like this has been done with semantics. So there's a lot of very interesting, exciting work on formal semantics, one of the most lively areas of the field, which has led to lots of extremely interesting results. But the questions of the conceptual questions have never been raised. What is, like, those of you who know about this stuff say they're full of lambdas and so on and so forth, but what is all this stuff about? Now, formal semantics, in fact, is syntax. It's not semantics. It's symbolic manipulation. It would become semantics when you're related to the external world. That's no small problem. If there's time, I'll talk about it later. But the internal symbolic manipulations are a form of syntax which give you the basis for potential semantics, kind of the way phonology gives you the basis for potential phonetics. You know, it sort of lays the basis from which relation to the outside world could take place. But in this whole domain of formal semantics, which again is quite rich, very exciting work, the kind of question you raised just hasn't been asked. What's the simplest way of doing it, and does it matter? The work is entirely devoted to trying to get an answer which is sort of the way it ought to be, the way we understand things. Here's the way we understand the word only, let's say. So we make a complicated description and say, yeah, that's the way it seems to work in connection with negation or something. But why this way and not some totally different way? So that's a fair question. If we tried to ask the question, hasn't been asked for pretty good reasons. It's a hard question. But if we ask the question, what is the computationally simplest way to account for all of this work in formal semantics, and why does it work this way and not some other way? If those questions are ever raised, then we'll be able to ask your question. Is it the case here, too, that computational efficiency overcomes efficiency of interpretation? Similar questions arise for real semantics, that is, relating words to, say, what they refer to. If there's time at the end, I'll come back to this, but it turns out that, just to give a foretaste, that when you begin to look at it, the words of language do not have the property of reference. They don't refer to things the way animal symbols do. And a lot of interesting things to say about this, and we can ask why. But the kinds of questions you raise are very pertinent, but they're just not formulable yet until the task of developing the whole domain of semantic interpretation is subjected to the same kinds of considerations. And notice, even in the case of syntax, it's very recently only that it's been possible to pose these questions in a way in which answers are possibly forthcoming. The questions were posed very early, but they were way out of sight. So it's actually only in the last few years that you really have examples that you can point to. This in particular, this question of conflict between computational and communicative efficiency, they couldn't really have been asked not many years ago, because not enough was understood about computational efficiency. So those are tasks for people like you. That's the future.
Thomas Mutter?
So if the language faculty doesn't inherently care about being used for communication purposes, how do we get from the internal merge or successor function state to the point where we motivate the usage of external merge? How do you see that link happening?
If
could everyone hear that? Okay.
I hope I can remember. I've lost the first part. If internal merge is primary over external merge,
right? If internal merge is primary and language doesn't care about, like, the language faculty isn't at its core about communication,
and if the language faculty isn't fundamentally about communication, then
how do we get to the point where external merge is used?
So why do we have external merge? Well, what the language faculty, if we accept, going back to the Galilean challenge, which I think did formulate the problem correctly, the language is a means of expressing, of capturing and expressing thought. Now, thought has certain properties independent of communication. One of the properties of thought is it does involve notions like agent and action, action and recipient of action, action and goal of action. It involves all of those notions. That's part of our system of thought. We can ask where it comes from. Now we're off in evolutionary mysteries, but it's plainly there. It may have, there may be things similar to that in animal systems. It's kind of hard to determine, but for humans it's plainly true. So we have what in the technical literature is called theta structure, argument structure, agent, goal, and so on and so forth. Now, in order to capture these notions structurally, you need structures rich enough to express the notions. Internal merge doesn't give you that. Internal merge just gives you the arithmetic. It just doesn't have these structures. So you're forced to have external merge simply to have the basis for expressing thought to yourself internally. This is quite apart from externalization. Forming thoughts in your mind, you're going to have this kind of structure. Furthermore, there is the further fact of exocentric constructions. So, like subject predicate, and you just can't get those from internal merge. So properties of I think the right answer to your question, if we ever understand things enough, will be that properties of the thought system require that you use the more complex operation of compositionality. Otherwise, we would just be stuck with knowing arithmetic.
Question here, and then afterwards
over. Excuse me. So, what do you think the role of randomness is within the field of linguistics, and do you believe such a concept even exists?
Such a
concept of randomness even exists.
What do you think is the role of randomness in linguistics, and do you think the concept of randomness even exists or is even applicable to language?
Actually, randomness is not such a trivial notion, but let's say we understand it. It obviously exists in the universe. Does it have anything to do with language? Well, here are some quite general questions arise. Contemporary science, this is also true of its origin, 17th century science, pretty much understood the concept of determinacy and the concept of randomness. Well, suppose those are the only factors in nature. Then we have the conclusion that you never make choices. Okay. You have no free will. So you can't decide to lift your finger. You couldn't have decided to ask that question. Okay, so a consequence of the assumption that the world consists of just determinacy and randomness is we're automata, we're thermostats. We just respond to whatever the circumstances are. Now, there's a huge literature in philosophy and the sciences saying, yeah, that's the way things are. Okay, it's all based on the assumption that all we understand is determinacy and randomness. Every one of us knows that's not true. You know? If we know anything at all, we know that we make choices. Okay, although there's nothing that we know that's more elementary than that. So we have this strange situation. Something that we all know to be true is inconsistent with, or at least doesn't fall within, anything that's understood within the sciences. Well, what do we do with that? Nobody knows. You know, it's but there's no other respect in which randomness enters into, certainly not the structure of language, but the use of language. Actually, I brought up a case of this last time when I pointed out that if you want to meet the Galilean challenge, you have the problem, first of all, of finding the internal language, which generates an infinite array of structures, then picking, if you want to speak, picking one element inside it and then mapping it onto externalization. The latter part is within the framework of scientific understanding. The first part, picking out the element, is not. And that's true of voluntary action generally. It's certainly not random. We all know that. Is it determined? Not in any way that anyone can conceive of. So we're left with this fundamental problem, which was in fact raised and discussed back in the 17th century. Descartes, for example, argued that, he said it's absurd to assume that something that we know better than anything else we know doesn't exist merely because we have no explanation for it. And of course that raises rather fundamental questions about human knowledge. There's a kind of a strange assumption, very common assumption, that humans are universal creatures. Every other organism that we know has limits on its cognitive capacity. So you take, say, a rat, for example. A rat can be trained to run all kinds of mazes, but it simply can't be trained to run a prime number maze, where you turn left every prime number. No possible amount of training is going to get to that because the rat just doesn't have the concept. And that's true for every organism. So the question arises, is it true for humans, or are we somehow out of the organic world? An almost universal assumption, which is a pretty strange one, I think, is we're not part of the organic world. There is nothing that we can't solve in principle, but of course it's hard to know why we should believe that. But I think that's very much the kind of question that arises when you raise the question you do. It goes in very fundamental directions.
In the white shirt, yeah.
Hello. So since linguistic linearity arises from mapping merge, which doesn't care about linearity, to the sound system, which necessitates linearity, what happens when the sound system also doesn't care about linearity? And I know we talked about sign language, but that seems the not caringness about sign language seems to be constrained, because you still have to make signs in a sequential order. So it still kind of does care about linearity in that way. And if we have this sense system that doesn't care about linearity at all, would that produce the opposite distribution of concatenative and non-concatenative morphologies, or maybe just only non-concatenative ones?
I'll do my best. If you, you mentioned sign language as an example of a sensory motor system that didn't require linearity to the same extent that verbal language does. But the questioner points out that it still has some degree of linearity because signs, some signs are pronounced before others or signed before others. And if you had a mode of externalization that was completely free of linearity considerations, would this favor, was it non-concatenative morphology over concatenative morphology?
Morphology. You're speaking of morphology. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You mean morphology of putting morphemes in a particular order?
Word order. Well, those are somewhat different questions. Because, I mean, if you look at morphology, it's partly externalization. And if we really understood morphology properly, I think we would discover that there are elements that are not linearly ordered. They're kind of multidimensional, sticking one or another way. That's not the way morphology is done. But of course, morphology is based on the traditional notion, which also was the way syntax was done, that the fundamental property is linear order. Now we have to look at the linear order of things. But that's, I think, misleading for the reasons I mentioned. Linear order just doesn't seem part of language itself, and that probably extends to morphology. So if morphology was rethought, abstracting from the fact that things have to appear in order, we'd find something different. And in fact, there are languages where that's pretty clearly the case. So take the Semitic languages, and just take the basic root vowel pattern structure. That's not linear. Actually, contemporary phonologists do try to treat it as linear. So if you look at, say, John McCarthy's work on optimality theoretic approaches to Semitic, he does treat it as linear, but I think that's pretty misleading. A highly inflected language like, say, Hebrew, which happens to be the first language for which a modern generative grammar was written back in the 40s, it simply does not have linear order in the morphology. Take a look at broken plurals in Arabic, for example. There's nothing linear about them. I mean, you sort of have to, if you want to write it on a blackboard, it has to be linear, but it just doesn't make any sense. These are, the whole structure of the word is changed in a fixed way if it's quadriliteral, say, to get a broken plural, but with the vowels changing and all sorts of things. So we kind of force it into the frame of a blackboard or a piece of paper, but that's pretty much irrelevant to the language. If we really want to study the language in a fundamental way, we've got to abstract ourselves from that. And I think a future morphology, if done properly, will avoid it. So, sorry, I think there's a follow-up, Tim.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think I have a way of disambiguating my question, and it's, does the necessity, does the necessity of producing sounds in an order have any effect on the distribution of concatenative, I'm going to use morphology again, as opposed to non-concatenative, like the triconsonantal roots of Arabic and broken plurals, because the distribution it's less frequent. Is that right?
Does the necessity of pronouncing words in a particular order pause. I'm going to reorder what you said a little bit, but does that perhaps account for the fact that, was it non-concatenative morphology is less frequent?
Yes.
That non-concatenative morphology is less frequent? Well, I don't know if it's less frequent. I mean, you know, you take a look at the Indo-European, the languages that don't have very high levels of inflection. Like, say, you take a look at English, for example, which was really the main language that was studied in distributional structural American linguistic studies. Say Harris's methods studied basically English. And in English, it's sort of true, not entirely, but largely true that the morphemes appear kind of one after another. Obviously not really true, like not true for irregular verbs, say. But there's plenty of other languages where that just isn't the case. You know, the Semitic are a striking example, where and in fact the most extreme example I know, where you take a word structure and there's just many factors integrating the root, the vowel pattern, the whatever turns it into past tense. All of this is kind of interacting in a way which ends up being something that's in linear order, but that's just because it's forced to. So I'm not sure it's true at all.
We should move on to another questioner here.
Thank you. You mentioned that in the absence of input, various faculties would collapse. So children who cannot see from birth and then are given sight later do not have the capacity to do it, or wild children who aren't introduced to language. You mentioned that the language faculty should collapse. You also mentioned that the dissociation between arithmetic ability and linguistic ability should be due to the fact that it's the externalization system and not, in fact, the innate language faculty that is being dissolved. And so my question is, with wild children, do you think that it's the externalization capacity that's never generated, or in fact the entire language capacity itself? And because of that, would you expect wild children to not be able to have an arithmetic capacity as well, if they are tied together?
Half got it.
Yeah, I half got it too, but no, it's just complicated. So given, I'll give you a loose summary. Given the connection that you drew between arithmetical ability and I think it was specifically internal merge, that is. The question is, in the case of a wild child, that is to say a child not exposed to language data until past the critical period, would you expect just the externalization aspect of things to be permanently impaired, or would you expect the internal language also to be permanently impaired because of lack of input?
Well, first of all, should be clear that there's basically no evidence, because there aren't wild children. They wouldn't survive, you know. There are clinical cases that come pretty close to this. The best known, best studied one is a girl called Jeannie, who maybe some of you know about. This is a kid who was discovered at about age 12 or 13, I think, tied to a chair in a room where she had lived almost her entire life without any external input. Crazy psychopathic parents had tied her to a chair and stuck her up in an attic somewhere. They shoved food at her so she didn't starve. When she was found, of course, she was immediately released. Susan Curtis, who's here, was her therapist and psychologist and studied her in detail. And it ended up being a pretty tragic case. She ended up kind of a vegetable, but that's another story. But it seemed at first that there was, Susan did try hard to see if she could get her to develop a language capacity. And it seemed at first that there was some success in this, but the more she studied it, the more it became clear that Jeannie, who was very clever, was using sophisticated techniques to make it appear as if she used and understood language, but it really wasn't working. In fact, it's very much similar to the case of, in this respect, to the case of the best sophisticated effort to train an ape to speak, the case called Nim, where the chimpanzee was raised from infancy as close as he could come to the way a child would be raised with intensive training. And again, it looked at first as if Nim animal was getting something like language, but it turned out there was essentially nothing. It was just randomly introducing signs which the trainers thought meant something, but didn't mean anything to the animal. But you don't know what conclusion to draw from this, because for several reasons. For one thing, Jeannie was plainly psychotic. Nobody could go through that experience and be anything like a normal person. So there's all kinds of psychological problems. And you don't know if those are what are involved or the linguistic problems are involved. There's another problem. Jeannie had, I think, 2 years of language exposure before she was sequestered. Now that's a very striking fact, because from the study of, there are a number of cases, not a huge number, of cases of people who lost sight and hearing completely, usually spinal meningitis, but were able to be trained to recover something like linguistic capacity. The most famous case is Helen Keller, who became pretty lucid. I mean, there's some question about just how much, but substantially. Every case that's been, the way the training works is by a system called Tadoma, which actually Helen Keller sort of figured out for herself. What the trainer does is put the hand on the face of the subject like this. With the thumb, you can determine whether the vocal cords are moving. And with the fingers, you can get something about the shape of the face. And from that really elementary data, the people just do develop considerable language capacity. In fact, in some cases, it was found that you have to go to pretty complex structures, like, say, tag questions, to find something they didn't understand. These are people who hold jobs, who live by themselves, who travel by themselves, really function in the society. It's an astonishing case of acquisition of rich data from capacity from extremely limited data. However, here comes the qualification. In every case where there was success, the disease struck after about 18 months old. Now, there aren't enough cases to, say, publish an article about it, but Helen Keller is a case in point. I think she lost sight and hearing at about 20 months. What all of this suggests is that a kid of about 18 months old already knows the language. It can't exhibit anything, The people who have studied child language, the better the techniques get for studying child language, the earlier it turns out that kids know the things. So it's quite possible that, say, by age, 2 or so, it's kind of all in there. Not the vocabulary, of course, but the basic features of the eye language. And after that, it just sort of comes out as the memory grows and child matures and so on. I mean, it has been well demonstrated, Lila Gleitman and others, that kids of what's called the 2-word stage, when they're just producing things like 2-word sentences, they actually understand 7 or 8 word sentences. If you mix up the words, they don't understand it. and they know all the function words, even though they don't use them. They know where they belong. So basically, that's the state of the empirical data. If there was any other animal that had anything like the language capacity, anything remotely like it, you could do experiments to determine what happens under controlled environments. But there's no other animal, there's nothing like the language capacity, and you just don't do it with humans. You can imagine experiments, but you wouldn't do them. So I think the answer is we can guess, but we don't know. If you look at other faculties, say the visual faculty, where you do study animals, there it's pretty well known that if you deprive a mammal, say a cat or a monkey, of patterned stimulation, say crossed lines and things, if you deprive them of that in the first few weeks of infancy, the visual system just deteriorates. The cells of the striate cortex just degenerate. And in fact, it's quite interesting. If you put say a ping pong ball over the eye of a kitten, so it's getting diffuse light, but no patterns, the system degenerates. If you give it lines in a particular direction, the visual system will mature in such a way that it recognizes lines, but not lines in the horizontal direction. This is classic work by David Hubel and Thornton Wiesel, for which they got the Nobel Prize. But and that seems to be true of every system we understand. It has to be kind of triggered by particular kinds of data in order to function. And it's reasonable to assume that maybe that's true of the language faculty. And maybe it's all happening in the first year or two.
Question here in the middle.
Thank you, Professor. Professor, do you think that paradoxical self-referential sentences and the ability of humans to process them is born within us, or is it something that we can learn? And if we are learning it, then what could be that process, or how can we figure out that process? The subject is self-referential paradoxical sentences, and if humans are born with it, or do we learn it? Thank you.
It's a question about self-referential sentences, paradoxical sentences.
Like the liar paradox.
Like, for example, sorry, this sentence is a lie. This kind of thing.
The liar paradox. Yeah.
Do you think we're born with the ability to understand these, or does it have to be learned?
Well, I don't think it can be learned. How would you teach somebody then? I mean, we do understand those paradoxes the first time they're produced. We see that they're paradoxical. Of course, they lead into all sorts of incredible results in mathematics, like Gödel's theorem and so on. But the simple case, all Cretans are liars and so on, this sentence is a lie, we do understand it right away.
If you look at Gödel's incompleteness theorem, you obviously need to have a formal system to begin with, which we could look at mathematics as a system beginning with successive functions. Wouldn't, in humans, you would require that foundation from within before we can talk about the interpretation of paradoxical self-referential sentences?
So in order, I'm sorry, can you start at the beginning again? I just lost the beginning.
In order to create a paradox, you would have to have a formal system that you have to learn. So,
let me do it as you do it, so I don't. In order to understand the liar paradox, for example, you need to have a formal system that you have learned, a formal mathematical system
that in this
case
is
internal, at least.
That is internal.
So you have to have a logical system of some kind, but we do have an innate logical system. So in fact, experiments with infants show that they understand things like, say, De Morgan's laws. And actually, some interesting work on this if you want to follow it. Steve Crane, very good cognitive scientist, he's in Australia, has studied the way in which infants interpret De Morgan's laws in English and Mandarin. And it turns out they do it a little bit differently, related to the structure of the languages, as he shows. But they do make complicated inferences based on the internal arrangements of the logical particles. The same with quantification and others. So all of this stuff is in there somewhere. And it means we have logical capacities which are being instantiated in language. Actually, things like the liar paradox had interesting consequences for philosophy of language, like great linguists, logicians, like, say, Frege or Alfred Tarski or Rudolf Carnap, all concluded that it's just not worth studying human language at all because it contains paradoxes. So let's just throw it out and study formal languages. If you look at, say, Quine's work, take his book Word and Object, a very influential book. The first couple of chapters of the book give a kind of radical behaviorist interpretation of language. The rest of the book is about what he calls regimented language. So let's throw away all the nonsense of ordinary language and make a formal language which has none of these properties. Rudolf Carnap, who I knew personally, told me once he just doesn't understand why people even speak language. Why don't they speak a formal language which has none of these crazy properties? You know. So, but yes, it's true that language permits the expression of all sorts of contradictions, which for a logician is a nuisance. Why don't we speak the theory of types or something like that? Actually, I had a very funny experience just with an old friend. There's an Israeli logician named Yehoshua Bar Hillel. Some of you know, he's a very close friend for many years, but he came to the United States around 1950, about the same time I got to Cambridge, to Harvard. We met very quickly, became long-standing friends, but he was learning, he sort of knew a little English, but he was learning English here, and I remember he came to me once and he said he'd made a great discovery, that he was going, when he was going to go back to Israel, he was going to explain to the people in Israel that that they could remove from Hebrew all sorts of inflections which aren't used in English, but everyone gets along fine without them. So he was going to go back and explain, let's stop wasting our time with this. The next time he came back to visit, I asked him how it worked. He said, couldn't convince anybody.
Over here by the wall.
Oh, yeah. I was just wondering, why do you think we've developed this internal computational efficiency if it wasn't for the sake of communicative efficiency? Just why did we develop that, like just as a species?
Assuming, as you say, that language was developed not for the purpose of communication, why did we bother to develop it? Is that a fair summary? Yeah.
Well, I mean, remember, evolution doesn't happen for reasons. It just happens, you know. Things happen, you know, you get a mutation. Most of them are lethal, so they disappear. Some of them are okay. Of the ones that work, most of them disappear anyway. Some survive. That's why you get changes in organisms. That's why we're not all bacteria, because over the millennia, you know, some changes have just stuck. They kind of work, and people reproduced, and so on. So the same's got to be true of language. It's true of everything else. It's not, mutations don't happen for a reason. Okay, they just happen. That's where randomness enters. There are random mutations. They lead to some changes in the genome. Either they work or they don't work. Something happened when early modern humans developed. What happened is a very interesting question. There's some ideas about it. There's a book by Angela Frederici, a very good neuroscientist. It's kind of a state-of-the-art book about the state-of-the-art of neurolinguistics. I forget the title of the book. You may recall. Came out about a year or two ago. But she has done. She's a German cognitive neurologist. She's done very interesting work. I have to add, I wrote the introduction to the book, so I have a stake in it. She's done extremely interesting work, which basically argues that there are two major areas of the brain that are involved in normal language use, the dorsal and a ventral area. And they have circuits connecting them. And what she has found in her studies is that in monkeys, this circuit is not complete. In adult humans, it is complete. Complete means just myelinated, fully myelinated, so it actually functions. And she has evidence that in infants, the myelination is not complete, so the circuit is not complete. But through early maturation, the circuit becomes complete. And she's kind of correlated the stages of completion of the circuit with stages of language acquisition. And there are some interesting correlations, which suggests that maybe what happened is that some unknown mutation took place in early modern humans, which just led to maturation of completion of this circuit. And maybe that, nobody understands enough about neuroscience to say what neural structures yield this and that consequence, but could be that whatever happened there led to something like merge. It's arguable, but it's a very hard topic, and not much is known. But like that's gives you an example of the kind of thing that might be true, and that you might investigate even with current technology. Remember, current technology is quite primitive. So, the imaging technique gives you a lot of information, but it's very superficial information. It's information about things like blood flow and stuff like that. What's going on the inside of a neuron, nobody has a clue, I mean, it's assumed in much of the literature that neural nets are the things that do computation. But there's pretty good reasons to believe that that's not the case. They just don't have enough computational capacity. And in fact, what's inside the neuron, things like what are called microtubules, inside very complicated things inside every neuron, or even things inside the molecules of the genome, like RNA and so on. They have huge computational capacity, way beyond what neural nets have. And it may be that that's the kind of place you have to look to find out what the brain is doing. A lot of this is very much up in the air, and the technology, while sophisticated, is nowhere near the point where it can really answer these questions. But there are interesting proposals in the literature about them, which are worth investigating. But kind of lost track of your question. But that's, I think those are the directions where you kind of have to go to find answers to these things.
One last question over here, then we should.
You know what? I can come closer. That's okay. So I'm from an engineering background, but I was interested actually by two questions. Is that for infants that are born deaf, there are some technologies now that the infants wear vests. So whenever there's sound, the vest vibrates. So it gives some sort of a sensory system for or an input for the infants. Do you think these technologies will work, or what technology do you also suggest to put this input system for sensory for babies who are like born deaf or blind?
Well, there's a lot of interesting work. Maybe you know this stuff, but there's quite. I know many people here do. There's a lot of very interesting work on infants born deaf, and it turns out that some of the main work on this was done by Laura Petito, very good cognitive psychologist. What she's found is that deaf babies learn sign almost exactly the way hearing babies learn sound. They go through the same stages, same ages, some really remarkable results. So, for example, the babbling stage, a kid of about 6 months old is babbling all the time. The deaf kids are going like this all the time. And it's not just random gestures. It's the kind, when you study the gestures, it's the kind of gestures that enter into sign language. When you get to one of her most striking results was with deaf kids of about, I think, 15 months old. The parents here will know that when a kid is about that age, they tend to interchange pronouns, first and second pronoun. So they use the first person pronoun to refer to the interlocutor, the mother. You say I, that's the mother. You is me. And you can understand why. That's what they hear. You is talking to me, I is the mother. So they interchange them. Turns out that deaf kids do exactly the same thing, which is very striking because they have an iconic gesture of pointing, and they have an iconic gesture, the same one, in fact, for the pronoun. The one for pointing, they get straight. The one for the pronoun, which is the same gesture, they invert. So whatever hearing children are doing, visual learners are doing exactly the same thing. And they end up in the same place. So they end up with the same language capacity. Now, there's also work on blind kids, mainly Lila Gleitman and Barbara Landau, a book on this, and essentially the same. A blind child learns the visual vocabulary at the same rate as seeing children learn the visual vocabulary. And they do it with interesting differences. So if you take see and look at, for a blind child, see will cover the whole, will basically mean understand. So a blind child can't understand why her mother can't see the back of her head, let's say, because she can just go like this. Look at just means point to, but see means sort of grasp what it is, and then it just goes on like that. By the time they studied graduate students who have the most amazing, refined understanding of the most detailed visual words, glance versus, it just, essentially it just all comes out, whatever the restriction on modality is. So it just seems like it's all inside there, waiting to be stimulated in some fashion, then it goes through its normal stages.
So these kind of technologies don't work. I was hoping to establish a startup with you, but anyway.
Sorry?
Oh, so these kind of technology with the vibrating vest and everything does not work?
Oh, the vibrating vest? Well, there
was
was an effort, but I don't know what the state of it is these days, but a psychologist name was Bekashy, and he was actually at MIT back in the 50s or 60s, decided to experiment to see whether if you took a deaf child and you constructed a vibrating belt, kind of, which you put on some part of the body which has pretty sensitive nerve sensitivity, could the child pick up from that totally different modality, the same thing that you're hearing from the basilar membrane. And there were some experiments with this. The last ones I saw were a long time ago, maybe 40 or 50 years ago. I think you were getting some weak evidence that maybe the kids were distinguishing language from not language. But as far as I know, nothing went beyond that. Maybe some of you know more about this, but as far as I know, these efforts haven't, at least I haven't seen anything that pursued them since then. Yesterday I talked about some of the things that work out, some of the successes in finding genuine explanations, a term that I had discussed. That's actually something really new in the history of the subject. Till recently, even the concept of genuine explanation wasn't well understood, and there were no examples of it. But one of the striking things of the past few years is that there are some genuine explanations in the sense that I discussed for some quite fundamental properties of human language, and there are some rather surprising consequences which overturn long-held beliefs. Well, that was the successes. Today I want to talk about some of the failures, some of the things that don't work, and what they imply, and some of the ways around them. And we'll see that those too have some curious and unexpected and rather interesting consequences. So let's start with, start with X-bar theory. X-bar theory had some successes, some failures. One of the successes was that it eliminated the major problems of phrase structure grammar, the fact that phrase structure grammar permitted vastly many rules that are totally unacceptable, that couldn't be tolerated. Also, phrase structure grammar conflated three distinct properties of language: compositionality, linear order, and identification of the categories, projection. And X-bar theory separated linear order from the other two, which has lots of consequences that I discussed last time. There were problems. The problems were two. One, it still conflated two distinct concepts, joining things together and identifying their category. And secondly, and even more fundamentally, it ruled out exocentric constructions, which abound in language. They're all over the place. And that required all sorts of artifices to try to figure out how to get what you knew was more or less the reasonable answer, but without any justification for it. So we want to get rid of that. And the simplest way to get rid of that, the most principled way, is to assume the strong minimalist thesis and see how far you can go from there. That means you take the simplest compositional operation, the one that has to be embedded in any computational procedure, and see how much can be explained in those terms. And I discussed some of the successes last time. However, there's an immediate problem. What about exocentric constructions? So suppose you're constructing a subject-predicate construction. They have to be done in parallel. You have to construct the verb phrase and the noun phrase before you can merge the two together. That means you have to have a workspace in which things are constructed. And the workspace will consist of, first of all, the atoms of computation, call them lexical items, and anything constructed by the rules. So the workspace is just the set, including the atoms and anything constructed by merge. So that means Oh, okay, thanks. Not used to this high technology. So when you're, let's call this capital merge because it's different from the concept merge that has been used in recent years. So merge actually is going to take two things and put them together, call them P and Q, and the workspace. It's an operation on the workspace which is going to change it. Okay, so it's a much broader operation. And that's going to yield as a notation, the workspace is a set, okay? It's a set which includes everything that's been constructed. But it's a different set, different kind of set from the sets that are formed by merge. It's not accessible to computation, so you don't merge the workspace with things. So just to indicate that, I'll use a different notation. I'll use square brackets for the set that is in fact the workspace. So the result of this will be merging P and Q, and then a bunch of other stuff. And that will be the resulting workspace. And that raises the question, what's here? Okay. So what's the rest of the stuff? Well, let's take the simplest case, the case where the workspace, where these are the only elements of the workspace. Okay, so the simplest case is a workspace that consists of P and Q, and then we ask, what does that yield? So it yields the set PQ, and what else? Well, if this was normal recursion, the kind of recursion that goes generally, applies generally, the rest of the workspace would include P and Q. Okay? So for example, if you're doing, say, proof theory, general recursion, you have axioms, you have rules of inference. If you apply the rules to either the axioms or some theorem you've already constructed, you get a new theorem, and what's left to what is accessible to further operations is everything that's already been produced, the axioms and every previous theorem. So that is essentially saying you include the set PQ you've just formed and P and Q. However, that fails for human language, and it fails in a very straightforward way. For example, if you were to do this, then you could take this guy here that you formed, you could turn it into something of arbitrary complexity, violating every imaginable island or any other property, and then you could merge this to it. You would get set PX, but this guy would be a copy of that. You would now have violated every linguistic property. All islands would be violated, no matter how radical they are. So that tells us that there's something different about recursion in human language and general recursion. We have to bar the things that were already there. They can't remain in the workspace. That raises interesting questions. Actually, I should say that the original definition of merge back in 1995 actually incorporated this property, but without recognizing it. It was really, if you look back at it, it was an operation that said replace. Said replace P and Q by the set PQ. And the formalizations of this, if you look at them, did add an operation remove. So get rid of things that you've already had. That we don't want. We don't want to have extra new operations. It should be that the right concept of capital merge just has this property. But that raises the question, why do we have that property? Why should language have the property that it deviates from normal recursion by getting rid of the things that had been generated and you're not allowed to access them anymore? Well, that raises an interesting question. We would, of course, like to reduce this to some general principle, some essentially third factor property. Remember that in the study of growth and development, acquisition of language in particular, there are three factors you have to look at. One is what's genetically determined, that's UG. The second is whatever the data happen to be. And the third is independent principles that hold independently of the operation in question. That would include laws of nature and special things about the system that is carrying out the operation. So some properties of the brain in our case, which make it language ready. That's been noted for a long time, but nothing was ever said about properties of the brain, about which very little is known, in fact. But what we would look for in this case is some property of the brain that forces this. That would be a third factor principle. That would be the optimal conclusion. Before coming to that, let me notice that there are already embedded in linguistic theory as it's developed over the past years some examples of this. One case is that merge, in the old sense, never increases the workspace. The only way to increase the merge itself doesn't increase the workspace unless it happens to be bringing in a new lexical item. Okay, so the old definition just didn't allow arbitrary expansion of the workspace. More interestingly, conditions like the phase impenetrability condition, I apologize in advance to the number of faces in the audience. I'm going to assume familiarity with recent linguistic work with no time to go into the details. But the phase impenetrability condition, which is a fundamental condition with many important consequences, actually has the property of reducing accessibility to computation. It says there are things you've produced you can't see anymore, okay? That restricts the resources available for computation. Another case is simply C command. If you think about successive movement of something, we take it for granted that if you're doing successive cyclic A bar movement, let's say, the next move will pick the top element, not the lower elements, okay? Well, what that means is you're using essentially minimal search. You're using a computational principle, third factor principle, that says, look for the shortest thing and don't go any further. Well, again, that reduces accessibility. But we need something beyond. We already have a number of things have already been proposed that reduce accessibility and hence limit the richness of computation, but we want something beyond that. And actually there is something highly suggestive, a property of neural computation, which has been noticed elsewhere. A very striking principle of computation is that the neural computation is that the brain is very slow. It's a very slow computer. And that shows up in pretty dramatic ways. I'll quote from Sandue Fang, a cognitive neuroscientist who's a colleague at Arizona, quoting him. The marvel that we call the human brain is actually the weak link in our cognitive apparatus. Our sensory apparatus far outstrips the brain's capacity to process the high resolution input to the sensory organs. The eye responds at a single photon level, the minimal possible detection. The eardrum vibrations respond at a level smaller than the diameter of a hydrogen atom. So, not for everybody, incidentally. I'm an exception, but in principle, in principle, it does. If you think about that, it's pretty remarkable, and it's the same for every sensory system. They're essentially perfect, physically perfect. The brain can't handle that. So almost all of the computation that the brain is doing is throwing out information. The brain is incapable of handling the amazing capacity of the sensory system to be optimal, physically optimal detectors, better than anything that can be constructed. It does raise a strange question. Why did Mother Nature bother to produce these astonishing systems if the next step is to get the brain to throw out all the information that they produce? That's not just true for humans, it's true for all organisms. It's a question. You could ask why that happened. Probably there's some basis in physical law that explains, unknown principle of physical law that explains that if you're going to have sensory systems, you have to make them perfect. But what the reason for that is unknown. It just is a fact. Anyway, the brain is essentially throwing out almost everything that comes in, and it's very tempting to think that the resource limitation that's part of language computation, and presumably part of the computation that's done by any organism, that it's just a special case of the fact that the brain is so slow and incompetent. It wants to get rid of tons of information. That's a plausible candidate for the conclusion that one of the properties of linguistic recursion, as distinct from recursion in general, is simply that it's got to work through the brain, which remember that whatever the properties of the brain are that implement the linguistic computation is some third factor condition which is just presupposed by language, presumably by any organic computation. Well, if you think back a step, we've been trying all along in the concept of general, genuine explanation to restrict the amount of computation that takes place, to find the simplest theory, the one with the fewest mechanisms, least computation. And there were good reasons for that, which I discussed. One, just the general fact that simplicity of theory corresponds to depth of explanation, which is what you're trying to achieve in any serious scientific inquiry. Secondly, there's this Galilean precept, which has been spectacularly successful about nature being simple. And third, in the special case of language, there are the empirical conditions on language evolution, which we don't know for certain, but seem to show, as I discussed, that it was a very sudden, immediate development, which hasn't changed since, and of course very recent in evolutionary time, all of which converge to suggest that computation should be restricted to the minimum. Here we have a second point. Not only should computation be reduced to a minimum, but the resources available to computation, the set of elements accessible to the operations, that too should be reduced to a minimum. And so we seem to have a very broad principle of reduction of computation, broader than normal explanation in the sciences, which says not just are the means restricted to the minimum, but also the resources accessible to the means have to be restricted to the minimum. Now, that has a lot of consequences. One consequence is already mentioned, tells us that the workspace is going to be as small as possible. Well, let me just make a comment on notation. We want to say that this, the workspace, which is a set containing X, is distinct from X. Okay. We don't want to identify a singleton set with its member. If we did, the workspace itself would be accessible to merge. However, in the case of the things produced by merge, we want to say the opposite. We want to identify singleton sets with their members. This is actually something that goes back to phrase structure grammar. In phrase structure grammar, you didn't allow rules that would look like this. V arrow V, let's say. That nobody said why, but it's just the kind of thing it didn't do. It's not allowed. Now, for one thing, it would get you into infinite loops. You don't want that. So it was just kind of barred. Now, there was a trick used in phrase structure grammar, an illegitimate trick, which introduced VP. So if you had a verb that was a verb phrase that was only a V, it would be described like this. I'm using the tree notation just because it's easier to describe. So you could have, say, NP, VP, this guy could become V. Okay. That's barred by X-bar theory. Okay. In X-bar theory, you don't have any VP if it's only a V. That was taken for granted in X-bar theory. Actually, it has consequences. For one thing, for Ritchie Kane's linear correspondence axiom, LCA, it was necessary to introduce VP if you want to get the asymmetry between a subject and a verb. But that's illegitimate. So it's a problem for LCA, and there are other consequences. Carrying that over into the merge framework, what it comes down to is this. Okay. So crucially, in the case of the workspace, we do not identify a singleton set with its member. In the case of something constructed by merge, yes, we do identify a singleton set with its member. That has quite a number of consequences. Well, this actually, simplest case that I just mentioned actually provides a criterion for determining what are the proper and improper forms of merge. We have to ask for every notion of merge that's developed, every case that's proposed, whether it yields illegitimate derivations. If it does, we have to throw it out. So take something that I think nobody's ever proposed, but let's just imagine it. I suppose we have, call it A and B. We've constructed a syntactic object that looks like that, and then we want to merge A and B. Okay, so that's going to give us, let's call this guy X. It's going to give us the result, the set A, B, and X. Okay, so suppose there's nothing in the original definition of merge that blocks that. It's just something nobody ever wanted to do because it doesn't make any sense. But suppose you do it, then what happens? Well, same story as this. X can become arbitrarily complex. Let's call it Y. A can adjoin to Y. A is in here, remember. And we've again violated all conditions. Okay, so this is ruled out because it allowed too much accessibility. We want a definition of merge that restricts accessibility, so you won't be able to get things like that. Well, that was something that's never been proposed. But let's take things that have been proposed and are very widely used in linguistic description, like, for example, what's called parallel merge. Okay? Parallel merge is usually described like this. What you do is construct a tree notation in which the element B is part of BC and also part of AB. That's called parallel merge. Well, I should make a comment at this point. The tree notations are kind of convenient, but they're very misleading, and you should really pay no attention to them. For one thing, a tree notation kind of leads you to suggest that there's got to be something at the root of the tree, but that's conflating compositionality with projection. And in fact, you just often don't have things at the root of the tree. For example, every exocentric construction. Okay, that's what labeling theory takes care of, which eliminates that conflation. Another reason is that when you draw trees, it looks easy to do lots of things that don't make any sense. So especially with contemporary computer graphics, you can draw funny lines from one point to another and connect those two things. Or you can tack something in lower in the tree and call it late merge and so on. And it seems to sort of work out by playing around with trees, but if you try to translate it into merge, it doesn't make any sense. So let's take parallel merge. What this really means is that you started with a set AB, and this is the workspace now, and it had C in it. And then what you did was merge B with C, which gives you a new workspace, S prime, which consists of the original set and a new one. Okay. And here we have the old problem. The problem is we can turn this into something as wild as we want, and then we can merge this to it, and we have a connection between these two, which violates every possible condition. So parallel merge looks as if it's easy to draw, but can't be a legitimate operation because, again, it violates this paradigmatic problem, which tells you that you're proposing an operation which is going to yield illegitimate objects that violate every imaginable syntactic condition. So that has to be ruled out. Actually, those of you who know the literature know that parallel merge has been used to give lots of interesting results. It's the basis for trying to construct what's called multi-dominance, constructions where you have a mother connected to different things down below. That's been used for across-the-board deletion, for lots of other things, to give accounts of these things. Now, those in the literature are called explanations, but they're not. They're descriptions. They're interesting descriptions, which have the property that I discussed earlier. They're illegitimate ways to impose some kind of organization on chaotic data, which is very useful often. It says, well, now it's more organized than before, so we can kind of look and see if there's a possible way of accounting for it. But it's not an explanation. It's a way station on the way to conceivable explanation. So there's got to be something about the definition of merge that's telling you you can't create parallel merge. And if you think about it for a second, you can see what it is. there are too many accessible things being produced. Okay, the right definition of merge, when we get to it, should allow only one new accessible object, namely the one you're constructing. When you put P and Q together, you're constructing a new object, the set PQ. That's accessible to computation, but nothing else should be. That should be the right definition of merge. This one is adding two new accessible objects. It's adding this one, but also this one. Okay, and that's too many. The right definition of the computation should permit only the minimal number, namely one new accessible object. And again, I suspect that that goes back to the general property of the brain that says it's just very slow. It has to throw out information. Actually, before going on, I might mention that this is kind of familiar in other domains of language acquisition. So when you study the acquisition of phonology in infants, what you find is, of course, every infant is capable of all the phonemic distinctions in any possible language. But by about a year old, or maybe even earlier, most of them have just been lost. What the early stage of phonological development is doing is saying, throw out all the possibilities and just leave us with these. When you study critical periods in language acquisition, it's pretty much the same. What you're saying is that these apparently several critical periods, lots of stuff is just thrown out that you're not allowed to look at anymore. That's what makes a critical period. If you look at a general, take a theory of language acquisition like, say, Charles Yang's, which assumes that the child just starts with all the possible I languages, and as data comes along, the probability distribution over the set of I languages changes. Okay, so some data comes along and says, okay, I'll lower the probability of this guy and raise the probability of that one. And ultimately, in the course of language acquisition, it need not converge in a single point, but it gives you a skewed probability distribution in which many things are kind of way down there. You're not going to bother with them. And there's a few or maybe a couple of things that are high probability, so you hang on to those, and that's your I language. You could again describe that in the same terms. It's saying what the acquisition system is doing is simply throwing out lots and lots of data. What we know the brain does massively because of the extraordinary sensitivity of the sensory organs. Well, anyhow, a parallel merge goes, and with it, all of the interesting, very interesting empirical consequences that have been produced that are based on parallel merge. Now, those consequences remain, but as puzzles, not as things that have been explained, as kind of organized data, which now we want to look at. Take a look at, say, what's called sideways merge. Same problem. I won't run through it, but if you formulate sidewards merge, not just as a tree, with a line going from here to here, but in terms of actual merge, has exactly the same problem. So this problem here, the very simple problem, this one, turns out to be a very good diagnostic to tell you when some proposed concept of merge is legitimate or not. It's a very simple idea, and it cuts very deeply. Let's take late merge. Well, late merge has the same problem, but an additional problem, which was pointed out by EKS, Epstein, Kitahara, Seeley, namely late merge. In the case of late merge, where you're sort of tacking something on down here somewhere, one, it has the problem I already mentioned, But secondly, it requires a substitution operation. Namely, this guy has to go back here. How does that happen? Well, you know, when you draw a tree, you just draw it there. But that's not enough. You need some kind of operation that says the new thing you've constructed has to go right in the position of what you've constructed it from. It's a non-trivial operation, but it's way beyond the bounds of SMT. So late merge, which has lots of consequences, it's used very widely, also can't be correct. And in fact, I think most of the late merge literature, I won't have time to talk about this, probably reduces to ellipsis. But I'll put that aside here, just a problem to work on. Anyway, all of these things are out. All the consequences that follow from them, there's lots of stuff in the literature, very interesting consequences. They remain as just puzzles. Well, if you think about these proposals, they do fall within the original loose and vague characterization of merge. So it's natural that people should have proposed them. They seem to fall within the original, I won't say definition, because it wasn't clear enough to be a definition, but the original characterization of the idea. And it's led to interesting results, but misleading interpretations of them. They are not results. They're simply presentations of interesting data, which we now have a problem about trying to figure out what. Well, that suggests a research program. The research program is, first of all, to take all of the kinds of operations that have been proposed for merge, ask yourself which ones are legitimate and which ones are not legitimate. And then the second task is to formulate a new definition which captures just the legitimate ones, leaves out the illegitimate ones. And then the third part of the research program is to explain why. Okay, so those are the three steps. I'll skip the first step. There's a lot of material in the literature showing which ones are legitimate, which ones aren't. It runs right along essentially the lines I've just outlined. It turns out that the only ones that are legitimate are the simple ones that we had in mind when it was first developed. Narrow external and internal merge. All of the rest, parallel merge, sideways merge, late merge, other proposals have been made, they're all illegitimate. Illegitimate on the very same grounds. They yield legitimate operations which produce illegitimate results, hence have to be excluded. And they all have the property that they're increasing accessibility too much. So that's the first part. And we then want to formulate merge so that it'll block these things. We'll want a definition that looks like this. Actually, that'll do it. Where we have to say something about this. Okay, what do we have to say about it? I'm going to skip the formalities. It's easy to formalize all this, but too much trouble. You can do it yourselves. Just intuitively, what it does is say that the first condition that has to be met by this new definition is that nothing that was in the workspace can be lost. Okay, you can't throw out stuff from the workspace. So if something was there and is distinct from P and Q, of course those we're operating on, but anything else that was there still has to be in the workspace. Okay, so that's the first condition. Second condition is that the new definition of merge has to be minimal, the optimal definition. It has to restrict accessibility as fully as possible. Now, merge itself is creating one new accessible object. That's the point of merging. You're creating a new object. But it can't allow anything else to be accessible. Okay? That's the second thing. And the third is just we don't want any arbitrary junk around. So not a lot of other stuff that had nothing to do with the operation. Those are basically the conditions on the proper definition of merge that leaves us for the next step. What's the explanation for it? And here we have but now we basically have the explanation. The first point that says you can't throw things out is actually a special case of the no tampering condition, the general SMT condition of minimal computation, which says you can't modify the elements that are entering into the computation. Well, the most extreme form of modifying something is to throw it out, okay? So you can't do that. So that's the first condition. The second condition is the resource constraint. The resource constraint, which I think probably reduces to a general third factor property of the nature of the brain, the slow element in the cognitive system, the thing that's hampering cognition, the brain. So it probably just goes back to that. So we have the resource constraint, which limits accessibility. The third thing that says don't throw in any extra junk is actually a consequence of the restricting accessibility. If you throw in anything else, you're increasing accessibility. Okay, so we therefore have an optimal definition of merge, capital merge, which meets all the conditions we want, and we have an explanation for all of them. So that's the set of flaws, failures, and a possible solution for all of them, a plausible one. Well, there's something else that we have to point out here. I'm skipping a lot of things, so it doesn't matter. There's another consideration that we have to keep in mind. Let's call it stability. The general property of computations, which we don't usually bother to think about, but we have to be explicit about it for reasons that show up when we try to explain things. So, for example, if you're forming, say, a topicalization, you say Mary's book, I want to read. And remember, down here, we have Mary's book, because it's the optimal internal merge operation, which doesn't delete anything. When we pronounce it, we drop the lower copy, but that's again for reasons of computational efficiency. But we're now talking about just what reaches the mind. We're forgetting about what reaches the ear, the extraneous stuff, which doesn't really belong to language, strictly speaking. Something that's taken for granted about this, but that we have to be clear about, is that the two occurrences of Mary's book have to be absolutely identical in every respect. So it can't be one Mary up above who's the topic and another Mary whose book we're reading. It can't be that the topic is the book that Mary owns and the copy, the thematic object, is the book that Mary wrote, let's say. That's simply taken for granted. The interpretive system has to know when things are precisely, absolutely identical. So let's call that condition stability. Turns out to be consequences. Now that immediately begins to raise some interesting questions. What's a copy and what's not a copy, a repetition? So you can pick things out of the lexicon, which are totally different but happen to be identical in syntactic and phonetic form. So you can say, John saw John. Okay, that's okay, but those are two different Johns. They have nothing to do with one another. But those are repetitions. On the other hand, here, when you've done internal merge, you have copies. How does the interpretive system know what's a copy and what's a repetition? Okay, they look alike, but it has to know them. Now, that turns out to be a non-trivial question. There's an interesting paper by Eric Grote and Chris Collins. It's on, I don't think it's been published, but you can find it on LingBuzz, where they just go through a lot of the problems in the various efforts to explain this. But you have to be able to explain it. The interpretive system's got to know what's a copy and what's a repetition. Now, I'm assuming here phase theory for good reasons. That means that at the phase level, precisely at the phase level, the system has to know the distinction, okay? Well, of course, at the phase level, you do have the information about what was produced by internal merge and what was produced by external merge. So you can see, you have some information, but it's not complete. Of course, there are cases of internal merge internal to the phase. Like, for example, raising the subject to subject position inside the CP. It's internal to the phase, but it's, and at the phase level, you don't see that it's just happened here. So how can the interpretive system solve this problem? That raises quite interesting questions. And I think the basic answer to it is given by a general property of language, which is sometimes called duality of semantics. If you look quite generally at interpretation of expressions, it falls into two categories. There's one category which yields argument structure, theta roles, and the interpretation of complements of functional elements, okay? Basically argument structure. There's another category which is involved in displacement, which has kind of discourse-oriented or information-related properties, or scopal properties and so on, but not argument properties. Okay, that's duality of semantics. You think about it a little further, you see that the first type, argument structure, is invariably given by external merge. The second type, non-argument structure, other factors, is always given by internal merge. Now, there appear to be some exceptions to this. As usual, when you produce a generalization, you look at details, you find maybe something didn't work. If it's a strong generalization, the proper approach, just as standard science, is to say the exceptions are probably misunderstood and make the strong generalization work always. I think that's a good rule of thumb used constantly in the sciences. We should use it here. So I think duality of interpretation is probably a very strong principle. The question is, where does it come from? Well, probably it's just a property of the nature of thought. We don't know a lot about thought. In fact, one of the main ways in which we become to understand thought is to ask how it's linguistically articulated. That's one of the very rare avenues into what's the nature of thinking. And if it's correct, as I've been suggesting throughout, that language really doesn't care about use or communication. That's kind of irrelevant to language. It cares about expression of thought. Then we'd expect the design of language to capture these fundamental aspects of thinking, okay? That's what I'm proposing. Now, if you think about duality of semantics, you have a technique right away to determine what's a copy and what's a repetition. if something is in a theta position, it's a repetition. If it's, unless it's been raised, in which case it's a copy of what's been raised. If it's in a non-theta position, it's a copy, okay? And at the phase level, the system simply has to take a look and say, what's a theta position, what's in a theta position, what isn't in a theta position. That tells us what's a copy and what's a repetition. That cuts through the mass of the objections and problems that Collins and Grote pointed out. Now if we restate that, what we'll be saying is that the operation merge produces copies, always. Both cases of merge, external and internal merge. That produces copies, nothing else does, okay? So a copy is just whatever's created by merge. In the case of internal merge, it creates two copies. In the case of external merge, also creates two copies. The original thing and the thing that's in the set you formed, but the operation merge, which is in effect a replace operation, gets rid of the first copy in the case of external merge, so you never see it, okay? So merge always produces two copies, but external merge, just by the nature of the operation, the minimal operation, yields only one of them remaining, okay? That's the resource restriction part, okay? Now, that still raises some interesting questions. If you start thinking of the complexity of constructions, double object constructions, topicalization, small clauses, and so on, it looks as if there are ambiguities in searching for what is a copy of what. And what we have to show is that language has a conspiracy that determines the answer in each case. So, for example, in the case of double objects, Vergniaud's abstract case theory, if you think about it, uniquely determines the answer. In the case of topicalization, when you want to know you have a topic up there, you want to find out which of many things that look identical it comes from. If you think about, say, Luigi Rizzi's left periphery theory, plus the theory of labeling, which determines criterial positions, it'll solve that problem. The case of small clauses is extremely interesting. Well, if there's time, there's not time today, but if there's time tomorrow, I'll come back to it. But there's an interesting way of resolving that ambiguity. But here's a problem that I pose. There has to be a conspiracy in the structure of language that automatically resolves ambiguities about what's a copy of what. Okay, so we have two problems about copies. One, what's a copy and what's a repetition? That's solved by defining copy as just anything produced by merge and nothing else, and by duality of semantics. Then the second question, what's a copy of what? That has to come from some internal conspiracy about the nature of language. I think there are answers, but it's not trivial. You should think, I leave it as something to think through. I should point out, in addition, you can think about this, so I won't go into it, that none of this works for the illegitimate operations. So if you do sidewards merge or parallel merge and so on, none of this is going to work out. There you do have the problems of copy, repetition, and identification. That's an independent argument to show that the illegitimate cases are illegitimate. The main argument is they just yield illegitimate outputs. But it also turns out that the concept of copy, repetition, and unambiguously finding copies fails for the illegitimate cases. You can try it out and see how it works for yourself. Well, notice that you can now rephrase the whole process of constructing merge and its application. You can rephrase it in terms of the normal way in which recursive processes are described. I won't bother writing it out. I'll just read it to you. It's simple. So suppose you want to define the set of integers. How do you define the set of integers? Well, what you say is the set of integers is the smallest set, the least set, containing 1 and containing the successor of any integer. Okay? That's the set of integers. That's transitive closure, the Phrygian ancestral, the classic way. So what do we say here? Well, what we say is that for a given I language, the set of set of workspaces is the set, notice, not the least set. It's the set containing the lexicon and containing merge PQ workspace for any PQ and workspace that's already been generated. Okay, it's the same as the definition, the transitive closure of the set of integers with one exception. We don't have to say the least set, simpler here. We don't have to say it because resource restriction already forces it to be the least set, okay? So essentially we're in the right ballpark. We have standard definition of recursive inductive definition under transitive closure of the set of workspaces, and it's exactly where we want to be. Well, there's a lot of, I've kind of skipped a lot of steps here. You know, there's a lot of things that have to be filled in, but I think maybe this is enough of a picture so you can see how they can be filled in. Well, let me just, to finish, turn for today. I want to go to some new topics tomorrow, another set of topics, but let's just ask what we can say about the things that are left unexplained. Okay, so let's take, say, ATB, across the board deletion. So, what book did John read and Mary buy? Let's say. Okay. Another one. Thank you. Simple case of ATB. This is nicely handled in terms of multidimensionality and parallel merge, but unfortunately that's illegitimate. So we have to ask, is there a legitimate way of doing it? Well, if you think about this, the simplest approach is to say it just derives by deletion from what did John buy. And remember, there's a copy here. What book? And what book did Mary read, buy? So just a conjunction of these two. So why doesn't it come from what did John buy and what book did John buy and what book did Mary read? Which also has what book here. Well, there's a standard objection to this. The standard objection is nothing tells you it's the same book in both cases. So that looks like a problem. However, notice we already have a solution to that problem. Namely, let's take a look at what the copies are. This is a copy. This is a copy. This is a copy. And this is a copy. Okay? We have a principle, quite independent of this, that tells us that when we have a series of copies, the top one, the first one remains, all the others delete. Okay? So we automatically get the right form, but what about the right interpretation? How about the fact that the two books might be different? Well, here the notion stability enters. Deletion, in general, has the property, quite generally, deletion in general, quite apart from this, as in the topicalization case and anything, ellipsis, anything else, has the property that you have to have absolute identity. Otherwise, you can't delete, okay? So if you want to delete under, say, VP ellipsis or topicalization or whatever it may be, there has to be absolute identity. That's the stability property. So in fact, it automatically turns out, without any comment at all, that you get ATB. Just follow the principles already established. Now there's something crucially important here. Namely, you don't have C command between these two. No C command. Suppose you did have C command, then it wouldn't work. So if you have the sentence, let's get an example that works. So I won't write it, it's too much trouble, but take the sentence, which book did John ask, I can't read my handwriting. Which boy did John ask which boy Bill met? Okay. Which boy did John ask which boy Bill met? Notice there you do have C command all the way through. That means that at the phase level, where you're getting the copy of which boy in the top case, it's in theta position, looking at a copy below it, which it C commands, that tells you it's a repetition by definition. So at the phase level, you know that these two things are repetitions, not copies, because there's a C command relation between them. So crucially, the lack of C command in coordination yields ATB, but the same effort will fail because of phase theoretic considerations when you try to do it in a case like which boy did John ask, which boy Bill met, and so on. You can kind of write it out and figure it out for yourself, but it all kind of turns out mechanically. There's nothing to say about it. Pretty much same is true of parasitic gaps. You can try it on your own. So the standard examples that are used for multidominance and parallel merge fall into place without any comment. They just come from following the simple processes of minimal computation, resource restriction, and stability, the general principle of deletion. Well, the task is show this for everything, okay? Not a small task. I'll leave it there and turn to some other problems tomorrow. Okay.
Does someone have a question now? Yes, over. Sarah? Microphone over here. I'll show you where to go. Got it.
Hi, Professor Chomsky. Thanks so much for coming. I think the one question I have that's been running through my mind, you know, someone who's like seen the evolution of machine learning and technologies and the like and computers, I kind of wanted to ask what your attitude, your hope, your forecast is for this like growing integration with machines and linguistics, and how kind of the, I guess, the integration or like the development of the machine as human, as linguistics is, I guess, something that's inherently human and something that's characteristic to us. What is your attitude towards that and kind of that transformation of the machine into the human?
Unfortunately, that was below the diameter of a hydrogen atom. So
Okay. No, sorry. Okay. I thought you were already answering the question. The questioner is coming from the perspective of someone involved in machine learning and questions like that, and he's interested in what you think the future prospects are for interaction between linguistics as a sort of a science of human language, but applied to artificial intelligence or machine learning. What kind of
I guess like what is to be expected? What is your I guess attitude towards that, and kind of how we are starting to create, I guess, like artificial humans in a sense? So that's what I wanted to say.
Well, yesterday I think I mentioned a forthcoming book, which, in my opinion, is addressed to this problem, and I think gives a good potential answer. It's a book by Gary Marcus, a cognitive scientist who works on artificial intelligence, and a colleague of his. What they argue, the book is a very nice exposition of, it's coming out soon, it's very lucid, good exposition of the kinds of results that have been achieved in machine learning. And it argues that they're heading for a dead end and tries to give an explanation of why it's a dead end. I think there are some deeper theorems coming along which may establish that more firmly. It then suggests that to get around this dead end, it's probably going to be necessary for artificial intelligence to look more closely into the question of how human intelligence works. In particular, how children acquire their conceptual language and other cognitive structures. And they suggest, and plausibly I think, that to overcome this gap, instead of just looking at the power of machines, you know, the fact that you can compute fast and you got a huge amount of data, they take a look at the actual mechanisms that are used by particularly children in language acquisition. So if the studies of language acquisition, which are pretty rich, integrate with the inquiry into machine learning, maybe that dead end which they point to can be overcome. Actually, that goes back to an early question, you know, 50, 60 years ago about what artificial intelligence is. And there were sort of two different paths that it could take. One path was to try to say, let's try to discover what what intelligence really is, using the capacities of computers, computational theory, and so on as means to answer this. So let's treat it like a problem of physics, for example. We use the mathematical, technological tools available to see if we can understand how the world works. That's basically natural science. The other approach is to say, let's just try to simulate what happens. That's very different from natural science. And simulating what happens, you can often do it, but you're not understanding anything. And the chances are that this departure from artificial intelligence has largely taken the second direction. There were people who were more interested in the first direction, like Marv Minsky, for example, but they became increasingly marginalized in the field, even though he's one of the founders of the field. But there are these two directions. One is, can we use the technological capacities of fast computers and the mathematical ideas of computational theory, maybe of a neural network theory, whatever there happens to be, can we use those tools to discover, by the normal means of science, to discover what intelligence really is? For example, how children, in fact, make this incredible leap from very limited data to very rich knowledge. Can we do that? The other task is, can we just simulate what's happening? The second task yields engineering successes, like the Google Translator. It's basically brute force, but it's useful, okay? Other useful things, without understanding what they're doing or anything like that. There is kind of an Silicon Valley ideology which says that's all that's needed. Just let's get it to work, and who cares about the rest? If it works most of the time, it's fine. That's very different from the sciences. So, for example, in, say, physics, if you had a way of simulating the results of 99% of the experiments that take place in the world, but you missed all the critical experiments, nobody would care. What matters is the few critical experiments, the ones that explain something. You could match all the other experiments, and it says you wasted your time. The engineering approach takes the opposite view. It says if we can match 99% of the experiments, the critical experiments are usually quite exotic anyhow. Like, what's happening at the base of a South African mine where you can maybe pick up a detection of a neutrino. Okay, who cares? But that's not going to happen in the real world. But if you want to understand, it's the critical experiments that matter. And as I suggested last time, I think it's kind of useful to just take a look at the early history of science. AI, cognitive science, linguistics today are pretty much in the same state as, say, physics in the 17th century, just beginning to explore topics where there was kind of a lot of apparent knowledge, but no real understanding. And if you take a look at what happened then, it's pretty interesting. So the real breakthrough, say with Galileo, take a real example. For 2,000 years, it had been assumed that a heavy object falls more rapidly than a light object. And there's plenty of phenomenal evidence to support that. In fact, just about everything you see. So that view, essentially Aristotelian view, was pretty much taken for granted up until Galileo. Galileo carried out one experiment which disproved it. Furthermore, he didn't carry out the experiment. It was a thought experiment. Galileo produced a thought experiment which shows it can't be true. And that changed science radically. The thought experiment was very simple. It says, you read the dialogues, take two cannonballs, a big, heavy cannonball, a small cannonball. Let's say that the big one falls faster than the small one. Okay, let's now attach a chain between them. Okay, well, since the small one falls less rapidly, it's going to prevent the big one from falling fast. So the big one won't fall as fast as it would have if it hadn't had a chain. On the other hand, now that you've put a chain between them, you have one mass, just one thing. So it's going to fall even faster. So you have a contradiction. If you think one thing falls faster than another, either it both falls faster and it falls slower. Okay, we've disproven 2,000 years of physics. Okay, nobody carried out the experiment. You can't carry out the experiment. If you tried to carry it out, it probably wouldn't work. But it's enough to finish off 2,000 years of misunderstanding of a basic element of nature. A lot of modern science was like that. And in fact, if you go right up to the present the same is true. So one of the famous significant experiments in modern quantum physics is Schrödinger's cat story. Is the cat alive or dead? If you pass light through a slit, and look at it one way, it's particles, another way, it's waves. I don't think anyone's ever carried out the experiment. Probably hard to carry out, but just thinking it through, yeah, that's right, we've got this paradox, we've got to overcome it, and so on. A lot of science is just really thinking through what's got to happen under certain circumstances. Now, there are cases where you have to actually do experiments to check it, okay? So yes, you want to look at actual languages and see what are their properties. But any serious experiment is going to be based on theoretical understanding. In fact, just for linguists among you, compare traditional anthropological linguistics with corpus linguistics. Okay, corpus linguistics, you take a fixed set of objects. Each one of them is an experiment. This is a legitimate sentence. It's basically an experiment. Field methods, anthropological linguistics didn't work like that. When you took a course in, if you were a student back in the 1940s, say the way I was, what you were taught was how to ask the right questions. Every field worker knows this. You have an informant. You don't just collect every possible sentence they can produce. You ask them, you try to elicit information from the informant about things that are relevant to the nature of language. So you want to find out, does this language have parasitic gaps, let's say? Or how does this language handle ATB or some other thing? That's science. It's theory-guided experiments. Now, going back to your point, the direction that's been taken in sort of Silicon Valley linguistics is corpus linguistics. Let's just take whatever data there is and see if we can match it. Yeah, you get something, but it's very likely it's going to hit a dead end. And I think it's probably doing it. And probably the right way is the way science has always proceeded. Do theory-guided experiments and try to, in this case, try to discover, and we have by now lots of interesting evidence about that, how children in fact do acquire language. What do they know? What do they know at age 1? What do they know at age 2? How have they gotten there? Where was the data for it? What were the procedures they used? And see, out of that, try to design the kinds of inquiry using the technology, both the conceptual and physical technology available, to see if we can carry that inquiry further. I think that could be a constructive integration of the two disciplines.
Okay, I saw your hand first and then your hand. You, yeah.
Hello. So I have a question about your talk. My head is full of questions. And the one I want to ask is, for internal merge, how does it work if after you build something, the pieces of it are no longer accessible? How can you do internal merge?
When you started out with, when you do internal merge,
yeah.
How can you do internal merge if the pieces of it are no longer accessible?
Mm-hmm. If the pieces of the thing you built are no longer...
You mean if the two initial terms that you merged?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they're no longer accessible?
Well, first of all, they are still accessible. It's only if you've done internal merge, the lower one is inaccessible. The higher one is accessible, okay? And the reason the lower one is inaccessible is just minimal search. If you're still higher up and you're looking for something to move, you'll find the higher one first. You won't ever find the lower one. And that's the way we want it to be. So suppose you're doing, say, successive cyclic WH movement. You move a WH phrase to the exterior of the lower phase. The next step up, you don't want to see the lower one anymore. You just want to move the higher one, okay? So yes, one is always accessible, the one that's not blocked by either C command or by the phrase, the PIC, the phrase internal inaccessibility condition, which says anything that's already down low in the phase you can't look at anymore. Okay, that tells you those guys are gone, but we now have a richer concept that incorporates these but much else, which says you have to restrict accessibility altogether to the minimum. But it doesn't mean eliminate it. The things that were accessible may still be accessible, but you're not adding any new ones, except the one that you're forming, of course.
Question down here?
It's the exact same question, but I want to rephrase it. So, because I just still don't understand. So, you have P and Q in your workspace. You merge them. Now you have PQ and no more P and Q. How is it then possible to merge again P with PQ, which would be internal merge? And how does that not fall victim to the same problems that multi-dominance or late merge would have?
Okay. So he said, suppose you start out with P and Q.
Okay, that goes up there.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I erased it. Okay.
Okay. So you merge P and Q.
Yeah. And you get the set PQ.
You get the set PQ.
But nothing else. Yeah. So let me write it.
Yep. He wants to know how you can then do internal merge if P is going. Suppose you want to merge P with P, this thing. Then how do you get
P and Q? The new workspace is the set PQ. Okay. Now suppose we want to merge P to this. P is accessible. Okay.
This P in here.
This P in here. It didn't disappear. No. So we just merge P, PQ. We don't need the workspace because there's nothing else left. That is the workspace. And we get the set P. The workspace will now contain the set P, Q. Okay. And the set PQ, which we already have. That's the new workspace. Well, in fact, this we don't have because remember that the definition says anything that was in the workspace other than P and Q has to remain there. That's the minimal condition. Okay. So the new workspace will just be the set P. The new object will be P and the set PQ, which is raising P from PQ. So if this was I saw what and P is what, the new thing will be what I saw what, but nothing else. Same problem. Well, it doesn't. There's, you could take this and make it as complicated as. So in other words, you're asking, why can't you take this and turn it into something as complicated as you want, and then add P to it? Yeah. Well, if you try to do that step by step, you see that you're adding accessibility. Every time you do it, you'll be adding something accessible extra. Try to run through it, yeah. But it's a good question, yeah.
Question over here, guy in the mic.
Hi there, Professor. So I just had a quick question. I'm going to see if I can form this. Let's see if I got that. So in terms of
in taking into account cultural impacts on languages being significant drivers in communication development, how do you take that into account in terms of the development, in terms of how children acquire language, and I guess also tying that into universal grammar, as a purely logical, biological model? How does enculturation from different communities factor into language acquisition?
How does acculturation and influence of culture within which language is embedded, I guess from an from an external language point of view, how does that play any role in the model of acquisition based on biological endowment and the other two factors that you mentioned?
Well, in real language acquisition, the actual process in a child, many things are interacting, and not just language. So it's the nature of the social relations are affecting how a language is acquired. What's your relation to your mother, to your aunt, to the kids in the street, and so on. All of that will have all sorts of effects on the way language acquisition proceeds. But we're basically abstracting from that and saying, well, what would happen if there was no culture? Okay, then if you want to study the real situation, you have to take this plus add lots of other things.
Would this be analogous to making the idealization to a homogeneous speech community?
Exactly.
Same idea?
It's very much like studying, when you try to study a language, you take an informant and you try to abstract away from everything that's particular to that informant. And you try to pretend that the speech community is a group of people who are basically identical. Of course, they're not. If you look closely, they're all going to be different. But that's the standard abstraction that you make if you study any collection of things. A good experiment tries to get rid of all of the extraneous things and make the objects you're looking at as identical as possible. When you're carrying out an experiment with humans, you can't interfere, so you just have to pretend.
Oh boy, okay. I see a question at the back, and there's also a question over here at the back. I guess you could go first.
Hi, Mr. Chomsky. I got two short questions for you. One, how are you? Could you hear that?
He has two short questions. The first one is, how are you?
Seem to be standing up.
That's a good answer. Two, how has your work in other fields and other disciplines influenced your work with linguistics specifically? Thank you.
How does your work in other disciplines and other fields impact your linguistic work specifically?
A single human being is all kind of complicated interactions take place, but at a kind of a level of logical connections, none. Personal connections, yeah, sure, all sorts of things.
Question over here,
Yes.
red.
Yeah. Hi, I just wanted to actually jump back to the very first question that you had on sort of natural language processing and AI. You spoke a little bit about how you feel like that sort of natural language processing is headed towards a dead end. And I was wondering if you thought, you mentioned that language is thought-based or designed for thought, and is a model after human thinking rather than a communicative system. So I was wondering if sort of the impossibility of recreating language in a computer is due to the fact that, as we know, computers can't think. So then in what line would we be able to, if at all, recreate the kind of language that humans have?
Okay. Correct me if I'm getting anything wrong, but she wants to return to a question about natural language processing and AI and the conjecture that maybe natural language processing or AI are approaching a dead end. And she wondered if you could connect that issue to your claim that language is designed to meet internal considerations like reflecting thought or integrating with thought
Yeah, so it's
rather than
design
communication. And if it is correct that computers don't really have thoughts and don't really think,
But
could that be
they also
related to
don't
the problem?
communicate. Yeah. But I think there's some loose connection. When you're just investigating the data that appear, you're looking at, say, the Wall Street Journal corpus, you're looking at things that were chosen for the purpose of communication, okay? But that means they're a biased sample from the point of view of the study of language. It's a subset of possible expressions that were selected for a particular reason, to convince people that you shouldn't raise taxes on corporations, let's say. Okay, so it's going to be a very biased collection of data. So, of course, it'll lead you in the wrong direction. If you want to do the right experiments, like, say, you're not going to get the answer to ATB from the Wall Street Journal corpus. They don't care about sentences like that. Okay. Just like if you're studying motion in the 17th century, you're not going to care about two cannonballs connected with a chain if you want to just duplicate things that are happening. So yes, the selection of materials in the standard natural language processing material, the procedures, the collection of materials that are used, the data, are already heavily biased towards the assumption, which I think is a false assumption, that language is structured so as to be efficient for computation. The reason it's biased is you're picking the things that are exactly selected for that reason. For example, if you had used sonnets, let's say, as your database, you'd conclude that all linguistic expressions are 14 lines long. It's just a database that happens to bias you in the wrong direction. And certainly, with regard to your question, a good question, I think I gave the wrong answer. It's actually phase theory that blocks it. Yeah, that's exactly right. So that's a good point. Yeah.
Further questions? Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna go. Okay. First, Susan over here, then Ethan, and then at the back. Okay. Actually, you can cut out the intermediary.
Okay. Maybe I'll hear.
So, in an effort to eliminate any unmotivated postulating. In an effort to eliminate any unmotivating movements, postulating any unmotivated movements for linearization purposes. So let's say our effort, in our syntactic theory, we want to avoid any unmotivated movements just for the sake of linearization, right? And could we possibly say for languages that we have more flexible word order, that those are the results.
I think it doesn't help standing there. Yeah,
okay.
I think it's
anything through a microphone.
I think it's over. It's too much.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask you.
Okay, you can. Yeah.
Okay, so in an effort to eliminate any unmotivated movements for the sake of linearization, and going back to his point about how he sees linearization previously, could we say for languages that we see more flexible word order, that those are actually a result of computational efficiency via informational structure? So it's like the fact that we have, for SOV languages, we have multiple possible word orders is a byproduct of computational efficiency rather than those scrambling movements being made for the sake of arbitrary reasons.
Okay. So ultimately, the question is a question about, for example, SOV languages and the possibility that, or the conjecture that SOV languages have greater freedom of word order than verb initial languages. And her question was, is this, do you think, related to the idea of not allowing unnecessary movement? Or is it related to computational efficiency? I'm not sure I'm getting your question
No, I
exactly
understand.
right. But
Well, is there a solid conclusion to that effect? I don't know.
I would say
You-
anecdotally it does appear to be often the
sound
case
right?
that verb final languages have some degree
Of greater
freedom, but I don't know
flexibility?
if I just heard
I
this
don't know
too,
either.
so.
Yeah. It's an interesting, if it's true, it certainly asks for an explanation. I don't see one. Anybody know anything about this? Yeah? Which? Latin? Yeah, but that's for
Yeah,
different.
I think Carlos's point is that some languages which have been claimed to have complete free word order
Really
don't
don't.
really have complete,
No,
and
by
that
any
the
means.
differences involve things like
Yeah.
topic or focus or
Yeah.
other types
Or
of.
in the case of Latin, just a rich, visible case structure. Yeah, for example. But I don't know if it's generally true when you abstract away from things like that. And so I just don't know I don't know what the facts are.
I think the gentleman in the black shirt had something to.
Wouldn't that also be the same case in Russian as well? There's more. It appears that there is free word order in Russian sentences, although there is there's some context as to when certain word orders are utilized in certain situations.
Basically, he said that the same kind of things have been attributed to Russian. That is,
Free word
some
order.
people traditionally said
Reiterating
free
that.
word order, but other people have argued that actually certain word orders are more appropriate to some situations than others, and that in turn could be related to topic focus type.
Well, it was believed back in the 70s that there is a free word order parameter, and the free word order was assumed to be the case for German, Japanese, lots of languages, but which are at the base SOV languages, though you don't see it right away in German. But I think that was pretty much shut down. I don't, as far as I know, maybe some of you know more. I don't know any current generalization of this kind that's well substantiated.
Ethan, you had a question? Microphone? Yeah, I think we might as well. For everybody else behind you.
Okay, my question's also about merge, but kind of related to Daniel's question. If in the set PQ, P is accessible for merge, how come you can't merge P externally with some A, some other expression? And then that kind of would give rise to effectively a parallel merge.
Did you get that?
Good.
So Ethan says, if in the case of PQ, where P is merged with Q, if P is accessible for internal merge, how do you prevent it from being accessible to external merge with something else in the workspace?
Well,
and
that's parallel merge.
Exactly, or sideways
What
merge.
stops it is you're adding more accessibility. If you do parallel merge, that's essentially what you're describing. You have P and Q, you say P and Q and R. You take Q, you merge it with R. You've now added two new accessible things, QR and the new Q. And you're only allowed to add one accessible thing. That's resource restriction. So that blocks parallel merge and everything that follows from it. Sideward merge is the same. The late merge is the same, plus extra problems, like the substitution operation.
Okay, there were people, I think I saw someone else before I saw you, but I'm not sure. Did someone else have their hand? Or was you? Okay. Okay.
Why is first merge okay then between two?
Okay, so her question is, given your answer to Ethan's question, how do you just do external merge between two things to begin with? Doesn't that have the same kind of...
It creates one new thing. If you take P and Q and you merge them, you get one new thing, accessible thing, the set PQ, which is okay. And in fact, notice you reduce the workspace. The workspace originally had 2 elements, now it only has 1, and 3 accessible things before it had 2 accessible things. Okay, you have P and Q in the workspace. It's a 2-member workspace, 2 accessible items. You merge them, you have the set PQ, that's the entire workspace. You only have 1 element in the workspace, 3 accessible things, P, Q, and the set PQ. But that's what you want. Every operation is going to add at least 1 thing, otherwise the operation didn't do anything. But no more than that.
Question, from Tyler over here in the black shirt.
Does this assume then that the entire lexicon is on the workspace to begin with?
It has to be.
Okay.
I mean,
I think that answers the.
Any computational system is going to have atoms and rules, and you can always access the atoms. Like if it was proof theory, say, the atoms would be the axioms. The rest is all the theorems you've produced. But at any stage in the generation of a proof, you can go back and use an axiom. It's basically like that.
Question at the back? Yeah.
So is it correct to say that when you are making copies, you won't expand any workspace?
So is it correct to say that when you are making copies, you don't expand the workspace? Is that the question?
Well, take, say, external merge. It creates a copy, but by the definition of merge, you don't see the copy that it creates because of the resource restriction, which happens to wipe out the copy. In the case of internal merge, and in the case of external merge, you're actually reducing the workspace. In the case of internal merge, you're leaving the workspace with the same number of elements, but 1 more accessible item.
Question from
And of the 2 copies, notice that 1 of them is inaccessible because of C command.
Question from Sophia here.
Given your treatment of copies and how copies are deleted, does this mean that what is canonically treated as movement and what is canonically treated as ellipsis are essentially the same phenomenon? And if it is, why does that make sense?
Given what you said about copies and deleting copies and what you said about ellipsis and so on, does this imply that movement and ellipsis are in some sense the same thing?
Well, there's a similarity, but I think that fundamentally they're different. The ellipsis that's involved in movement has to do with externalization. Now there is, in fact, if we take a look at normal ellipsis, John read the book and I did too, okay? My belief is that ellipsis probably doesn't exist except at the pure phonetic level. That ellipsis will probably, when we understand it, turn out to be just a reflex of de-accenting. So notice there is a sentence, John read the book and I read the book too, with de-accented read the book. And that has to be generated. And then one of the options, once you've generated that, is just delete the de-accented. Now, a lot of ellipsis just falls out like that. That's a suggestion that Howard Lasnik and I made about a long time ago, which back in the 80s, I guess, which was then expanded into a dissertation by Chris Tancredi back around 1990, 92 or so on de-accenting. And you get a very large part of ellipsis that way, not all of it. And the question is, what about the rest? My guess is, I think here's a real significant research topic, to try to show that all of the rest of ellipsis will probably fall under the same principle if we understand it properly. Now, if you actually look at the literature on ellipsis, there's 1,000 conditions that are imposed on how to get it to work. But my guess is that's a reflex of lack of understanding. I mean, it's the same kind of rule of thumb that I mentioned before. If there's some principle, a simple principle that works for the basic core of cases, but there's some things hanging around on the outside that it doesn't work for, the chances are that the things on the outside we just don't understand. I think that's a major research topic.
I think we're more or less done. We maybe have time for one last quick question. Okay.
Professor Chomsky, I just flew in from Washington, D.C. today to be here with you. Glad to be with you. I just flew in from Washington today to be with you.
He said he just flew in from Washington today to be with you and hear your talk.
And this one isn't a technical question about linguistics. This is a question about the 1950s. During the 1950s, when you published syntactic structures, there seemed to be an idea that everybody was born like a blank piece of paper and that they learned language just from nothing. And then you came up and said, no, 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 the poverty or the stimulus argument, and that people are born with a genetic endowment, et cetera, et cetera. And my question is, how important is it to make people wrong, or should you be scared? It seems like existing narratives tend to want to protect themselves. And if you're revolutionary, you're going to take the hits. And my question is how tough was it for you in the 50s to come up with new ideas, and how battle-scarred did you become because of your new ideas? Thank you.
Oh, that's not the kind of new idea that you get killed for. There are others that you do. You may be yelled at and condemned, but...
You're lucky B.F. Skinner didn't challenge you to a duel. Or maybe he's lucky he didn't. Yeah.
I never did find out whether it's a honeybee with a waggle dance, but I hope somebody will find that out for me. Well, this has been pretty sketchy, especially yesterday. There's lots of loose ends that ought to be tied up. I think it would be best maybe to delay that to the discussion period tomorrow. So I hope you guys will come in with lots of questions and objections, and we'll be able to see if we can fix up what wasn't done properly, of which there's a lot. There was actually one question that came up in the question period yesterday about an important matter, and I didn't actually give the right answer to it, so let me go through it here. If I can get this to work. This one?
Others? Oh, yeah, here's the black and the red.
Like
The red might show up a bit better.
Okay.
Try that. If not the black.
Try this. So the paradigmatic example that I was giving about what distinguishes the legitimate from the illegitimate ones, you can illustrate it with parallel merge, the thing that people tend to write like this, where you have set A, B, C, this is the workspace, and then you would join this to this, and that's supposed to give you this thing, which in fact gives you the set A, B, and the set B, C, and this one becomes illegitimate because you can explode this to something as complex as you like, and since this is accessible, you can move that to there. Then you have a chain connecting these two things, which can violate all conceivable properties of language, so that's illegitimate. The argument that it is illegitimate is it adds two instead of one accessible term, namely this one here and this one here. And you're only allowed to add one in the minimal system of resource control. So the question was, well, why doesn't this block ordinary IM? So suppose you have A, B, and you add this guy over here. Now you have B, A, B, ordinary internal merge. Why can't you do the same thing? Turn this into X, add this up here, and then you get the same problem. If you think about it for a minute, which I didn't when the question was asked, this turns out to be a case of late merge. What you're doing is trying to tack this into something that you've already passed. And that doesn't work for the reasons I discussed last time. Late merge, first of all, adds too many new accessible items, and then it also requires an extra operation of substitution. So it's the worst case of illegitimacy. So that one's out. The difference is once you've passed a certain point in the derivation, you can't go back and do something to what you've passed. But that problem doesn't arise in the parallel merge case because these two guys are separate and nothing is protecting the thing that you moved from. So that makes the right distinction. Well, there are a lot of other things that need to be clarified, but instead of that, I'd like to turn to something else and at least touch on a few other things briefly, just to bring them up. I won't be able to go into them in sufficient detail. One point is that in addition to the symmetrical operation merge, there's quite good, in fact, I think completely compelling evidence that we also need another operation, an asymmetric operation, in addition to merge. This is clear intuitively simply from simple adjuncts. So, for example, if you have a phrase like young man, there's an asymmetry between the two that's clear. That element that's formed is a noun phrase, not an adjective phrase. So the old is an adjunct that's not changing the category. Notice this is quite different from symmetrical merge. In symmetrical merge, if you happen to have a head and an XP, then the head will in fact be the label, the thing that traditionally projects. But that's just a case of minimal search, and that doesn't work for adjunct asymmetry. So if you have old portrait of John is not a head, it's complex, could be arbitrarily complex, but it's still the label of the whole unit. So there's a clear asymmetry. Beyond that, there's a problem that's been lingering for 60 years. It's a serious problem. It's the problem of unbounded, unstructured coordination. So if you have something like the guy is young, happy, eager to go to college, tired of wasting his time, endless number of possible adjuncts. There's no structure among them. They're strung together, they're unbounded, and that's a real problem. For one thing, you can't do it in any kind of phrase structure grammar because you'd need an infinite number of rules. That's even true, interestingly, of the universal case, unrestricted rewriting systems, the ones that allow you to do anything, rewrite anything. You'd still need an infinite number of rules. Notice that unrestricted rewriting systems, as was proven by a great mathematician, Emil Post, long ago, are universal. Those are universal Turing machines, in effect, which means you can code the right result by some devious means, but you don't get it by just rewriting the rules and looking at the structure. So that's out totally from phrase structure grammar. About 60 years ago, when George Miller and I were working on mathematical linguistics, we thought we had an answer to this in terms of generalized transformations, but Howard Lasnik pointed out that that doesn't work either, so there's no method around, no device around that allows this. However, it is allowed immediately simply by the device of asymmetric pair merge. What we need is a new device, and since we're trying to get the simplest possible operations, the simplest operation after simple set formation is just pair formation. So we need an operation pair merge, which will also apply to the simple adjunct case like young man. Young will be adjoined to, will be attached to man, but you don't see it in the labeling, okay, because it's often some other dimension. And the unbounded, unstructured cases show you, in effect, that there are unboundedly many dimensions to what's going on up there. It's not two-dimensional like a blackboard. You can add any number of adjuncts at any point. So we want some device. We want to work this out. That means intuitively that every member of this coordinated construction, every individual member of it is individually predicated of what it links to. Now, we know that the order of the unstructured, unbounded elements, this sequence, we know that the order of it matters. It matters because of reasons that were pointed out by Jim Macaulay about 40 years ago, namely notions like respectively. So if you say John and Bill saw Tom and Mary respectively, the order in which they appear affects the semantic interpretation. So it's not just a set of paired things, it's a sequence of paired things. Furthermore, the more evidence that it's a sequence is that adjuncts can repeat. So you can say the guy is young, tall, happy, young, eager to go to Harvard, so on and so forth. You can repeat them as much as you want. So what we have is a situation where in order to generate these objects, you generate a set, finite set. You pick out of, you form from that set a sequence, and it could be any sequence of elements, and there's, in fact, infinitely many possible sequences. You pick one out of those, and that sequence, S, call it, is the thing that you're then going to merge into the construction to proceed with the interpretation. This operation of picking a particular element out of the set of sequences is, there's formal ways of doing it which are familiar. Those of you who know some logical recognize that this is David Hilbert's epsilon operator, which picks a single thing out of a set. It was part of his work on foundations of mathematics, basic operation. So it's a straightforward operation, but it does have the property that it's indeterminate. Okay, so it's that's part of the nature of production, as I discussed last time. Well, what this means is actually there's clearly two kinds of coordination, conjunction and disjunction. So what we're doing is forming objects that look like this. We're forming a sequence which begins with some conjunction and then contains a sequence of elements, each of which is predicated of something. So we have things, a sequence of things that look like this. with a link. And in fact, we could say L1, Ln, but in fact, all the links have to be identical. One of the aspects of coordination is you're joining everything to the same point. Okay, so we can, and the same with all the ones too. So we have an object like that. That's the basic object that gives you unbounded coordination. When you get down to just one case, when n equals 1, that's just plain adjunction. So the old young man and so on. Now, notice that each element of these pairs is inaccessible. So if you have the phrase old man, say, you can't extract man and leave old. You can't extract old and leave man. So the elements of the pairs are inaccessible. And if that were all there was to it, notice that this would yield both the coordinate structure and the adjunct island constraint. You have the coordinate structure constraint because every term is inaccessible. You have the adjunct island constraint because you can't pull the things out. However, it's not quite that simple, in fact, as I mentioned earlier, a paper by Željko Bošković, which shows that which just reviews lots of different kind of complicated cases. There are languages in which you can extract you can't extract anything inside the adjunct. There are others where you can extract something that's inside but not the adjunct itself, and a couple of other cases. So there's more work to be done. And what it in fact shows is that that the concept of adjunct is just not sufficiently refined. There's a number of different kinds of adjuncts which behave quite differently, and this is in fact kind of an unexplored domain. It hasn't been looked at sufficiently, but here's a major research project, is to ask how can we deal with the class of cases that Bošković left unexplained in his bringing together the two kinds of mysteries. They're still there. So here's a first step in how to capture it, but more has to be said. Well, the next question is, what is L? What do you link things to? So let's take the simplest case, say noun phrase and verb phrase coordination. John, Bill, Tom, the young man, etc., etc. Read the book, walked to the store, so on and so forth. What's the linking in those cases? Well, the assumption that comes to mind right away is that, say, and incidentally, I should say that I'm going to assume here that nominal phrases are actually NPs. The DP hypothesis, which is widely accepted, was very fruitful, led to a lot of interesting work, but I've never really been convinced of it. I think these things are fundamentally nominal phrases. Actually, there's a very good paper by Masao Ishii, who's here, who kind of spells out how this could work. This would mean that, say, in a nominal phrase, things like definite articles are actually features of the nominal phrase. They're not elements merged into it, very much like Semitic, where it's just a feature of the nominal phrase, and the definite article appears in every element of the nominal phrase, including the determiner. That seems to me probably the way it works. As far as determiners are concerned, like say that, I suspect they're adjuncts. So I'll be assuming that the core system is basically nominal. As I say, Masa's paper spells a lot of this out. So one suggestion you might have is that L is just N, but that runs into an immediate question. If you accept which I am accepting here, the Hagit Borer, Alec Morant's theory of a root categorization, which I think is pretty strongly motivated. You have the roots in the lexicon are independent of category. They become nominal or verbal, adjectival, by virtue of a categorizer that attaches to them. And incidentally, that would surely be pair merged. So pair merges to them, and it's probably it has to be the first operation in forming a derivation. You first attach the root to the category to the root, and you sort of go on from there with a pair merged element. But that element, say n for a root that's going to become nominal, can't be identified with the n that is the link here, because this one is just much higher up in the syntactic object that you're constructing. Same with verb. It means that the small v, which is the categorizer, which is linked to the root by pair merge, can't be the same as what we call small v, or small v star, high up in the derivation. And in fact, I think that things like v and v star have been somewhat misinterpreted. They're not really it's not really a verbal categorizer, it's basically a phase marker. And I think we should think of both n, what we've been calling, or what I'm now calling small n, and we used to call small v, as being basically the two kinds of phase markers. I think a kind of natural way of capturing this is to go back to a classical distinction. Actually goes back to classical Greece, which has been used sometimes in generative grammar, and to assume that we really have two fundamental notions. Classical terms, they're the notions substantive and predicative. Which gives you 4 categories, plus S minus P, which is nominal, minus S plus P, which is verbal. And in classical grammars, that's all there is. So if you look at the classical Greek grammars up till late into the Latin, the Roman period, those are the only categories. There's no adjectives. Adjective we can add, but we'll consider it a non-primitive category. It would be both substantive and predicative. And then there's, of course, the fourth one, which is neither. And that's the rest of the junk that's lying around, prepositions and so on and so forth. But the two major categories, the ones that really count, are probably the ones that are the perfect substantive and the perfect predicate, the ones from essentially classical grammar. And there is some, and these are distinct from the categorizers, N and V. Those are totally different notions. And these things then would mark the phases, and it's kind of striking that, and they would be the links. All of these would be the things that coordination, conjunction, disjunction link to. Notice that there's a well-known phenomenon about extraction that holds of both nominal phrases and verbal phrases. There are some nominal and verbal phrases which resist extraction. You can only extract to the edge. You can't go out of the element. So we'll call those strong. In the case of verb phrases, it's the transitive verb phrases, the ones that usually marked V star. Those constitute strong phases that you can't move out of. You've got to first go to the edge, then you can go on. The weak phases, say unaccusatives, passives, you can extract all the way. And there's the same distinction in nominal phrases. So the complex noun phrase constraint, it's been known for a long time. It works strongly for definites, but not for indefinites. It's non-specific and specific. So extraction out of a definite noun phrase violates the rules. Extraction out of an indefinite, non-specific one is pretty straightforward. So it looks like both the nominal and verbal phases have the category, break into the categories, say, strong and weak. What we're calling V and little, the two types of flavors of V and V star, are probably just strong and weak phase markers, perhaps framed in this system. There is another. There's been a lot of discussion over the years about whether noun phrases are really phases like verb phrases. And one problem about it was that they have a lot of similarities, but there's one notable difference. And that is you don't have an escape hatch in noun phrases. There's nothing that allows you to go to the edge and then go on. But fortunately, as I learned a couple of weeks ago, there's a nice African language called Buli, which does have an escape hatch, has a marker that says, okay, if this is here, we can add on to the noun phrase and then go on. So if we simply assume that the basis for all languages is Semitic, Proto-Semitic, and Buli, then everything works out. So we're off and running. Just have to find the right languages. Other languages, like, say, English, are defective in this respect. They don't have that extra morphological element. It's one of the nice things about doing comparative work. You can fill in the blanks that ought to be there. Well, if you play with this, you'll notice that it can get pretty complicated. So, for example, it could be that one of the conjuncts, say S0, the third element in the sequence, it could, if this is a conjunction, the third one could be a disjunction. Okay, you can stick a disjunction inside a conjunction. And that disjunction could be an unbounded, unstructured element. And if you play with it, it gets very complex. I'll put that aside. The principles for dealing it are straightforward, but the actual working it out becomes pretty hairy. But it's not a fundamental problem, just a technical problem. Now, there is a fundamental problem, which was made very clear by recent work of Barry Shines. I don't know if he's around here somewhere. But Barry has a very terrific book, a great book that every semanticist ought to study carefully, which I think is the longest book with the shortest title in the entire literature. It's the book called And, 600 pages of details about the extreme, intriguing complexities that you get in the semantic interpretation of coordinate structures. It's all done in a kind of an event calculus, neo-Davidsonian event calculus. So here's the task. The task is to take, assuming that this is the right kind of syntactic formalism, you might play around with it a little, assume that if this is correct, how can you go to from this to those semantic objects, okay? I'll come back later, if there's a little time, to the nature of these semantic objects, but I think he gives good evidence that that's the kind of target that the mapping from syntax to formal semantics is trying to achieve. So here's a huge unsolved problem for those of you who are looking for dissertation topics, one of many. And fortunately, there's lots of such topics hanging around. I should say, incidentally, that this is a dramatic difference from, say, the 1950s and even the 1960s. At that time, it looked like there was almost no topics. It looked like this whole field was finished. I think I mentioned this earlier. And one of the really striking things that's happened during my lifetime is that the field went from one that was terminated to one that's entirely endless and open. Everywhere you look, there's just more problems. That's a good sign that at least something's on the right track, because that's the way things ought to be. You know. People who are just coming into the field now probably aren't struck by the dramatic difference, but if you look back, it really is dramatic. Well, another case that's an intriguing one is, let's see how to bring this in. Well, that's probably too complicated to go into. I'll skip this. Well, there are lots of other, there are plenty of other candidates for pair merge. Some of them are interesting unsolved problems. So, for example, if you take the paradigm, things like Mary saw the man walking down the street, say, or Mary saw the man walk down the street. You run through that familiar paradigm. You notice that there's a gap, a strange gap in it. With the bare verbs, like Mary saw the man walk down the street, you can't passivize. So you can say, the man was seen walking down the street, but not the man was seen walk down the street. This holds for two categories of verbs, perception verbs and quasi-causative verbs like make or let. You know, so I made the guy walk down the street, but not the guy was made walk down the street. Those two categories. This has been a kind of a funny sort of gap for a long time, no good explanation for it. There is a proposal, an interesting proposal by Norman Richards in terms of his contiguity theory, that it has to do with the output of passivization, but that doesn't work because the same problem arises with in situ passives. So kind of a little awkward in English, normal in most languages, but not bad in English. If you say things like, there were seen walking down the street three men, let's say, that's more or less okay. But if you try, there were seen walk down the street three men, that's hopeless, okay? So there's a sharp distinction between passives and non-passives, whether or not you move the object. Okay, so that can't be what's involved. So what could be involved? Well, what could be involved is kind of suggested by the fact that this holds for the quasi-causatives, let and make. One might imagine maybe that these things really are just spelling, English style spelling out of causative morphemes, which attach to a verb, which are all over the place. English tends to not use affixes to spell things out as words, but these things could be affixes. So it could be that let and make are just the causative affixes attached to the bare verb. Then comes an interesting question. Why should perception verbs have the same property? But putting that on the shelf, if they all have this property, what you might expect is that all of these are pair-merged to the bare verb. And the pair-merged element is just immune to the passive operation. Say, whatever you think passive is, maybe dropping case, let's say. So that's, that would fill in the gap, making use of the pair-merge device. There are other interesting proposals. One of them is Hisa Kitahara's suggestion about what has always been a pretty serious problem, head raising. head raising has none of the right properties. It violates the extension condition. It's always described incorrectly. If a verb raises to inflection, say to T, it's always described as if it's a T, but it's not, it's a V. The thing somehow that's adjoined is really verbal, not inflectional. And the further move of V to C is really kind of a V second phenomenon, not a T second phenomenon. So there's all kind of problems. Another kind of problem with it is it's sort of, head raising has properties that are kind of shared, that cross syntax and phonology. So it's almost entirely like phonological processes in that it doesn't have semantic consequences. So whether you raise, take Jean-Yves Pollock's analysis of French and English, which many of you know, if you raise in French, you tend to raise the verb, in English not to raise it, but the semantics doesn't change. If you have a V-second language, it has the same semantic properties as a non-V-second language. And in fact, you have to look very hard, way out at the fringes, to find some kind of semantic consequences to head raising. That makes it look phonological, but the trouble is it's successive cyclic, which makes it look syntactic. So it's kind of problematic all along. But the real question is, how do you get around this? How can you actually create it without violating all the rules? Well, Hissa's proposal is this. Essentially, we'll just take the T to C case, but the same for the others. You generate and then DP. You generate C, then that's just ordinary. It's not even generate. C is in the workspace because that's where the lexicon is. So you just look at it. It's there in the workspace. Then you merge these two, pair merge them. C, T. We now have a set. The workspace now contains this and this. Notice by merging C and T, you haven't increased the number of accessible elements because neither of these is accessible. Okay, that was, as we've already pointed out, they're just like old man, either is accessible. So, and once you've done this, you now simply merge this thing to that. That gives you the right answer. And if you think about it, you can do all the head raising that way. I thought for a while that there were some problems about this. Hissa and I had corresponded about it, but I think the problems are easily overcome. So that's a possible way of approaching the entire problem of head raising, which has been a tricky and serious problem. So I'll leave it in your hands to play around with that and see if you can handle the rest of head raising that way. But it's a simple way to proceed, which doesn't violate any of the rules, doesn't add accessible elements, just follows all. It's just available. You don't have to invent anything new for it. And it's crucially has to be pair merge, for one thing, because that's the way these things end up. They end up as adjuncts, not as sets. And secondly, it doesn't add accessible items, so it doesn't violate the resource constraint. So it has the right properties in that respect. Well, there's plenty of questions like this. There's a lot of, a major task that is faced is to take all of the cases that, two tasks. And our first one, take the cases that have been described usefully by illegitimate operations. So take all the cases that have been handled by, say, late merge, which is very widely used, or by parallel merge, which gives you all the multidimensionality cases and so on. Take that whole class of cases and show how you can handle them by legitimate operations. I gave a couple of examples last time, like ATB, parasitic gaps, but do it for the whole slew of them. And of course, the broader task is take a look at that massive data out there and see if you can make some sense out of it. That's we now have a criterion for what make sense means. Make sense means get a genuine explanation, where a genuine explanation means one that's that can be that meets the conditions, the crucial conditions of learnability and evolvability. And if you can reduce it to merge, you've solved that problem, because there's no question of learnability, and the problem of evolvability, as I mentioned, is basically solved. You have to look at the details of how it worked, but we know it happened, okay? So if you can get to that, you have a genuine explanation. If you can reduce things to pair merge, you've come pretty close. You still have to ask the question of how pair merge could have evolved. But at least that's an easier question than lots of other things you can imagine. We would then like to try to show that the other devices that seem critical for explaining things, like, say, phase theory, can be reduced to third factor properties of minimal computation. They do, in fact, reduce computation. So if you could show that that's another third factor condition like resource restriction, you'll have a genuine explanation. That's the general project. But notice it, and it's again clear, should be clear, going back to my first lecture, that this project only arises if you accept a particular version of what the whole enterprise of linguistics is. If you pick a particular kind of answer to the initial question, what is language, or what are we doing? The answer is the enterprise is one that attempts to deal with, to address what I called earlier the Galilean challenge, the challenge that was posed at the beginning of the scientific revolution, which translates in our terms into capturing the basic property of language, the property of that each of the faculty of language permits the generation of an infinite number of structured expressions with semantic interpretations and the option of ancillary operation of mapping it to one or another sensory motor condition. If you accept that project and then a particular variant of that project, which not all people who do generative grammar accept, the second variant is to assume that this is part of natural science, okay? In other words, follow what's called the biolinguistic program. Take this property to be a property of human beings, not some object out in the external world, which somehow magically human beings connect with, but just an actual property of human beings. Then you have to meet the conditions of evolvability and learnability. Then we have the notion of genuine explanation. Then all this mass of questions arises, often with solutions, often not. Notice again that not accepting this enterprise is perfectly legitimate. It's a way of getting, describing things in ways which might be very useful. It's also useful for engineering projects, kind of Silicon Valley linguistics, where you don't really try to explain it, just get something that works. Lots of interesting things you can do. But this is a very specific approach to language, saying it's part of natural science. It's trying to meet the Galilean challenge. If that's the enterprise, then these are the kind of questions that arise. Well, there's another topic that I ought to at least mention. There's not much time for it, which is just left out entirely. A computational system has rules and atoms, things that are the smallest elements of the computation. I mentioned earlier that if you have merge and a one-element lexicon, just one thing in the lexicon, one atom, then in fact internal merge gives you the successor function. And I showed some reasons to think that that's a natural outcome. But in any event, there've got to be atoms. And I haven't said anything about those. So what are the atoms of computation? And right at this point, we're moving to a domain that I really didn't talk about, namely the general domain of semantics. So how does the domain of semantics fit into this enterprise? Well, here you have to be a little careful. You have to ask what you mean by semantics. There's a classical notion, actually it goes way back in history, but in the modern period it's Frege, Charles Sanders Peirce, Tarski, Carnap, Quine, that tradition. This concept of semantics has basically two essential notions. One is the notion truth and reference, which are essentially the same thing. And the other is the notion entailment, with many variants. So let's take a look at those two notions. First of all, the notion entailment is not semantics, it's syntax, okay? It's called logical syntax. Entailment is a matter of the formal relations among expressions. The world doesn't even have to exist, okay? Semantics is the field that tries to relate the internal mental computations to the world, the actual real world out there. That's semantics. That's truth and reference. But entailment is logical syntax. And if you look at what's called formal semantics, which is some of the richest and most exciting work going on in the field in the last couple of decades, notice it's all syntax. It's all pure syntax. And it's an interesting kind of syntax. It's sort of analogous to phonology. If you think about the externalization process, what do we have? The syntax generates a set of objects. We then want to externalize it. And that process of externalization has two steps. The first, it's called, traditionally morphophonemics or phonology, in the sense that, say, Morris Halle and I use the term, but it's the mapping of the syntactic structures to some sort of phonetic form. The phonetic form is a syntactic object, of course, and the mapping is it's a symbolic manipulation. So it's, again, syntax in the general sense. It's a particular part of syntax. I should say that this task of mapping, what generative phonology, mapping syntactic structures to phonetic form, has pretty much been abandoned in modern phonology. Contemporary phonology is mostly optimality theory, and that simply doesn't look at this question, okay? It deals with other questions. But this question of generative phonology, which was in fact the first thing that was discussed back in the late 40s, early 50s, has been pretty much forgotten. But it's there, it's a problem that has to be solved if you are concerned with externalization, with how language gets out there to be sounds or signs. So one task, which is really part of syntax, is generative phonology, mapping syntactic objects to, say, narrow phonetics. Then there's another task, and that is taking the narrow phonetics and telling us how it relates to motions of the articulators or to sound waves, or if you happen to be doing sign, how your gestures end up actually being formed. How do you move your fingers and so on. That's phonetics, acoustic and articulatory phonetics. If you go back to semantics, formal semantics is like phonology. It's syntactic operations setting the stage, you hope, for eventual relation to the outside world. Just as generative phonology is syntactic operations setting the stage for the phonetician to fill in how it relates to moving your articulators around, okay, which gets you to the outside world, something outside language. Well, this then comes the question, notice that of all of the domains of the study of language, it's almost all syntax. It's what we call kind of narrow syntax, just forming the syntactic objects, what I've been talking about the last couple of days. Another part of syntax is generative phonology. Another part of syntax is formal semantics. All of this stuff is going on inside the head, right? Doesn't get to the outside world. It's neither phonetics nor semantics. Of all of these areas, the area of formal semantics is different from the other two in the way it's been pursued, which raises interesting questions. It is the only domain that has not been subjected to the effort to find genuine explanations. So there's no effort within formal semantics to ask, what's the simplest way to do it? The problem is, let's just find a way to do it. You know, if you can get a way to do it by sticking in lots of lambdas and so on and so forth, okay, we'll do it that way. But the question of what's the best way to do it, the way that really gives explanations, that's really hasn't been raised. Now, that's not a criticism. It's a very hard question. And so if it's not been raised, well, hard questions often tend not to be raised. But one should remember that it's a question to be dealt with someday. As formal semantics develops, this branch of syntax develops, it should go the way of generative syntax and generative phonology. In the case of generative phonology, there's a lot of work on how to get the optimal way of doing it. In fact, that's what things like sound pattern of English are about, and plenty of other work. And narrow syntax is the kind of stuff we've been talking about. Formal semantics, that part of syntax, the question really hasn't arisen. Sooner or later, it should arise. Another interesting aspect of formal semantics is it's kind of tacitly assumed to be invariant. So if you, there's no proposals that languages have parametric differences in how you interpret, say, quantifiers and variables. There's a way of doing it, and if you do it, that's universal, which is a very reasonable assumption. Because if you think about the things that are being investigated, there's absolutely no empirical evidence for them. A child has no evidence about any of them. So if you look at the literature and you look at the things that people are studying, they're totally without evidence. So either they're just not accurate, or if they're accurate, they're going to be universal. So it does make sense to say that this part of syntax is invariant. I've talked a little about whether narrow syntax is invariant. That's an open question. It doesn't look like it on the surface, but a lot of the work that's been done is kind of restricting the domain of variability of narrow syntax to the point where you might imagine that the core of narrow syntax, what's dealing with the Galilean challenge, the operations that are yielding the semantically interpreted objects, maybe that doesn't vary. That we don't know. It's an open question. If it doesn't vary at all, then the variability of language is entirely an externalization, where it certainly varies all over the map. Not any question there. I mean, it's not free. There's very interesting restrictions, but a lot of variation possible. So that's the kind of picture that seems to be emerging, I think, and it leaves open this thing here. Where does that fit in? How do we relate this stuff that's going on inside the head to the outside world? Turns out not to be such a simple question. In fact, if you look at the proposals in formal semantics, they sound as if they're relating to the outside world, but when you look at them, they're actually not. So it takes a model theoretic approaches. The elements of the model are sort of, one treats them as if they're actually out there. But in fact, if you look at the elements of the model, they're completely mental objects. There's nothing in the outside world that corresponds to those postulated objects of the model. So the model theoretic semantics works fine. You know, you can do all kind of things with it, study necessity, you know, so on and so forth. But it's all pure syntax. It's not getting to the outside world. What about event semantics, which is a very rich and productive field, the kind of neo-Davidsonian event semantics? Well, what are events? I mean, are events things in the world? Does the world come packaged in events? Actually, it doesn't. You know, events are our mental constructions imposed on whatever's going on. So events are really internal. And we know that to try to count the number of events that's going on is kind of meaningless. So, for example, thanks to Zeno, we know that if you walk across the room, there's a continuous, the number of events is the power of the continuum, okay, and same with anything else you're looking at. So there are about as many events as you decide to impose. So event semantics, which is very productive and rich, is, again, another form of syntax. So how do we get beyond syntax? Well, we have to look at the notion of reference. Truth will depend on reference. And if we want to look at the notion of reference, we start naturally by looking at the words that purport to refer. So you look at the literature on reference, mostly philosophical literature, say London is taken to be a prototypical referential word. A lot of problems arise, say Kripke's puzzles of belief when you try to ask questions about London. But is London a thing in the outside world? Well, you can ask yourself. So, for example, I can tell you that I visited London before it was burned down and rebuilt 20 miles up the Thames. So is there an object in the real world which is physical, because it can be burned down, but then can be rebuilt somewhere else with different physical objects and looking differently? Is there such an object in the physical world, in the outside, in the material world? Certainly not. We could decide to rebuild Carthage, let's say. It was gone a couple thousand years ago. We could rebuild it somewhere else, look different, but it could be Carthage. So whatever these things are, they're not names of things in the outside world. What about other words? Are there, in fact, we might rest the question whether there are any words in language at all that refer to anything in the outside world. I think the answer is there aren't. Some of the reasons for this were given as far back as classical Greece. So, for example, Aristotle asked the question, what is a house? And his answer was, a house consists of the amalgam of two different kinds of elements. In his metaphysics, they're matter and form. So the matter of the house is the timbers, the bricks, the stuff it was made of. The form of the house is the design, what it's for, what the architect had in mind, how it's used, and so on. So something might look physically just like a house, but in fact be something totally different. It could be a library, let's say. It could be a garage, you know. Could be a paperweight for a giant. Could be all kinds of things. It depends on what the architect had in mind and how it's used and what it's for, basically. But the properties of form are not in the physical world. They're in the mental world. Now, when Aristotle talked about this, this is, from his point of view, metaphysics. In fact, it's in his book, Metaphysics. But when you go to the 17th century again, there was a kind of a cognitive revolution, and a lot of these ideas were reinterpreted in terms of modes of cognition, which I think is the right way to look at them. So reinterpreting it in those terms, a house is something that we construct in our minds, which has a material element, but of course the crucial part of it is what Aristotle called the form. That's something that's part of our mental operations. So when we use the word house, we're not referring to an object, and we are, in fact, we're carrying out the act of referring, like I'm referring to that object over there, but the word house is not referring, okay? You think about every word in the language, it's exactly the same way. There's an example even earlier than Aristotle, the pre-Socratic example used by Heraclitus, who argued that you can't cross the same river twice, because when you cross it the second time, it's a completely different physical object, and you're a different physical object. So it's impossible to cross the same river twice. Of course, we do cross the same river twice, which simply tells us that our notion river does not refer to anything in the material world. It refers to a construction that we developed. And if you start playing around with how do you individuate these objects, becomes pretty tricky. So for example, take river again, say the Charles River, which I used to cross on the way to work up and back every day in Boston. Suppose you take the Charles River and you reverse the course of the water. It goes the opposite direction. Okay, you've still the Charles River. Suppose you divert it into a different direction, because you don't want it to go into the bay, but somewhere else. Still the Charles River. In fact, you can play around with it and make all sorts of massive changes in the physical object, and it'll still be the Charles River. On the other hand, there are trivial changes that will prevent it from being a river at all. So suppose you put barriers along the side, and you start using it for, say, commercial tankers going up and down. Now it's between 2 points. Then it's a canal. It's not a river anymore. Suppose you even make a more minuscule change. You make what in physics is called a phase change from the liquid to the glassy state. Tiny change, almost undetectable without instruments. But now it has a hard surface. And you paint a line down the middle and you start using it to commute to Boston. Okay, now it's a highway. You've made an almost undetectable change. If you play around with it some more, you can see that you can make huge changes in the physical object. It stays the Charles River. You can make virtually undetectable changes. It's not a river at all. Take a look at any other word in the language, you find it's pretty much the same. So it may be that language simply does not have the concept of truth and reference at all, which means it doesn't have semantics. There is no semantics. There's syntax and there's modes of using the objects you've constructed, roughly what's called pragmatics. It could turn out that the whole study of language reduces to syntax and pragmatics, with syntax having these many different variants. In fact, my guess is that's probably what we're going to find when we when we pursue the topic further. That raises many very interesting questions. So, for example, take these terms like house or river, London, whatever you like. Where do they come from? If we look at animal symbolic systems, a very striking feature of them is that the atoms of these systems, the elements within them, do in fact pick out identifiable physical events. Okay, so you take the bee that has my name attached to it. If it's a honey bee and does the right sorts of things, then it's it does the famous waggle dance. It flies out to a flower, comes back to the hive, waggles, and the things that it's doing are one-to-one identified with particular physical phenomena extraneous to the bee. The distance to the flower, the height of the flower, the orientation in which you have to fly, the quality of the flower, and so on. Every animal system we know is like that. Monkey calls, for example, if there's something we call a warning call, what it means is the leaves are fluttering in a certain way. The monkey reflexively emits some noise. Other monkeys run away. Maybe an eagle's coming, something like that. Animal systems seem to be like this completely. The human systems are not like this at all. That raises a very interesting question. Another one of those mysteries. Where did this come from? And if you look at the array of mysterious things, there are plenty of them, and they fall into a couple of categories, two categories. One category is the category of mysteries where we just can't get the right kind of evidence because it's just empirically impossible for us to do it. We can't go back, say, 200,000 years and hear what people were saying. In principle, yeah, it's an empirically possible. It's a theoretically possible task, but you just can't do it. That's one kind of mystery. But then there's the deeper kinds of mysteries, which have to do with things like selecting the sequence given by the Hilbert epsilon operator when you're trying to form a coordination, or more generally, just picking what sentence you're going to produce. And these kinds of mysteries are the kind where you really don't even have bad ideas. There's no idea as to how to proceed. Those, we could ask what that category of mysteries is like. Could mean it's some restriction on human cognitive capacities. There's a lot of debate about this. Most scientists vigorously reject the idea that there could be a limit on cognitive capacities. But if you think about it, it's a strange position. If humans are similar or part of the organic world, not, say, angels, we ought to have the same properties as other kinds of organisms in some respects. Every organism we know has scope of cognitive capacity and limits of cognitive capacity. And in fact, the two are kind of logically related. Whatever is yielding the scope is also imposing certain limits. And you might ask why humans should be exempt from this. I'll leave that with you as another problem.
So I hope the former phonologists and semanticists in the audience who are now syntacticians will have questions. May the questions begin. Yes, here in the front. Down here. Down here. Yep, the mic is coming.
Well, first of all, thank you so much. And I would like to ask you, considering all this fascinating theory, how could you define madness for us?
Define?
Madness. In Portuguese, loucura.
Given what you have said so far, could you define madness?
And I could go, I would like to go a little further and ask you, what could you say about these writers? I'm thinking in people like Samuel Beckett or Antonin Artaud, the French one, whose texts are always dealing with disturbing syntax.
With disturbing syntax?
Yeah.
Okay.
Literature.
Would you maybe also like to comment on Samuel Beckett, or the second author was?
Antonin Artaud.
Antonin Artaud, whose writings are about disturbing syntax?
Yes, no, not about, but whose writing are always really disturbing syntax.
Oh, okay.
Thank
well,
you.
You know, a good bit of creative literature makes use of the properties of language, but purposely distorts them to impose tasks for the reader. So if you read, say, serious literary criticism, say a book like William Empson's 7 Types of Ambiguity, which is a kind of a famous work of the 1950s, Empson argues that poetry, in particular, he said, is designed to have actually a completely minimal use of language to impose on the reader the task of creating interpretations and using the reader's imaginative resources to reconstruct what's not presented in the text. So poetry would be different from, say, a literal description, which tells you everything that's happening, because it's calling on the reader to create and invent. If you go back further to classical aesthetic theory, like Schlegel, for example, who Coleridge borrowed from. We're familiar with this mostly from Coleridge, but it comes from Schlegel. That he argued that he had an interesting argument that he argued that poetry was the most exalted of the arts, and he pointed out that when you talk about the poetic quality in music, you're talking about its imaginative character. When you talk about the musical quality of poetry, you're talking about something less significant, you know, the way it sounds or something. And then he asked the question, why should poetry have this special status? And he argued that every art form has some medium. So sculpture deals with marble, painting deals with colors. You know, each one has its medium. Poetry also has a medium, language. But language differs from the others in that it's inherently creative. It has an inherently creative aspect. That's the Galilean challenge again, recognized. It's got this capacity of creativity internally to it. So therefore, the art form that makes use of this modality will be uniquely creative, and in fact will be used in such a way as to draw from the reader, the hearer, the imaginative resources that are inherent in the medium itself. Now, when you get to, say, Samuel Beckett or literary artists in general, they're playing with this all the time, for trying to compel the reader to think and create and imagine. I wouldn't call it madness exactly, but although Plato did, Plato argued that it was recognized there's various levels of creativity. There's the kind of creativity that exists in, say, normal language use when you're kind of constantly creating. But there's a higher form of creativity that has this true aesthetic value, and Plato argued that that has a form of madness. So, okay.
Question over here.
Thank you. I would like to know what your perspective is about natural semantics, metalanguage, the approach that provides 64 words that are supposed to be semantic primes, and that provides a semantic foundation for universal grammar, or that might propose a foundation for that.
Yeah.
Do you have a comment on natural semantics?
Metalanguage.
Which provides a meta-language of 64
yeah, and
primitive
it has
terms?
been developed by Anna Vika and Goddard in Australia.
Do you know the reference?
I don't, but I can repeat it again. It was by Goddard and
Anna Vika.
Anna Versika, Australian semantics.
Verbetska?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I know her
Yes.
work. Well,
it's a Polish name. It's kind of hard to pronounce.
Anna Verbitska, yeah.
Well, I think it's interesting work. She's trying to find fundamental elements that appear in semantic systems generally. And it's, I'm not really very conversant with the work, but I've looked at it, and I think it's a, it's a promising, fruitful direction. She has some interesting insights. But it's an attempt to find, as I understand it, basic elements that are constitutive of the systems of natural semantics in the world, which is a reasonable project. Yeah.
Over here. Gabe in the red shirt.
Hi. So it seems like one of the main philosophical motivations for positing an externalist notion of reference is that you need that in order to get some notion of objective truth. So when I make claims about London, say, I'm not just expressing some perspective I have on the world, I'm making a claim which can be independently evaluated as true or false. Do you think that this sort of internalist notion of reference that you have, is there a way of reconstructing objective truth, or are we kind of condemned to have a merely subjective notion?
Yeah, I heard that. I mean, it's true. If I'm talking about London, if I say, take the sentence I gave as an example. Suppose I say again something like this. I visited London last year before it was burned down by a fire and was rebuilt 20 miles up the Thames. That's a statement that can be evaluated. But the question is there a physical entity identifiable in the outside world that I'm picking out? And I don't think there is. I'm talking about the world, undoubtedly. There is what Aristotle called a material element. So, it's 20 miles up, not 50 miles up. It was this place that people lived in. Now it's some totally different place. It's still London, meaning what the criteria of individuation and identification are, in fact, mental conditions. But notice that shouldn't surprise us too much, because that's true of cognition in general. We don't have what's called immediate experience is already constructed by the mind. There is sensory stimulation hitting your retina, but that's not what you experience. What you experience depends on what were called in the 17th century modes of cognition, ways of interpreting the data. That's immediate experience. So the most immediate experience we have, the most we're most confident about and certain about, is already constructed. Whatever is objective is something we postulate. We hope that there is a real world out there which is somehow giving us the data that we experience. But what that real world is, for that we go to the physicists, and they have some very strange answers. So, for example, You go to the Institute for Advanced Study and talk to the late John Wheeler, a great physicist. For him, the world consisted of answers to questions that we pose. That's what he called it from bit. There's no world at all. We just ask questions, we get answers. That's the world. Okay, if that's what he says, fine. I can't argue with him. But whatever it is, it's something we postulate. It's not something we experience. So in fact, if the words we used to refer also have this property, it shouldn't really surprise us that much. We are different from other organisms in that respect, one of the many respects.
From Gabe to Gabe.
Another game. They say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let me stand up. But we might say that picture entails 1,000 sentences. And your picture of entailment is as a kind of syntactic relationship. But in this kind of case, we have a relationship between domains that have very different syntaxes. And so I'm curious about what is your general view of entailment, co-reference, other kinds of apparent semantic relations that obtain between representational modalities.
I don't know that I can do justice.
Here, let me give a one-sentence version.
Sorry?
What is if entailment is syntactic, how do we entail from vision to language?
If entailment is syntactic, how do we entail from vision to language?
Well, that's not entailment, that's inference, which is something quite different. So entailment is a formal relation among syntactic objects. You know, you take a look at quantification theory. It tells you how this syntactic object relates to that syntactic object. Inference is an act that we carry out, very mysterious act. We face problems. There's something out there that's puzzling, you know. Why does across-the-board deletion work, let's say? And then you somehow construct a theoretical idea, which you then try to ask, does this account for the basic properties of the data? Nobody knows how that works. If you take a course if you're, say, studying physics at UCLA, I'm pretty sure there isn't a course on methodology. There might be in the sociology department, but it's very unlikely to find one in the physics or the chemistry department, because there is no method. It's just something that you manage to do somehow. Some people do it better than others, but nobody knows how it's done. This actually relates to a concept that I just was using as if it's straightforward and neutral, but it isn't. That's descriptive adequacy. So one of the things we want to do in studying linguistics is to make sure that our explanations meet the condition of descriptive adequacy. At least we get the facts right. But that's a very complex notion. What's descriptive adequacy? I mean, it's not just all the data you have around. For one thing, the data that are out there are not pure data. They're not data that specifically come from the particular source that you're trying to investigate. That's why scientists do experiments instead of just, cataloging things that go on in the world. The reason every experiment is a high-level abstraction. Each experiment is a very complex abstraction, theory-driven, which says, I'm going to throw away lots of stuff that's going on and look at this particular thing, because I think somehow this particular thing bears on an explanation of what might be going on in the world. That's the most elementary part of science. It's already trying to abstract away from all the noise out there and seeing what might be useful for explaining something. And those things are the properties of inference. But, you know, the way you learn how to do that in the sciences is just by watching other people do it. You say, here's the way it was done. I'll see if I can do that myself. But there's nothing you can't teach it, you know. You can't teach how to carry out successful inference. You learn it the way, kind of the way a carpenter learns his craft, you know, by watching skilled artisans do it, and you sort of pick it up. But I think that's about all that one can say about inference. I mean, of course, there's, you know, philosophical discussion of it, but you have to be really cautious about the discussion. So, for example, one of the ideas that scientists commonly use is the notion of Popper's notion of falsifiability. So if you have a theory that can be falsified, it's real, and if you get a negative result, you throw the theory out. Every scientist knows you never do that. If you get data that falsifies your theory, what you usually do is say, well, I'll put it on the shelf. Maybe somebody will figure out what's wrong with it. But if the theory looks good, I don't care if it's falsified. You know, and if you look at the history of science, that happens all the time on crucial cases. You know, so these things, they're kind of rules of thumb, but they don't really work. That's not the way scientific inquiry is done, or rational inquiry in any area. You know, not just natural sciences. The sciences are the best place to look because it's most refined. You know, there you really have deep results and so on. You learn how things are done, but it's part of just ordinary life constantly.
The woman in the purple shirt you had asked earlier.
Hello, I just had a clarification question. Probably I misunderstood. So it is with dealing how we dealt with head raising over there up on the board. So I just wanted to clarify that the pair.
Just a question about head raising
that
you had over here on the board.
Yeah, so my question was the pair and head raising. Is it the set CT and set TVP, or is it C and the set TVP? Because if it's CT,
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah.
Is it
the pairs in the head raising case, T2C case, is it the set CT and TVP, or is it C and the set TVP?
I didn't hear you precisely, but the question was that when you were discussing head raising and you had the set TVP.
Yeah, which then further raises to C. So the new set formed is CT, or is the set formed as C along with TVP?
Is the new set that is formed C along with TVP?
No, just T. Okay. Actually, if you want to get the right answer, the source of this is sitting right here. So if I'm not giving the answer correctly, you fix it. But I think the idea is you have TVP.
Yeah.
You've got C inside the lexicon. So you take C and T, form the pair CT. That's just some new thing out there. You haven't added accessibility because both of the elements are inaccessible. Now that you have CT sitting out there and you have the old TVP, you can just merge them. And that gives you the thing you're trying to end up with.
Okay, so how is it exactly different from external merge then?
How exactly is it different from external merge in that case?
It's not.
Sorry, parallel merge, sorry.
Well,
how is it different from parallel merge?
From parallel, well, that's an interesting question. Like, why can't you, that's one of the problems that he and I have been corresponding about for a while. So you could imagine that after you've constructed CT, TVP, you start off somewhere else and you construct some other TVP, and then you take this CT and you stick it onto that. That would be an illegitimate operation. But the question, and I thought for a while that was a serious objection to this, but on reflection, I don't really think it is, because what you're getting that way is something you can always produce. And it's illegitimate because you're just getting a case where the T that you have up there is trying to be a copy of something down below, but it isn't. It's just a repetition of it. So it's just something that's incoherent. And you could always do that. You could, not quite apart from this operation, after you've constructed T, VP, you could make up some other thing, you know, XP, and just merge that on, and it would be nonsense. So you can always construct nonsense. And I think this would just end up being a particular form of nonsense. Notice that there's a subtle difference between the illegitimate, we do want the system to generate non-grammatical constructions, but we don't want it to generate things that violate linguistic principles. That's quite different. There's quite a distinct thing. Like, take, say, negative polarity items, things like, say, ever. You can't say John was ever here, but you can say, I doubt that John was ever here. But notice that in order to generate, I doubt that John was ever here, you first have to generate John was ever here. So we certainly want to allow the system to generate ungrammatical sentences. Otherwise, we can't get grammatical sentences. And in fact, we're perfectly happy to have the system generate things like metaphors that deviate from normal argument structure. Phrases like misery loves company, for example, which violate the selectional restrictions of the verb. We want lots of things like that, but we don't want the system to generate things like the books is on the table, or a violation of island constraints. That's a crucial difference. Not a very, in many ways, not a very clear one. You have to think about it, but that distinction just has to be there. And this kind of case that you're suggesting would be one in which you're essentially creating something nonsensical, but not violating linguistic principles, as distinct from parallel merge, which does. It's a subtle but interesting distinction.
Okay. Omar, over here. Well, okay. Down here.
Thanks. I really enjoyed these lectures, and I just wanted to ask you a general question about the linguistic enterprise. Namely, what role, if any, do you see for the study of language change in informing our understanding of the
Language
family?
change.
Yes.
What role does language change?
What role does the study of language change play in increasing our understanding of language in general?
Quite a lot. I mean, languages don't change in arbitrary ways. They change in very specific ways. And by looking at the kinds of ways in which language change, we get evidence about what the system is like. What are the dimensions in which language can change and which it can't change? And what kinds of phenomena could cause that change? Notice this is very similar to the study of language acquisition. We're asking how bits of data that come around lead to modifications of the system that's in the mind. The language acquisition does it in one way, language change does it another way. So it's a probe into the structure of the system that you're investigating. What kind of things can happen, what can't happen, what makes them happen, what doesn't have an effect, and so on. Whether it's language acquisition or language change or a dialect, things like what's the name for it? When you're mixing pieces of one dialect into another, I forgot the name for it. That also tells you things that can happen in certain ways, not other ways. Lots of ways of studying the system. You have a complex system, you perturb it in all sorts of different ways, you learn things.
Over here. Silence.
Hi. My question is about you saying that truth and reference are essentially the same thing. Because while we were listening to the lecture and doing the Q&A, everyone's taking notes in these really different ways, reference. I'm actually taking notes in 3 different ways. I have an AI app transcribing everything using an NLP. Then I have this kind of like Joseph Novak concept map of my own stuff. And I'm also texting my friends like, oh my God, Noam Chomsky said truth and reference. It's basically the same thing. So why are they not exactly the same thing? Why did you say they are essentially the same thing? And yeah, that sentence was like,
She was intrigued by your statement that that truth and reference are essentially the same thing, and she asks, she says she's familiar with 3 very different kinds of reference, but she wonders why you didn't say they're exactly the same thing. Or maybe you want to elaborate on that issue?
Well, you know, a theory of truth says typically, I have a name and a predicate, and the name refers to an object out there, and the predicate either does or doesn't apply to that object, and if it does apply, the statement subject predicate is true. So if I say, you know, the sun is in the sky, the idea is the sun refers to a particular object, that's reference. In the sky is a certain property. My statement, the sun is in the sky, is true, just in case that property holds to the object. For language, that doesn't really work. For the sciences, it does work, but it does work by stipulation. When you're a scientist, what you're doing is constructing, inventing concepts which do, you hope, have the property of reference. So when a linguist develops the concept phoneme, let's say, they're saying, I hope that there's something in the external world that this concept refers to. If a physicist defines electron, say, they're saying, I hope there's a thing out there that this one-to-one refers to, okay? So scientists are essentially trying to construct systems that do meet the referential criterion and therefore will be producing true or false sentences, which can be evaluated by experiment or observation. But ordinary language just doesn't work like that. All the concepts that we have involve complicated interactions between what Aristotle called form and matter. You know, just fact about natural language. In contrast, animal communication systems seem pretty close to that. Of course, they don't make true statements. I mean, you know, the bee who's waggling is not trying to make a true statement. He's just doing whatever the internal structure of the bee is telling him to do. Okay.
Professor Mahatma down here. The mic is coming.
So can we go back and maybe get a little bit of expansion on what you went through yesterday on ATB?
ATB?
Yeah.
Why don't we let that go till tomorrow, because it's a long story. Okay, and then it's important.